Chapter 1. The hammer would be a masterpiece. Claire dumped the last of the powdered mist-draken bone into the crucible, producing sparkles above the liquid metal. The deep orangish red glow pumped nearly 2700 degrees Fahrenheit into the foundry. Even the silvery protective coat and layered enchantments couldn't keep the heat from seeping into her flesh, draining the energy from her limbs. It had been 13 hours of constant effort to get the bath of liquid metal to the state she needed for the final pour. The end was near. Claire had only to wait for the metal to turn a patina of green, which would signal it was ready. Claire stepped away from the crucible. The hum of electricity in the induction melter made her teeth hurt. She lifted her reflective shield and grabbed the squeeze bottle of water, spraying it down her throat. After she was finished, she made sure there was no moisture on her thick gloves or the jacket. Steam explosions were extremely dangerous. Constant vigilance was required to make sure that a simple pour didn't turn catastrophic. If water got beneath the surface of the metal, it could cause an explosion. 3 months. In 3 months, she'd graduate from Metallum Nocturne, and if everything went as expected with her 5th-year project, she'd have her pick of job opportunities. Claire didn't want to get ahead of herself, but she was confident enough in her weapon crafting that she thought the hammer would qualify as a minor artifact, and at worst, a masterpiece. Most 5th years were lucky to finish with a grading of high quality. As she leaned against the railing, watching for the telltale signs of tarnishing, Claire mused about her project, so close to completion. The making of weapons seemed a little outdated in the modern world filled with guns and skyscrapers and complex electronics like the smartphone in her pocket. But that was what had made the prospect of creating it alluring. It had taken 8 months of preparation to reach this point. She'd had to design the weapon, collect the reagents, some of which had required risky missions into other realms, and convince patron Canterbury that her hammer was worthy of making. He'd suggested a simpler final project, one that wouldn't collapse under its own audacious weight, but she'd never been so sure of something in her life. She even had a name for the hammer, Ascension. When it was complete, the wielder would be able to run above the ground, fast as a lightning bolt. Made of night metal, the hammer would be near indestructible. Claire. She turned to find Mara, a first year, in an oversized protective coat. The induction melter next to her station hummed with energy. Claire could see silvery metal in the crucible. Aluminum. It was the first metal that new students learned how to use in the foundry due to the simplicity of melting and pouring it. Claire hadn't realized the first years had earned their foundry privileges, but she'd been too busy with her project to pay attention. First pour. The excitement and nervousness broke across Mara's face. Yeah. I don't want to screw it up. I'm sure you won't, just make sure you follow all the safety rules. There was a lot of Mara that reminded Claire of herself when she first started in Metallum Nocturne, especially the pink hair sticking out from the hard hat. Clearly Mara had been working out. It took a lot of strength to work in the foundry, but she was still a waif of a girl. I wanted to. Mara swallowed, glanced away. Make sure that it was okay that I worked over here. Claire wanted to tell her that it looked like she'd already started working, and that she wasn't in charge of the foundry, but if the roles had been reversed, she probably would have asked as well. The dangers their studies required led to the informal hierarchy that sat outside of the hall's rules. She winked at the first year. You got this. Mara hung her head. I'm afraid I'll screw it up. Claire nodded to the foundry's motto, which had been forged into metal letters and hung above the doorway. May the seeds of your mistakes bear fruit tomorrow. The hesitant smile before Mara returned to her station left Claire feeling good about her encouragement. The upperclassmen when she'd been a first year had been less accommodating. They'd doubled down on the I was miserable so you have to be too school of thought. A crackle of sparkles above her pot of liquid night metal signaled that pouring time was near. The mold, made of packed black sand and coated with a thin layer of wax to provide a smooth finish, sat near the crucible. She could use the tilting mechanism for the pour, but planned to do it by hand. Claire had been working out for months in preparation. The ladle held 100 pounds of liquid metal which she would carefully dump into the mold spout in one smooth pour. By doing it by hand, she could maintain an even flow, allowing the gases trapped inside to escape at a constant rate, and make sure the final hammer had no flaws. A last drink of water was tempting, but she didn't even have enough time for another safety check. Claire donned her hard hat, reapplied the enchantment that protected her from the worst of the heat, and slipped the thick yellow gloves over her hands. Claire checked across the barrier to Mara's work area, to see the first year strolling towards the crucible of liquid aluminum, with a ladle over her shoulder. So intent on her own challenges, it wasn't until Mara was swinging the ladle from her shoulder that Claire recognized the problem. The ladle had been hanging on a hook in the central tool area, which meant it hadn't been preheated to ensure no moisture remained on the surface of the metal. If Mara shoved the damp ladle beneath the bath of liquid aluminum, the water would turn to steam, expanding 1,000-fold and exploding nearly 1,300 Fahrenheit metal across the foundry. Mara! The shout could barely be heard over the hum of induction melters. When the first year made no indication that she'd heard, Claire abandoned her project, hopping over the barrier to stop Mara before it was too late. The first year paused before the metal bath, the ladle poised above it. She took a deep breath as Claire shouted a second time, but Mara's arms were in motion, shoving the ladle beneath the searing metal. Claire made it halfway to Mara before the world erupted. Claire was thrown across the room, slamming into the wall. The last thing she remembered, besides the pain cascading through her broken body, was the vision of her crucible of liquid night metal, cracked and leaking onto the floor, steam rising, the pops of concrete punctuating the destruction like fireworks. Chapter 2. Claire woke to the steady beat of the pulse monitor. Her left arm was in a black cast, and her right leg was contained within a strange see-through plastic tube that held a pale liquid. The hammer! She pulled the needle from her arm and yanked the monitor wires from her wrist. The frantic increase of her vitals summoned a harried nurse with a clipboard under her arm. "What are you doing?" asked the nurse. The mess of wires connected to her body confused Claire. Why did she need so many hooked to her? "I need to get to the foundry. My hammer." It was ready to be poured. The pity reflected from the nurse brought her confusion into focus. The foundry. The last thing she remembered was running to stop Mara from putting the ladle into the bath. What happened to the other girl? To Mara? The nurse's squeezed lips and tight shake of the head opened a pit in Claire's chest. She died instantly. There was no suffering. Claire hung her head, closed her eyes. The nurse gently took the wires from her grip, reattached the IV drip and the monitor. A host of should-haves appeared in her head. The first year hadn't been her responsibility, but yet she'd been right there. If only she'd noticed sooner that she hadn't preheated the ladle. It was such a small thing. Life and death in the foundry balanced on the smallest details. Metallum Nocturne's original patron had died in an explosion back in the 1950s, a lesson that was imparted to every student who joined the hall. It was my fault. She wasn't paying attention to protocols because of me, Claire told the nurse. The nurse squeezed her arm. I'm sure it wasn't your fault. Her mind knew the truth. It hadn't been. But her heart refused to allow her the grace of grieving without guilt. After the nurse left, Claire was confronted with her own situation. The explosion had thrown her across the foundry. She'd broken her arm, 2 ribs, and taken third-degree burns across her right leg, which had been exposed to the liquid metal. But the worst damage to Claire had been the hammer. Even if the crucible hadn't been damaged, spilling the night metal across the floor, it would have spoiled while she was unconscious. Night metal was the most difficult material to cast with, because of its fickle nature. Some of the instructors refused to even consider working with it, and called it a living, breathing pain in the ass. 8 months of work had gone up in the explosion, along with her future. Claire hated herself for even thinking that way, since Mara had lost her life. What was the loss of a school project in comparison? A knock on the door was followed by a keen-eyed man in a Kevlar jacket sticking his head through the gap. "May I come in?" Of course, Patron Canterbury. The head of her hall was an unassuming man, but the dangers of their profession humbled even the most arrogant mage. He approached the bed, momentarily paying attention to the table full of flowers and get-well cards which Claire hadn't noticed before. "How do you feel? Are you in pain? I can ask the nurse to give you more painkillers." "No. It's fine. I talked to Dr. Ellison yesterday. He said your leg is healing quite nicely, and the broken bones should self-repair within a few days. The elixirs you were given have performed wonders." Claire blinked, not understanding the timeline. "How long have I been out?" "A week, I'm afraid. They had to keep you under due to the pain. The nurses reported you'd been in and out of consciousness all morning, so I hoped you'd be awake enough for a visit." Her mind was groggy and her body ached as if she'd just completed an intense workout, but she couldn't help but see the reluctance in his stance. He hadn't come to check on her, but to ask questions. "I'm awake." Patron Canterbury placed his hands behind his back and exhaled slowly. "Can you tell me what happened that day?" "I was getting ready to pour my hammer. I was waiting for the patina to form. Mara had come in while I was working, and set up her crucible for an aluminum pour. I don't know what she was working on. I was focused on my project. As I realized my metal was ready, I noticed she'd grabbed a ladle from the pegboard. I don't know why, but I could tell she wasn't going to preheat it. I jumped the barrier and ran to stop her when she shoved it in. That was the last thing I remember." The narrowing of his gaze as she spoke made her heart thump in her chest. "Why did you approve her project?" Claire pulled her chin back. "Approve her project? I did no such thing. I was in the middle of final bath prep. Your name was on the sign-in sheet." It was Claire's turn to be confused. "I don't understand. I didn't sign it. I don't remember." "Did you not sign it? Or do you not remember signing it?" "The first. I wouldn't have had time to help a first year, especially given where I was with my project. It doesn't make sense." He put a hand on her shoulder. "I believe you, but there will be an investigation. An accident of this magnitude, with your injuries and the loss of life, requires it." Claire hung her head. "I understand. For now, concentrate on getting better. When you get back to the hall, we can discuss how to salvage your 5th-year project." "But the hammer is ruined." Patron Canterbury nodded. "It is. Which is a shame, but you'll still need to finish a project to graduate. I realize time is short, so we can discuss what you might be able to accomplish in that short of time." After he left, Claire pounded the back of her head into the stiff hospital pillow. Everything she'd worked for ruined in one awful moment. Why had her name been on the list? Had Mara written it there without asking permission? Or had she somehow agreed to be her sponsor without realizing it? Claire couldn't recall anything that sounded like that. The first year had been nearly ready to pour by the time she'd even come over to ask. Was that the permission she'd given? Her future, which had seemed so sure just a week ago, was now in ruins. Once she healed, which was still days away, she'd have to figure out a new project, collect the materials, while keeping up with her classwork. There just wasn't enough time. Adding an investigation on top of that seemed untenable. Her heart broke like the crucible, spilling her tears across her cheeks. She reached out, picked up the nearest get-well card on the table. Her fellow 5th years had signed the interior with messages of support. The custom message that their scrawled writing surrounded turned her steady hand to shaking. In neat printed letters it read, "May the seeds of your mistakes bear fruit tomorrow." Claire threw the card across the room. Chapter 3. Metallum Nocturne Hall towered over the surrounding buildings. The sharp tint of metals burned the interior of Claire's nose. No smoke rose from the roof, but there was no avoiding the smell, which had become something of a comfort during her years in the hall. Claire limped up the stairs to the wide metal doors resplendent with scenes of olden foundries cast onto their exteriors. Shirtless men leaned over a sand mold, pouring hot metal into the spouts. The lack of safety in those days often shocked newcomers to the hall, but even the protections they enjoyed now weren't enough to protect against all accidents. She hesitated before heading inside. The interior displayed a life-size statue of Stephen Adolphus, the original patron of the hall. He held a ladle in his hand while staring into the distance. The joke that the students told each other when they passed the statue was that he should have been paying attention to his paw, not staring at the outside. The joke didn't seem funny to Claire now. A beefy guy with a green mohawk was headed a different direction, until he spotted her. His expression brightened then fell, followed by squeezed flat lips as he approached. "Claire. Good to see you're out of the hospital. We were all worried about you." He grimaced. "I was the first one in the foundry after the accident. I'm shocked you're even walking right now." "Thanks, Mark." Claire glanced to the side. "Was there anything left?" Mark's eyebrows rose. "The hammer project? I'm sorry. No. The foundry just got finished being repaired. The spilled night metal did a number on the concrete. It's okay. I shouldn't be worried about that, not after what happened to Mara." He scratched the back of his head. "She was a good kid. Sloppy but a good kid." Mark screwed up his face. "Why'd you approve her work?" "I didn't. I was so busy I didn't even notice she'd set up for an aluminum pour, until she came over to ask if it was okay. I never signed her paper." Mark opened and closed his mouth before checking his watch. "Materials lab." He grimaced. "I hope everything works out." His hesitation worried her. Claire found her way to her room in the residential wing. She found a manila envelope taped to her door. The return address was Apothecary Law. The firm worked out of the 3rd ward. She pushed into her spacious room. As a 5th year she had a small kitchen and private bath and shower, a luxury after the first 4 years of shared spaces. Claire plopped onto her bed between the plushies of a Miss Draken and a Hydra. The envelope contained a letter with the law firm's letterhead. Her hands shook as she started and got worse the further she read. She was being sued by Mara's parents, Andrew and Annette Block. There was something familiar about their names, like she'd read them before, but she couldn't place it. She'd thought the ruined project was the worst that would happen to her, but now she was being blamed for Mara's death. Guilt rose up like black tar, coating her thoughts as she sobbed into her palms. A knock on the door had her cleaning up with a leftover napkin from Order Out Chinese. "Come in." A girl with auburn hair and brown skin that always made Claire think of autumn stuck her head through the gap. Dawn Elias was her best friend in Metallum Nocturne. "Hey. I didn't know you were coming back today, until I just ran into Mark." The tears that she'd finally gotten to stop came freely flowing as Dawn opened her arms. Claire fell into them, burying her head on her friend's shoulder. After a few minutes of sobbing, she pulled away to see an embarrassing wetness on Dawn's shoulder. "I'm sorry. I just messed up your shirt." "Claire. I don't give a crap about my shirt. I'd ask how you're doing, but I know it ain't good. I'm just happy you're alive. They didn't think you should have survived that kind of explosion. It's a miracle you're even back." Dawn screwed up her face. "For the record, I know no way in hell you would have approved Mara's project while you were in the middle of prepping your hammer paw." "Thanks, Dawn. I appreciate that. I wish her parents believed me." Claire held out the notice, which Dawn quickly read. "Oh no. What are you going to do?" I don't know. I can't afford a lawyer. I needed my 5th-year project to get a job, and now I don't even know if I'll graduate. Patron Canterbury said he'd cut me some slack on the requirements, but what's the point if I get a shit grade on the final project? No one will want to hire me, and with this lawsuit, I don't know how I'll be able to concentrate. Dawn motioned for her to sit. She complied, and Dawn joined her on the bed after closing the door. It's worse than that. A quick search typed into Dawn's phone brought up the front page of the Herald of the Halls. The online edition of the newspaper had a well-dressed couple standing before a podium. Their expressions were a mix of tears and rage. The headline read, "Mayoral candidate Annette Block demands investigation into safety in the 100 halls." Chapter 4. After sitting for a couple of hours discussing what might have happened and what to do about the lawsuit, Dawn had to leave for an arcane metal shaping class. Knowing she had to get it over with eventually, Claire headed to the foundry. As she approached the thick doors, her heart climbed into her chest and she wanted to run the other way, but she kept going until her hand was on the handle. The surface was warm, a feeling that used to be comforting, but now she wanted to curl into a ball and forget about her troubles. Forging metal requires heat and work hardening to make it stronger. It was meant as a pep talk, but the words bounced over her mind, leaving her no more motivated than before. Claire pulled the door wide. A wave of oppressive heat flowed out, briefly tousling her hair. She entered the foundry, staying behind the safety fencing where observers could join without being required to wear the overlapping layers of equipment. Professor Wolf was working with a trio of students mixing a batch of arcane-modified steel on the far side. She knew it was Wolf because of the tufts of grey hair sticking from the back of his hard hat. Their faces were obscured by a silvery face shield. The professor slipped his thick protective gloves off and made articulate gestures over the bath that glowed bright orange-red. His hands would be protected by enchantments, but being that close to 2500 degrees would still be painful. When he was finished, a ghostly light emanated from his fingertips, swirling around until it settled on the contents of the crucible. The metal flashed cobalt blue before returning to its original colors. Claire recognized the spell as one that would help the metal accept enchantments later, making them permanent features rather than temporary improvements. But watching Professor Wolf teach the third years wasn't why she'd returned to the foundry. The opposite side of the foundry was where she'd been working when Mara had her accident. The concrete had fresh repairs and the old fencing had been replaced and painted a bright yellow. On the back wall, a picture of Mara hung over a basket filled with flowers. Claire closed her eyes. The burning steel was sharp inside her nose. It was a smell that she'd hated when she first came to Metallum Nocturne, but she'd grown to love it as she learned to create intricate castings and forgings. She flexed her arm, feeling like her muscles had atrophied in the weeks of convalescence inside the hospital. The doctor had told her to take it easy since she was still recovering, but if there were only a few months left of the semester, she couldn't afford to ramp up slowly. The latch unhooked easily as she headed to the station where she'd been preparing her night metal bath. Technically, she shouldn't be past the safety barrier without equipment, but no one else besides Professor Wolf and his students were in the foundry, and they were on the far side. The blemishes on the floor made it clear where the night metal had spilled out and destroyed the concrete. She rubbed her fingers across the smooth surface as if they were scars on her own body. Claire stared at the new crucible, trying not to be consumed with regret. The project she'd been working on would be impossible to renew. It had taken most of the year to collect the exotic materials required for the hammer. There wasn't enough time to do it again. Whatever project she came up with would have to be simpler in design and preparation. The desire to work with night metal again was strong. While the material was capricious and prone to disasters, the end product was incomparable. But if she wanted to use night metal again, she'd have to raise the funds to purchase the raw materials. It would make her task even harder. It was a tragedy. The voice startled Claire. She spun around to find Professor Wolf standing behind her with his silvery protective coat unbuttoned and his hard hat under his arm. The three students were no longer in the foundry. Claire didn't realize she'd been quietly contemplating the accident for that long. "I'm sorry, Professor. I shouldn't be past the barrier." Her gaze shot to the makeshift shrine on the wall. "Maybe I shouldn't even be in here." His wrinkled face creased with softness. "Claire, in all the years you've been in Metallum Nocturne, you've been exacting in your preparation and execution. There's no way that it was your fault. I don't care what the media or the lawyers or anyone else says. If it comes to that in a trial, I would happily take the stand to tell them that." "Thank you, Professor. That means a lot." He reached out and squeezed her arm. "How are you doing? I'm a bit surprised to see you here. I've seen accidents like that, and usually people don't come back for months. You almost seem like nothing happened." His forehead creased. "You're made of stronger stuff than anyone guessed, including myself." "Lucky, I guess," she said. The bandages beneath her clothes would stay on another week. There was a low-level ache as her flesh knitted back together. The bones had healed quickly. "What are you planning to do?" Claire inhaled slowly. "Start a new project. I have to. I know I don't have much time, but it's the only thing I can control. If I can make something worthy enough, then I can graduate and find a job. A well-paying job if I'm going to have to pay for lawyers." "Do you have an idea?" "Redoing the hammer is out. Not enough time for materials collection. I'd like to work with night metal again. There's something that calls to me about it, and it's the symbol of the hall." "I'm intrigued." "Go on," said the professor. "I have 4 ideas. The first is a ring. A smaller item would be easier to produce, making material collection the longest step. It would detect imminent danger. Something that might prevent what happened to Mara and myself. The second idea would be a spear. I can't help but want to make a weapon, and I would only have to create the stabby end. The shaft could be darkwood or something easily acquired. Not sure what it might do, but I can figure that out later. Something unique. The third would be a personal golem, maybe out of clockwork or formless steel. It'd probably be the most difficult, and I'm not sure I'd have enough time, plus creating a pseudo-living creature would require a touch of my soul, but it might balance the loss." Professor Wolf tilted his head. "I assume it would be smaller. A true golem is usually much larger." Claire nodded. "Something small for sure." She paced away and then came back. "The fourth could be braces. I've always admired the Academy of the Subtle Arts, the way they can run like the wind and jump impossible distances. Something that could make me strong and fast like them." "Each of those sound quite interesting," said Professor Wolf as he quirked a smile. His gaze flashed to the door. "I have a class to teach. I must be going, but if you need help with this final project, please don't hesitate to ask." He left Claire standing by the crucible. It had taken her years to come up with the hammer project. She hated to make such an important decision so quickly, but if she wanted it complete before graduation, she had to hurry. What to choose? Chapter 5. A ring. Something that might indicate imminent danger. Made with night metal. The rest I have still to work out. The announcement brought a frown to Patron Canterbury's lips. He adjusted his round glasses, which gave him an owlish quality. "You know, a project like this requires my full approval, but without a meticulous plan, I cannot provide it. Until you've worked out the details, I'm afraid you cannot progress." "Patron Canterbury," she said, hating the pleading tone in her voice. "I need this project, or my career will be over before it began." "You might believe that, but especially after what happened, and the campaign in the press about safety in the 100 halls, I cannot accept your proposal. Pick something much simpler." The Hall tomes have countless projects already outlined that you can choose from. They'd be excellent examples of your skills that any reputable employer would be excited to enjoy. Please. You know I can do it. A night metal ring is well within my skill set. I don't have time to plan, so I was hoping to do the project Airtargel. Airtargel. I would not recommend that, especially in your circumstances. Recommend. Or forbid. The latter, I'm afraid. There's a reason we require detailed plans beforehand, so unfortunate accidents like the one that killed Mara don't happen. But I didn't have anything to do with her plan, said Claire, exasperated. Patron Canterbury raised an eyebrow, which made her want to flip over the desk in frustration. I didn't put my name on that list. He bunched up his lips. I believe you, Claire. But that's not who you have to convince. So you're not approving my project? He sighed heavily. I'm afraid not, Claire. I would recommend, given the short time frame, that you pick something already outlined. It's your best way forward. With her heart in a vice, Claire rose to her feet, bid her patron a good day, and left his office. She wandered the halls, avoiding others, until she found herself before the statue of Stephen Adolphus. He died in the 1950s during an accident in the foundry, the same thing that killed Mara, a wet charge beneath the metal bath causing a steam explosion. The hall had looser rules back then, but after his death Metallum Nocturne was considered closed until years later when Edward Canterbury, an alumnus, took over as patron. The first thing he did to assuage fears about their work was set in place rigorous safety rules around the foundry and the practice of magic. Rules that Claire had completely agreed with, until now. The loss of her project and the lawsuit were like dual ends of a clamp around her soul. She couldn't escape them. If she didn't find a worthy job, a task made more difficult by Mara's parents, then she'd never be able to afford the lawyers required to beat back the lawsuit. A rote project from the Hall archives would never provide the job she needed, nor satisfy her own desires when it came to foundry craft. Creating masterpieces from raw metal and her own imagination was what made her years in Metallum Nocturne a joy, but now she was facing down ruin. No. She said the word out loud even before she realized what she meant by it. As she looked into the bronze face of Stephen Adolphus, she found inspiration in his tragic tale. Despite his death, there'd been no mage from the hall that had come close to surpassing the artifacts he'd made during his tenure. Patron Canterbury would never approve her to work in the Airtargel style that had been more common back then, but if she didn't tell him, then he couldn't stop her. If she picked an easy project from the tomes and worked on it during the day to satisfy him, she could work on the ring during the night when no one was paying attention. Claire put her hand on the base of the bronze statue. It was unexpectedly warm. I vow to make a night metal ring that would make you proud, Patron Adolphus. Chapter 6. The all-nighter ended when Claire found herself rereading the same passage for the fourth time. While she planned to create the ring Airtargel style, which meant on the fly, it didn't mean she could make up everything about it along the way. For the ring to provide the benefits she wanted it to, she had to figure out how to design the enchantments, which required a mix of spellcraft and careful reagent selection. Once she understood the materials needed, she could begin collection, which was the part of her project that would take the most time. Claire had resolved that the ring would be made of night metal, because she wanted a do-over using the exotic material, and to prove that she was the best to come out of Metallum Nocturne in a long time. She returned to her room and attempted to sleep, only to find that her mind wouldn't turn off. With advanced arcane matrices for enchantments class in 2 hours, there wasn't any point in trying to rest. Claire grabbed her jean jacket, planning to head to the nearest Wizard's Coffee to grab a quad espresso with an extra shot of Mind Clear, which would help her think despite the lack of sleep. It made her stomach hurt, but a touch of gastric issues was worth reclaiming more hours to work on her project. Before she left, she took another of the blue pills that the hospital had given her to help heal the extensive burns on her chest. The skin was itchy and warm beneath the bandages. Claire barely made it to the bottom of the concrete stairs leading to the street before a woman in a powder blue dress, wavy blonde hair and a crimson headband, came mincing forward in her high heels with a phone in one hand and a small microphone in the other. "Claire Teller. I'd like to speak to you about the accident," said the reporter in a high, reedy voice. "What? Why?" The woman, who was not much older than Claire, held out a hand. "I'm Elle Dark from the Invictus Times. I'd like to ask you a few questions." Claire ignored her and kept walking in long strides, forcing Elle to hurry to keep up. "Invictus Times? We're a small paper, but we work twice as hard to get the news to the city," said Elle as her hair bounced around her cheeks. "Not your paper." Claire screwed up her face. "I've never heard of it. Why do you want to ask me questions?" "Because mayoral candidate Annette Bloch is making what happened to her daughter a focal point of her campaign. She was polling near last before the accident, but she's moved into third place." "I don't really have time. I'm sorry, and I'm not sure what the rules are about talking to reporters, especially with them suing me." Elle's high heels clacked to a stop. Her eyes widened with excitement. "They're suing you?" "Shit," muttered Claire, knocking a curl of pink hair away from her eyes, cursing that she wasn't awake enough to talk with the reporter without saying something stupid. "I have to go, Elle. I'm very sorry. Do you have anything to say about their daughter's death?" "This could be your chance to counter the narrative," said Elle, still holding out the microphone. "It was tragic, but I had nothing to do with it. I was busy with my own project." Before Elle could get another question out, Claire saluted the reporter and started jogging ahead. She crossed a busy intersection as the lights were turning green, leaving Elle on the opposite side of the street. The Wizard's coffee was 2 blocks down and rather empty. She ordered her quad with the extra shot to go, sipping the hot drink as she left the store. Rather than risk getting spotted by Elle, she took a longer, circuitous route that would lead to the back entrance of her hall. As she strolled, content to drink her coffee which cleared up her mind, Claire found herself scratching the flesh beneath the bandages. The blue pill was supposed to help with the itching, but it had grown worse in the last hour. By the time she reached the back entrance, she wanted to rip the bandages off and take a coat hanger to the raw skin. Back in her room, she set the half-drank quad on her nightstand and ripped off her shirt, feeling the strain of aching flesh when she lifted her arms. The bandages were wrapped around her entire chest, but the damage had been done mostly to the right side. The nurse at Golden Willow had given her a box of supplies for caring for the injury, which she dumped onto the bed. As she searched for the end of the wrap, she was surprised at how warm her flesh was beneath the bandages. It felt as hot as a blacktop in the middle of summer. Claire worried that it was becoming infected, which would only complicate her return to school. As she peeled away the wrap, the heat increased until sweat was dripping from her chin. The last sections came away from her flesh, leaving Claire confused, thinking that some of the bandages had adhered to her skin. The last thing she wanted to deal with was a return to the hospital for more care. But then she realized it wasn't the bandages. Between the mottled, angry red flesh that was still healing from the third-degree burns were dark stripes. Across her skin were streaks of shimmering black, like the night sky resplendent with stars. She dared to touch one of the sections, finding it cool. "What is this?" Claire presented herself before the mirror as she finished removing the bandages. A half-dozen dark stripes lined her flesh on the injured side. "I look like a tiger," she said, turning back and forth to get a better look at the modified flesh. Claire tapped on a dark section, finding it as hard as steel. Yet as she stretched and moved, the flesh adjusted appropriately. Naturally. A thought occurred to her, bringing deranged laughter to her lips until she reconsidered it, finding it plausible. Even logical. She grabbed a pocket knife from the medical supplies, unfolded the blade, and jabbed it against the dark flesh. The tip bounced off, leaving her only one conclusion, even if she didn't understand why. It's night metal. Chapter 7. The library in Metallum Nocturne was tiny in comparison to Arcanium Hall's, which prided itself on having the most complete arcane collection in the city. But what it lacked in size it made up for in depth. There were extensive tomes on everything metallurgically related, including memoirs and diaries from history's greatest practitioners of the craft. The index was contained on an old computer from the 90s that looked like it belonged in a museum. The library was empty, so she had the system to herself. Claire typed in night metal. After a long wait watching the circling icon, a list of books longer than the screen finally unfolded before her eyes. The printer had long ago stopped working, so she wrote the list down by hand. She knew most of them would be useless. The mention of night metal was purely descriptive rather than specific. If it would have been a proper index, she could have cross-referenced it with medical symptoms to find if anyone else had experienced her problem. After collecting the tomes and finding she had half an hour left before class, Claire started reading through them while absently scratching her side, which she'd rewrapped after applying ointments. There was a lot of material about the unusual nature of night metal, all of which she was intimately familiar with, but nothing about adverse reactions due to contact with skin. Deep into her reading, she happened to glance at her phone to find she had 2 minutes until class. Claire considered attending, but decided that whatever was wrong with her was more important than a class that she was already going to pass. The first half of her research she'd breezed through the tomes, but when she hit the less scientific material, more anecdotal, the reading bogged down due to a lack of citation. The library index knew there was information about night metal in the books, but not where. A number of the books were biographies about the original patron, Stephen Adolphus, and how he developed night metal, sometimes called dark metal, as a way to build taller structures in the early 1900s. But he'd found the material was much too expensive for simple construction. Most of the biographers found it ironic that the material he'd invented was the same one that had killed him. After reading a half-dozen stories about Adolphus, she saw similarities between the texts, as if the writers had copied what had been previously written. Not unusual, she assumed, since interest in his work had increased posthumously. When she reached his actual diary, Claire almost skipped it because she had already studied the founder as part of her first year's classwork. But not wanting to miss something important, she resolved to read it in its entirety. The diary was exactly as she expected. He'd kept meticulous notes up until his death, which had made his work easy to pass along to patron Canterbury. When she got to the section about his death in the foundry, she found the same text that had been written in the biographies. Odd. The various authors who'd written about him had chosen to crib the same text that Adolphus had penned about himself. Since he died before it could have been written, she assumed that it was patron Canterbury who'd finished it for him, but he did an excellent job of matching the style of the former patron. It made her realize that there had to be an original version of his diary, written in his hand. Claire went back to the index and searched for anything related to Adolphus' diary. She found a single entry, which was located in the same place she'd found the others. Back at the shelves, she searched for a while, finding nothing. Given the unofficial nature of the library, sometimes books got filed in the wrong location, so she searched the nearby shelves. A ratty, weathered green tome with no backing title was 2 shelves lower. The front didn't have anything on it either, but once she opened it, she found handwritten script. Bingo! It was the former patron's diary. She skimmed the earlier parts, vowing to come back later and read them, but she wanted to know about night metal. It was unlikely he knew anything about its impact to humans, but she knew that any rabbit hole was a good place to dig when other avenues had come up empty. As she read the accounts of his experimentation with night metal, she got to the section where she knew he was about to die. Some of the texts matched what she'd read before, while other sections were entirely new. She reached the day of the accident, expecting that the pages beyond would be blank. Claire nearly knocked her coffee cup over when she found that his handwriting continued. To her surprise, Patron Adolphus continued his journey, a few weeks after the accident. He'd survived the initial explosion with burns over a good section of his body, much like she had. This was completely opposite of what the hall had taught them about his death, which brought a little dizziness. As she read further, she found that in a similar manner, he'd found dark metal striations on his left thigh, where the brunt of the explosion had damaged him. He speculated about their nature, especially as the stripes grew, and talked about feeling better than he had in years. He reported that when he returned to the foundry, he was stronger and could work longer than he had before. When she came to the end of the diary, which was the literal end of the book, there were no more pages for him to write in. She slammed it closed and stared at the wall in numb shock. Not only had he not died in the explosion, but he'd lived past the supposed date of his funeral and had similar effects from the full body exposure to night metal. A world of questions swirled through her mind. When did he actually die? Did Patron Canterbury know? What would happen to her because of the night metal? Where was the rest of his diary? And what should she do now? As she sat in the empty library with her hand on Patron Adolphus' diary, no answers came. Claire dug her fingers into her side, confirming the hardness beneath. He'd reported feeling stronger and had more endurance in the foundry. She checked the time and, after consulting an online schedule, confirmed that the foundry was currently occupied. While she couldn't pour metal to learn if it was affecting her, there was something almost as good that she could do, an activity she'd been dying to get back to regardless. She went to the gym. Chapter 8. Claire loaded up the bench press bar with 120 pounds. Her PR was well beyond the weight, but she didn't want to strain anything after weeks in the hospital. She gripped the bar, relishing the feel on her calluses. The only thing she enjoyed more than pouring metal was lifting weights. The bar came off the stand. Claire let it come down to her chest, then pushed it back up easily. Too easy. She pumped the bar 5 more times until she realized it wasn't enough weight to be challenging. She loaded up the bar with another set of 25-pound weights. Back on the bench, she tested her strength again, finding the weight no problem at all. On the 3rd attempt, she added another set, which would push it over her personal best. The lift required a small amount of strain, but she felt she could add even more without issue. The night metal striations on her side had frightened her when she'd first found them, but after reading Patron Adolphus' diary, she grew excited by the prospect. It didn't answer any questions about the first patron of her hall, but she wasn't sure she had time to worry about solving a mystery. Content that the change wasn't immediately dangerous, Claire returned to the library for research on her 5th-year project. A ring that would detect danger wasn't necessarily hard to make unless you wanted it to work well. Cheap trinkets that provided the barest minimum of magical effect could be found on the streets of Invictus, but that's not what she wanted to make. To receive the highest grades, she had to create an item that would at minimum meet masterpiece levels. It would be no easy task. A typical item required at least 3 reagents to create the desired effect. One could use more, but unintended effects from overlap were common. 3 was like the minimum legs of a stool. The best designs used a reagent from the animal kingdom, the mineral kingdom, and the vegetable kingdom. Using 3 from the same was possible but less effective. Claire knew the first item she'd need to collect would be a bit of down from an Appalachian ghost owl. She'd read about the supernatural creature during a previous research session, and filed it away for future knowledge. It wasn't necessarily dangerous, but it lived in less populated spaces, which would make it difficult to find. The other 2 items would require more research. Rather than spend her time in the library, she grabbed a pile of generalist tomes she could read during her journey. She was about to leave when she remembered that Patron Canterbury believed she would be working on a pre-planned item. Receiving permission to leave the hall on a collection trip would only work if she could prove she wasn't working on her own project. Claire dug into the tomes of projects, looking for one suitable as a cover for her real project. She chose one called a Veil music box. It was a fairly useless but interesting item that listened to the veil, the realm between the living and dead, and converted the strange noises into ambient music. It was all the rage a decade ago with the goth girls, and so the various designs had been thoroughly explored. It was the kind of project that would never hit her radar. With a written plan in her fist, Claire found Patron Canterbury's office. The door was slightly ajar, and he waved her in when he spotted her outside. The interior looked like a depository for old tomes, stacked in piles like miniature skyscrapers. He had his feet on his desk while reading the Herald of the Halls. The cover page showed Annette Block at a pulpit, giving a fiery speech against the halls. Picked a project. No point in dawdling. She handed over the project sheet which he immediately scanned, nodding as he read. Good. I'm sorry that you won't have time to make a unique item, but it's better this way with everything going on. I'm sure you have a lot to deal with regarding the lawsuit. A knot formed in her stomach. Actually, I haven't done anything about it. I don't know the first thing about being sued. Patron Canterbury's expression broke with sympathy. He reached into a drawer and pulled out a wheel filled with cards. Let me help you. I know a few lawyers. I could call one and set up a meeting. Claire frowned. I was going to head out of town for collection. You can probably find everything you need for a Veil music box in the city. I can, but since they were so common years ago, a lot of the materials will be old and ineffective. The death head mushrooms are common in eastern Kentucky. I can harvest fresh stems. Are you sure? Please, Patron Canterbury. If I'm going to have to make a pre-planned item, at least let me do it my way. He frowned but handed back the project approval sheet with his signature. Very well. Good luck. He scribbled down a name and address on a piece of paper, and handed it over as well. You can stop by this gentleman on your way out. He's a little eccentric, but he's good at what he does, and most importantly, he's cheap. Thank you, patron. Good luck, Claire. Chapter 9. Claire was heading down the concrete stairs outside the hall when she ran into Dawn coming the other way. A blast of fear crossed her face. She glanced backwards. You don't want to go there, said Dawn. I don't. There are like 5 reporters waiting for you. They're lurking behind the yoga studio. This isn't helpful, said Claire. Where are you going? Collection trip. Kentucky. She shifted her mouth to the side. After a visit to a lawyer, Canterbury recommended. What company? Don't you have classes? Dawn lifted a single shoulder. Wolf cancelled casting art. Something about a meeting with an old friend in town. I don't have another class for 5 days. Claire bit her lower lip. I could totally use the help. Tracking down Owl down in the middle of the forest is not going to be easy. Awesome, said Dawn brightly. Let me swing by my room and grab my stuff. My car is at the garage. I'll go by the back way, then swing around and pick you up in front. Claire cut behind the yoga studio. She saw the backside of the 5 reporters readying their ambush. Her car was an old Toyota truck that should have died a few decades ago, but miraculously had kept running. She drove the truck out of the garage and waited in a parking spot until she saw Dawn, then surged forward. When the reporters didn't see her, she honked her horn and waved as Dawn slid into the passenger seat. Why did you do that? She asked as they pulled away. Got to keep it fun for them. Where's this lawyer? Claire checked the paper. 8th Ward near the zoo. She took the ring road, then turned up the avenue that went by the zoo and the Animalians campus. The huge lawn was filled with students lounging on blankets, throwing frisbees or reading books. A gorilla with glasses was speaking to a knot of students by a glass building. Do you ever wish you were in another hall? Asked Dawn. Claire bit her lower lip. I put a dozen on the list, including Animalians. But no regrets. I found my home in Metallum Nocturne. I wanted coterie, but only for the rich and famous, said Dawn. You? Really? It looked glamorous from afar, but having met some of them, I have no regrets. Might as well join a cult of sociopaths, said Dawn. Here's the address. Looks like it's above this ice cream shop. A narrow set of stairs went past the sweets business, leading to a hallway with 4 doors. 188D. Claire knocked on the door. A muffled call reached them, but she couldn't hear what he'd said. Canterbury said he was eccentric. Could mean all sorts of things, said Dawn, examining the hallway. The noises approaching the door grew louder by the moment. It sounded like he was climbing through a junk pile to reach them. No solicitations, came the call through the door. I'm not selling anything, said Claire. Then you've got the wrong place. This is a private residence. Claire frowned. Is this Lamar Jackson's place? I'm a member of Metallum Nocturne. Patron Canterbury gave me your name. I need a lawyer. The sound of multiple unlocks was followed by the door opening enough that Lamar could stick his face into the gap. A chain bisected his coppery forehead, which sloped back to a bald head. To her utter surprise, he sniffed twice. Deeply. The grey hairs in his nose, bristling like a little porcupine, vibrated with each inhale. You're not creditors, are you? Nothing from the debt agency, he said, eyes bulging with suspicion. Do I look like I work for a credit agency? Asked Claire, tugging on her bright pink hair. We're 5th years at Metallum Nocturne. Patron Canterbury sent us. His eyes widened. Oh yes, Edward. I haven't seen him in years. How's he doing? Mr. Jackson. May we come in? Oh yes, he said, closing the door. More unlocking followed, then the sliding of something large away from the door. When it opened finally, she was presented with a room that looked like a storage facility for a taxidermy shop. Lamar Antoine Jackson Esquire at your service, he said, giving them a flourishing bow. Please follow me to my office. Careful as you move. I'm in a bit of an awkward spot with my storage space. The damn creditors tracked down my hiding spot and tried to reclaim it so they could sell it. The entire front room was filled with dead stuffed animals. An orange tabby with an arched back had been stuck to a wooden stand, but it was leaning against the ottoman precariously. A strange creature that looked like a cross between a lizard and a cougar with black horns had been mounted on a large stand, while a pair of t-shirts hung from the protrusions. An army of stuffed squirrels lined the windowsill, and a collection of birds hung from hooks driven into the ceiling. It was a menagerie of death. His office was mercifully absent the taxidermy nightmare, though it was so small that the desk barely fit in the room, and she and Dawn were forced to share a single chair on the opposite side. What legal conundrum troubles you? Claire Teller. He scribbled a note on a pad, and she was struck by how hairy he was from his knuckles to the tufts coming out his ears. Everywhere but his bald head. And his fingernails were thick and yellowed, almost claw-like. Dawn gave her a worried glance, which only confirmed her feelings. Before we get into that, would it be rude to ask about what's going on in the room back there? All the dead animals and such. Lamar's helpful expression hardened as a low growl slipped out. He squeezed the pen hard enough to snap it in half, leaving Claire wondering if she'd made a mistake. Chapter 10. The low growl reverberated through Claire's chest, followed by a shiver of fear running down her spine. Lamar stared at them, his lips peeling back in a grimace. The hairs on his neck seemed to be stiffening, and his eyes took on a menacing sheen. Then he lifted a fist to his mouth and coughed. Excuse me. I'm being very uncouth. A pain in her thigh made Claire notice that Dawn was squeezing her leg. She reached down and uncurled her fingers. Sorry, said Dawn without taking her eyes off the lawyer. It's a hobby of mine, said Lamar, bushy eyebrows wagging at their surroundings. And pays the bills when I'm between jobs. Claire swallowed. When Canterbury mentioned he'd be cheap, she'd assumed that meant good value, as in he'd be able to help her, but seeing his office was giving her serious doubts. What's the trouble? After a heavy sigh, Claire explained what had happened since the accident, including being hounded by reporters. Lamar listened quietly, rubbing the tips of his claw-like fingernails together. When she was finished, he didn't speak for a long time. Can you help? She asked when the silence grew to be too much. A troubling case to be sure, said Lamar. In what way? He looked out the window as a fire truck with the sirens on went screaming past. The Blocks. Annette and Andrew. They own a variety of industries in the city and around the country. Wealthy, but not the kind that gets you into coterie. Too blue-collar. Ambitious, smart, and more than enough resources to crush any opposition in a trial. A cold wind invaded her chest. The description was devastating. So I don't have a chance. I didn't say that. But the fact that it's a civil case rather than criminal makes it easier for them. I thought there were protections for majors in the halls, said Dawn eagerly. Like we have immunity or something. Lamar smiled, revealing long canines. For criminal cases this is partially true, though that immunity from the regular courts doesn't extend to the hall judicial system. The patrons have the latitude to prosecute any crimes they see fit. Claire leaned forward on the desk, nearly knocking Dawn out of their shared seat. Am I getting tried by the halls? Oh Merlin's tits, no. I was just pontificating on the legal paths afforded students. Then what are you saying? The lawyer gave her a look that parents did when they had to deliver bad news. In a civil case, if one side has considerably more money than the other, it creates a significant advantage. Filing and other minutiae of the law can drown that side in paperwork, making it impossible to mount a defense. Based on what you've told me, I think you'd need a team of at least 5 lawyers and a dozen clerks. What? Really? I don't have the money for that. I don't have money. Period. She paused. Are you saying you can't take the case? Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't touch this case, even if I had a magic wand for the simple stuff. The public spotlight and her mayoral ambitions make this case a minefield, not to mention the optics. But these aren't normal circumstances. They aren't. No, said Lamar. The Blocks are the reason I'm living in this tiny apartment, and having to hide from my creditors. He extended his hand, adding a wide smile. I'd be happy to take your case. Chapter 11. The old truck rumbled down I-68 through the northern half of West Virginia. The sun had set an hour before, and the horizon held a fading nimbus. Claire had just finished eating a mediocre sandwich she'd bought at a gas station during a refill, while Dawn was sucking down a fizzy drink through a straw. The bread was tasteless and the ham squashed between the slices was chewy, but she'd been hungry enough to eat roadkill. Want me to drive? I'm awake now. Claire shook her head. No. Wouldn't be able to sleep. Thinking about the lawsuit. Thinking about my lawyer. Regrets. A deranged laugh slipped out. You can only have regrets if you have options. The only thing we have going for us is that he has a personal vendetta against the Blocks. I'm not sure if that's a good thing, said Dawn, hunching her shoulders. You're not helping. Dawn meekly shrunk into the corner of the passenger seat. Sorry. It's not just Lamar I'm thinking about, said Claire. I found Adolphus' diary in the library. It contradicts the story we've been told about his death. That's crazy, said Dawn, sitting up. That's what I thought. He didn't die when the records say he did. A passing semi blinded her briefly. A light rain had started, forcing her to turn on the windshield wipers. The highway glistened. What does that mean? Wish I knew. Could just be that they got it wrong. Might not be anything nefarious, but it's weird at the very least. Gonna ask Canterbury about it? Claire paused. No. Not yet anyway. The highway led them to Charleston, where she took Highway 119 southwest of the city, and then a smaller road directly south into the Kanawha State Forest. The rain continued to fall, coming down heavy at times until she found a campground. The gate was closed, but it was easy to follow other tracks around it. A sign at the entrance warned not to travel into the hills due to non-specific supernatural threats, though the date was a month old and someone had drawn penises in the empty spots between the words. I didn't bring camping gear, said Dawn when she pulled to a stop next to a concrete bathroom. The rain had stopped and a cloud of gnats covered the lights outside. We're not camping. We're hiking. Appalachian ghost owls don't deliver, so we're going to have to find their hunting grounds. I thought we'd be searching during the day, said Dawn, frowning. Finding down in the middle of the forest would be like a needle in a haystack. If we can hear them hunting, then we know where to look. Come on. If we're lucky enough, we could be back on the road tomorrow morning. I guess it's good I got a catnap, said Dawn. Claire pulled a backpack out of the rusty white storage box next to the cab, and slipped into it over her jean jacket. All the grass is all wet, said Dawn as she stepped off the gravel. What did you think this was? Laughed Claire. Here, I'll teach you a little spell that will keep them dry. When you don't have money, camping and hiking are cheap adventures you can find anywhere. With the right enchantments, they can almost be luxurious. I'm not sure about that. After teaching her friend a couple of spells to make the travel easier, they headed into the hills. The enchantment she'd placed on their eyes made seeing without light easier, though it didn't keep Dawn from complaining every time a tree branch dumped rainwater on her when she knocked it. Claire had been tired during the end of the drive, but hiking through the forest at night gave her energy. The smell of petrichor was intoxicating, and she found herself rushing ahead, forgetting to slow for Dawn, who was clearly not a hiker. We've been wandering around for hours, said Dawn when they stopped for a drink. The only thing I can hear is my shoes squishing in the mud. If the enchantment's worn off, you'll have to renew it. Dawn sighed and rubbed her arms. No, it's not that. It doesn't feel like we're getting anywhere. How long are we going to be out here? As long as it takes. I can take you back to the truck if you want. You can sleep in the cab or I can set up a tent, said Claire. No. I'll stay. I said I'd help. It's the least I can do considering all the shit you're going through right now. Ignore my whining. I'm just used to being buried in my covers and snuggling with my body pillow at this time of the night. She snorted. I used to think you being top dog at the hall was glamorous, especially the way the professors always compliment you in class, but now I see how much work you put in. I don't know how you do it. Dawn, said Claire, exasperated. You've been seeing me work this hard for years. Ever since we've known each other. Her friend rolled her eyes. I know. Trust me. I'd rather be snuggled up in bed at this time of the night too. It's not like I like killing myself all the time, but I've got nothing. No family connections, no money, no friends beyond a few people at the hall. Saying it out loud put a weight on her chest. Claire stared at the rain dripping from the trees. They say pull yourself up by your bootstraps, but all I've been doing is tripping myself and landing face first in the mud. The laughter that broke from Dawn's lips had her worried. It was a little deranged and unexpected. Her friend clutched her stomach, and after it passed, she wiped her eyes with the back of her hand. Oh, Claire. You know what that saying actually means. Not what idiots these days think. No, said Claire. It's impossible. You can't grab the strap on your boot and pull yourself higher because of physics. Maybe you could do it with a spell, but certainly not with hard work. It was meant to be sarcasm, but somewhere along the way people started believing it. Dawn paused and squinted. Claire. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to imply that you've been working hard for nothing all these years. No. I mean, yes. I mean, maybe you're right. Maybe I have been doing things all wrong. Trying to defy physics. Squeeze a little bit more out of the day. One more representative. One more paw. One more. A limb cracked somewhere nearby. Claire turned her head sharply in the direction of the noise. Dawn had startled too, so she knew it hadn't been her imagination. Thick foliage blocked her view, though at least the rain had stopped, which made it easier to hear. Claire strained forward, wondering if she was hearing heavy breathing. Hello? Is someone there? The question was answered with a low growl that Claire felt in the base of her gut. Chapter 12. The growl froze Claire in place. Her first thought was that she'd brought her best friend out to the Appalachians to die. Claire was cursed, there was no other way to see it. She took a step forward to place herself in the way of whatever was lurking on the other side of the bushes, and prepared to use the 5 elements to defend herself. Her best element was fire, but given the soaking the woods had received, it wouldn't be that effective. The leaves on the bushes shook, and a figure moved through the gap, placing themselves on the path before them. A tall man wearing a rain jacket and camo hat, carrying a shotgun, appeared before them with a hulking shaggy dog at his side. The animal was massive, almost as tall as the man's hip, with a head the size of a beach ball. Not safe out here, said the man in a thick Appalachian accent. Especially not for 2 unarmed ladies. We're not defenseless, said Dawn angrily. Touch either one of us and I'll blast your head off. Claire put her arm out and gently pushed Dawn behind her while the guy chuckled. He was at least a foot taller than her and had gaunt cheeks, but there was something gloomy about his countenance, as if he'd seen far too much hardship in his life. It's not me you have to worry about. Some idiot in a nearby county had a pet elongated hellcat that escaped its cage. Got into my chickens last night and 3 nights before that, so I know it's in the area. Been hunting it while it prowls. Saw its tracks a few hours ago, but it slipped into the trees and I lost it. Hoping Carl here would pick up the scent, but the rain washed all signs away. Oh, thanks for the warning, said Claire. Sorry about the misunderstanding. No worries. I'm Grayson, and as I said before, this is Carl. Is he friendly? Asked Claire. More than friendly, but warning, he's affectionate, said Grayson. He clucked his tongue. Go on. You can say hi. The big dog bounded forward, almost knocking Claire over. He immediately pushed his head against her chest, and she obliged by digging her fingers into the thick fur. What breed? Part black Russian terrier and something else. He's nearly 150 pounds if you're wondering. Merlin's tits, said Dawn, joining her to scratch the dog's head. Named him after my daughter's favorite Muppet, said Grayson. Claire detected a hint of sadness, so she didn't ask the question that immediately came to mind. She glanced up through the gap in the trees to see a half-moon shining silvery light, while wispy clouds moved past in a hurry. It's a little easier to see now, but how'd you managed in the rain when it was completely dark? I don't see a headlamp, said Claire. Grayson tapped the spot below his eyes. There are spells if you have the know-how. Oh, which hall? Asked Dawn brightly. It's not just hall mages that can use it. But what about phase madness? Asked Dawn. Claire put a hand on her friend's shoulder. We shouldn't be so nosy. A wise suggestion. He hesitated, staring directly at Claire, which made her feel like she was doing something wrong. What are you ladies doing out here? Looking for down from an Appalachian ghost owl. We're in Metallum Nocturne. I need it for my 5th-year project. Grayson made a noise in the back of his throat as he sucked on his teeth. I might have some back at my place. It's useful for warding charms and other things. I was heading back shortly. Been a long night and I've got a long day ahead of me tomorrow. You're welcome to come by and take any extra I might have. I don't. Before Dawn could finish her thought, Claire said, "That would be awesome. Thank you." Grayson checked around them as if he expected to find someone watching before nodding up the path. "We're headed up that ridge and into the valley. Keep up." He turned and strode down the path, forcing them to hurry to keep up. Carl went bounding ahead, moving silently despite his huge size. Dawn made faces at Claire and gestured towards Grayson. She knew what her friend was thinking. He was an unknown quantity in the middle of the deep Kentucky forest. But Dawn was from the city. She didn't know what it was like growing up in a rural area. The Ozarks of southern Missouri, where Claire had grown up, were a lot like the Appalachians. People were proud, but would give you their shirt if you needed it and if they thought you weren't looking down on them. It didn't mean there weren't dangers, but nothing in the world was certain. The path intersected with an old gravel road, with tufts of grass growing up through the raised center. The wider path gave Claire a chance to walk beside Grayson, who seemed content to travel silently. "I really appreciate your generosity. I was expecting to be out here a few days to find any down." Grayson clucked his tongue and nodded. "They're frightening beasts. Screech'll put the fear of eternal damnation in ya. Came upon one once many years ago, in the middle of a clearing. Taken down a small doe no more than 30 pounds. The great bird perched on the fallen deer. We stared at each other for a long time, that owl and I. Do you know why? They say ghost owls escort the dead into the afterlife. Creatures of the veil they are." "Psychopomps," said Claire, remembering the word. "Yes, that's the one. Like the boatman Charon or Anubis. You know your mythology." Grayson snorted softly, then fixed her with a frightening stare. "Some of it ain't mythology. My parents died in a car crash when I was 15. The police said, when they arrived at the scene, the crumpled car was covered in ravens, even though the wreckage was still smoking. Strangest thing they'd ever seen." "Psychopomps." Grayson turned his head. "My house is this way." A side road pushed deeper into the forest along a high ridge. They'd been climbing for the last 10 minutes. The air had grown colder as the winds picked up, rustling the trees and sending rain spit upon them. The structure of an old wooden gate remained at the head of the road. Small objects covered in feathers and wire had been nailed to the beams. Grayson made a gesture as they approached, and Claire thought she saw the glisten of webbing across the entrance. When she passed through, a tingle formed on her flesh. Dawn gave her a worried glance but kept following. Halfway to the house buried in a nest of trees, Claire checked behind them out of instinct, only to find she couldn't see the gate, even though they weren't 50 feet past it. "Claire," whispered Dawn. "We'll be fine," she told her friend, putting up a brave smile even though she was having doubts. Chapter 13. The house wasn't quite a log cabin, but it hadn't been made with modern building techniques either. A stone chimney trickled smoke into the air, putting off the comforting smell of a wood-burning fire. A shed towards the back was next to a chicken coop. Furs hung from wire lines stretched out near the back of the porch. Claire had a good idea that Grayson had built the place with his sturdy hands. Whether he was a survivalist or a man with few options, she hadn't decided. The interior, however, wasn't as rugged as the outside suggested. A wide fireplace was ringed by chairs where Claire imagined herself curled up, reading a book. She spotted a few tomes on the table, but Grayson slipped them into a wooden box near the couch before leaning down to tend to the fire. "Grab a drink in the kitchen, or the bathroom if you need it. You can pretty much see the entire layout from here. My bedroom's in back, but the bathroom is the door right before it." "Oh, thank you," said Dawn. "I've had to go for the last 30 minutes. While her friend hurried to the bathroom, Claire entered the kitchen for a glass of water. "It's well water, but has a touch of sulfur smell. Have a pitcher with a filter in the fridge if it bothers you," said Grayson as he threw more wood into the fire. The big dog Carl had already claimed a spot in front of the fireplace, curling up behind Grayson as he worked. A snort slipped out as the creature slumbered. Claire did as he suggested, pulling out the pitcher, not because the sulfur bothered her as she'd grown up on well water, but she wanted to see what kind of food he ate. The refrigerator was filled with brown eggs from his chickens and other foods he'd gotten from the forest, but it also contained a number of items like yogurt or cheese found at the big box supermarkets. Seeing that he made regular trips into Charleston made her feel a little better about Grayson. "Cozy place you've got here," she said after taking a drink of water. She'd poured 3 glasses, leaving the other 2 on the counter. Grayson shot her a covert glance as he poked the fire, saying nothing. Then he stood up suddenly. "I'll see if I can find that down." Dawn returned about the time he'd left. Her eyes were rounded. "I don't like this place," she whispered. "It's fine." "No, it's not fine." There was another door next to his. Boarded up and runes painted onto the frame. "Something weird's going on." Claire opened her mouth to refute Dawn, thinking it was classism rather than concern, but then she remembered the warding at the entrance to his property. "Fine. Stay alert but don't cause trouble. As soon as we get the down, we can leave." Dawn flared her nostrils. The sooner the better. The fire was warm on approach. Claire set the glass on the little table, and while scratching Carl's enormous head, she peeked into the box to see what Grayson had been reading. The titles immediately put a stone in her gut. Demons of the Deep Forest. A Warlock's Guide to Charms and Elixirs. Beyond the Veil, One Man's Ill-Advised Trip. Dawn gave her a look after she silently closed the box, but Claire didn't want to risk saying their names out loud in case Grayson could hear. "I need to use the bathroom," she said. At the end of the hall, she found the door that Dawn had spoken about. Metallum Nocturne, unlike many of the other halls, taught a narrow specialty that didn't have uses outside of its practices, and rarely overlapped with other disciplines. One of the few areas that did overlap was runic magic. Runes, unlike charms or enchantments, were meant to be permanent. At least until they were damaged or destroyed. Claire recognized at least a couple of the runes etched into the doorframe around the mystery door. They were wards related to the veil. Enthralled by her examination, she missed the footsteps of Grayson approaching, and his door swung wide before she could throw herself into the bathroom. "What are you doing?" Chapter 14. The way the light from the living room shimmered across his gaunt cheeks, the protective spells he had on his property and the wooden door, along with the titles of the tomes, made Claire realize he wasn't just an occasional practitioner of magic, but a full-fledged warlock. Using magic without a patron led to phase madness, but he'd clearly been using it for years without issue, which meant he was pledged to a mage outside of the hall system, or a supernatural creature with considerable power. Given the location in the middle of the deep forest, she didn't think it was a benign being. "I was admiring the runes," she said, words tumbling over her tongue. His jaw pulsed with barely restrained anger. The shadows dancing across his face made him skeletal, haunted by past deeds that glimmered across his brown eyes. "I don't have any down." He brushed past, leaving her stunned in his wake. She used the facilities, returning to a tense scene of Grayson poking the fire with a metal stick, while Dawn stood as far away as possible without looking like she was avoiding him. He stood up and tossed the metal pole into a bin which rattled like chains. "Thank you for your hospitality, Grayson. It's probably best we return to our search. I really appreciate the chance to take a break in the water." Grayson stared back with unblinking eyes. He glanced at the box of tomes as if he suspected she'd been looking without permission. "You're right. It's best you move on." Dawn let out a relieved sigh which Claire wanted to kick her for, but Grayson didn't seem to notice. "I would." The rest of the words never left Dawn's lips because an awful scream from outside the house startled them. The screech made Claire feel like she'd been dunked into a pool of icy water. Grayson moved to action, grabbing for his backpack and motioning frantically at them. "Stay here. The Hellcats come back." Before Claire could say anything, Grayson had barged outside, the screen door slamming shut behind him. "Claire, what did you get me into?" Stunned, it took her a moment to find the words. "I'm sure this looks worse than it is." She peeked out the window, seeing no sign of their host. "I bet he'll kill the Hellcat and we can leave safely." If it's the elongated Hellcat, why did he leave Carl and his shotgun in the house? The dog, hearing his name, glanced up but made no move to leave the warm fire. "I'm getting the fuck out of here," said Dawn, rushing towards the door. Claire met her there, holding her back. "Don't blunder into danger. Let's think about this first." "Think about what?" "We're in a creepy guy's house with weird runes and a screaming Hellcat outside. Or what he wants us to believe is a Hellcat." Claire froze. "I think you're right. I don't think there's an escaped Hellcat. But there is something." The expression on Dawn's face fell to horror. "What?" Claire told her friend the names of the tomes, which brought a hand to her mouth. "Oh shit. Tell me about it." "No. I've read the last book. The Beyond the Veil one." It was Claire's turn to be surprised. "You have?" "Contrary to my current appearance, I used to be a goth girl, which in my circles came with the expected occult readings, Ouija boards and black lipstick. The tome is about the patron of Umbra Velam, and how he survived a trip to the Veil. It was his catabasis." "His what?" "A journey to the underworld, like in the myths." Dawn shook her head. "Humans aren't supposed to be able to survive for long in the Veil. Our presence draws the near dead." "Claire, I don't like what those books mean. He's a warlock for sure, but who or what is he pledged to? For all we know, he could be planning on coming back to kill us in return for his continued power. What I want to know is why he said he had a daughter, but there's no sign of her in the house." "If I had to guess," said Dawn, "I would say he had to kill her in return for his power. I bet if we broke down that door, we'd find an altar to whatever being he's pledged to." "I don't know. I'm not entirely sure that makes sense." She gestured to Carl. "Dogs are notorious for sensing creatures from the Veil. Why hasn't he reacted? Or made a fuss about what's going on?" Grayson didn't say what else Carl was a breed of. "What if he's some sort of demonic hound?" "Does he look demonic to you?" asked Claire. Dawn rubbed the back of her neck. "No. He's big, fluffy and sweet. I'm going outside to look for him." "You're what?" asked Dawn. "Something's not right. He should be back already. I don't like waiting. You can stay in here with Carl if you want." "I will," said Dawn. When Claire reached the door, the big dog lumbered back to his feet and trotted over, which made Dawn give an exasperated sigh. "Fine. I'll come out into the spooky fucking woods with you and hunt down our warlock host." Chapter 15. Outside the house, the wind had picked up and the moon was no longer visible through the trees, leaving them in near darkness. Carl trotted through the leaves, crunching them beneath his massive weight. Claire followed him around the house to find him sniffing at something brown and covered in blood. At first, she thought it was a severed head until she realized it was a dead chicken. "It was recently killed," said Claire. "Why isn't he eating the chicken? Don't dogs like dead things?" Carl sniffed at the still body, but didn't get closer than a few feet, which was as strange as Dawn had suggested. "If it was an elongated Hellcat, wouldn't it have dragged it into the woods to eat it?" asked Dawn. Claire hated that she didn't have a rational explanation for the presence of the dead chicken, or Carl's behavior. "Are you sure we can't just get the hell out of here?" "I want to." Merlin's tits, Claire. "Do you have to be the best at everything, including dying in the Appalachian forest?" "Let's just find Grayson and then we can leave. If he was attacked and is injured somewhere, then I think we'd be awful people if we left." When Dawn crossed her arms, she added, "We don't know anything yet, and we're letting our imaginations get away from us." "Fine. But no splitting up." "I wouldn't think of it." She crouched down and scratched Carl's ear. "Can you lead us to Grayson?" The dog perked up and immediately trotted towards the front of the cabin. After a moment of frenzied sniffing, Carl headed down the slope in the opposite direction than they'd arrived. The trees grew more gnarled and there was less room between them as they traveled down the hill. Halfway down, the scent of rotting vegetation filled her nose so thoroughly she wanted to sneeze. Beside her, Dawn pinched her nostrils and shook her head. "That's awful," she said loudly, then again quieter. "That's awful." Carl dropped into a low crouch, a growl emanating from his big body. Before Claire could put a hand on his collar, he bounded down the hill, disappearing into the darkness. Claire grabbed Dawn's hand and followed at a run. The wet leaves and old trees made their rapid travel perilous. They almost fell a few times, using each other's weight to stay upright. At the bottom of the hill, a thick mist formed. Claire descended into the fog, squeezing Dawn's hand for assurance. "Carl," called Dawn too quietly. A cold blue glow formed in the mist to their left. The shape floated about 30 feet from their location, wavering in a way that suggested they should follow. "That's a spirit," whispered Dawn. "No shit. But it is friendly. I wish I knew." Claire edged forward and the spirit moved away. As it shimmered through the fog, she had the impression of a young girl. Was it Grayson's daughter? Or some unrelated apparition? Claire no longer believed there was an elongated hellcat on the loose. "Why would Grayson care about entering the Vale?" asked Claire as they followed the spirit through the fog, over soggy leaves and puddles that grew larger the further they went. "Orpheus entered the underworld to retrieve Eurydice and bring her back to the living. Others went for knowledge or power. The myths are filled with tales of catabasis, and most scholars believe some part of their tales were true based on what we know of the Vale, though the details are probably made up for fiction's sake. What if Grayson killed his daughter, but regretted it later and has been trying to get her back?" asked Claire. Dawn's shoes slopped to a stop on the wet leaves. "That makes him a bad person. Maybe we should go back. He could be trying to lure us into a trap." She checked behind them. "I wish Carl was here." A shift in the fog gave Claire a longer view of what was ahead, including the hulking form of Carl. The enormous dog was crouched low, as if afraid of being spotted. A pained whine emanated from the dog's lips. The spirit was no longer visible, but they crept forward until they were parallel with Carl, his tail giving one small thump before returning to silence. The fog had grown thick, and the darkness saturated it like ink. An elongated shape rippled in the distance, both towering and small. Claire didn't know what she was seeing until she realized it was Grayson on his knees. Ropes or vines wrapped around his arms, which tugged him forward towards a gaping hole in the trunk of a massive tree. Before Claire could take a step forward, the vines yanked Grayson into the darkness at the center of the trunk. A tortured cry slipped from his lips before he disappeared. Chapter 16. The low whine that slipped from Carl's lips was swallowed by the thick foggy air. Swirls hid, then revealed the enormous tree that had just eaten Grayson. Dawn's fingernails were digging into Claire's arm, though she didn't remember her friend grabbing her. That's... The words sputtered from Dawn's lips as she stared agape. "What?" asked Claire, not sure she really wanted to know. "It's a nekia. A tree that lives on the border between this realm and the Vale." "A gate?" "Yes, I suppose. A gate." "Oh shit." "Yeah, oh shit." Claire stared at the swirling mist. The tree made the pit in her stomach open to a yawning chasm. She felt like her heels were barely on the edge of the cliff, and the emptiness was drawing her forward. "What do we do?" asked Dawn. A faint light to their left, about 10 feet away, had them both turning. The ghostly blue apparition floated before them. This time it was clear that it was a young girl, maybe 8 or 9. She reminded Claire of herself when she was that age, except this girl had wires attached to her arms and dark circles around her eyes. She was gaunt, not like her father but in sickness. The anguish on her face was palpable. She extended her little arm towards the tree, as if she was suggesting they go after him. Claire. Her name came from Dawn's lips, sharp and urgent. Claire turned her head to see on the opposite side of the clearing, near the base of the Nekia tree, was another apparition. This one was menacing and dark like an oily patch in an old warehouse. It oozed decay. That's what killed the chickens. Did your books about the veil tell you what to do when you encountered a spirit? Dawn whimpered. As the menacing spirit moved closer, Carl's growl grew more intense until he was standing, his hackles forming a ridge along his back. I think I remembered something, said Dawn breathlessly. Maybe. Maybe's better than nothing. Dawn dug into the small backpack she'd brought on the trip until she found a tiny leather bag with a metal clip, holding it tight. Her hands shook as she tried to open the bag as the apparition moved towards them slowly and inexorably. She pulled out 2 quarters and handed one to Claire. Breathe on it. What? Not air. But phase. Imbue it with phase. Using magic required tapping into the raw stuff of creation called phase. It came from the base of her skull, or that's at least where it felt like it came from. Claire called forth her phase, exhaling onto the coin. Her nose tickled, and tiny speckles of golden light formed before disappearing into the void. Throw them at the spirit. The bad one. Following Dawn's example, she tossed the coin towards the spirit. As soon as the metal passed through it, the apparition faded into the mist. Why did that work? It's an obol. A coin of passage. You're supposed to give it to the boatman Charon, to ferry you across the Styx. I honestly didn't think that was going to work, but some of the myths were rooted in actual practices. The books I read suggested it, but no one had ever claimed they'd actually done it. Now what? I guess it depends on what we're doing. Claire checked to her left. The spirit of the young girl was visibly urging her on towards the tree. I think she wants us to go after her father. I was afraid you'd say that. But that means you're coming. Dawn sighed. It does. Claire edged towards the tree with Dawn on her heels. Carl joined them after a moment, his heavy steps crunching leaves. She kept her hands up, expecting the vines to try and capture her. A burst of elemental flame would keep them back. She hoped. The darkness at the center of the tree beckoned. A greenish light glowed deep within, suggesting the tree opened into a large space. The veil. The place between the living and the dead. A place she knew she shouldn't be going. What do you think, Carl? She put her hand on the back of the dog's neck. The hackles were only slightly raised. I don't like this tree. I don't think it likes us either, said Dawn. Claire put one foot in front of the other until she was passing through the gap where she'd seen Grayson dragged by the vines. The greenish light grew brighter, and she had the sensation of seeing through a thin membrane. As she stepped through, a pressure formed on her skin and she was no longer inside the tree, but on a vast desecrated plain. The sky was the dark green before a storm, and strange noises that her mind wasn't supposed to hear sounded like voices. In the near distance a presence shrieked, and she could feel its hatred towards her. But she was distracted by the scene ahead. Not far from the gate was a woman made of bark and darkness, the Nekia tree made real, standing next to a kneeling Grayson. Her menacing green eyes shone as she rippled the rough flesh of her arm. A vine coiled around his neck. His gaunt expression spoke of sadness and the final end. Begone. He made his deal and now he has to pay the price. Chapter 17. A keening wail rose upon the plain as she studied the creature that had Grayson by the neck. He looked defeated. Why are you doing this? Asked Claire as Dawn tugged her towards the portal behind them. Something's coming, she whispered. We can't be here. The dog Carl was whining again. He looked trapped between his desire to reach his owner and flee out the portal. She knew what he felt like. A bargain was struck. He's refused to pay the price, so I must take it from his flesh. It wasn't a human voice but the sound of vines creaking or wood cracking. Her mind translated it into words. What bargain? Nothing that should matter to you, said the Nekia tree. Dawn tugged her backwards. We have to go. Something's coming. Something bad. Claire didn't need her friend to tell her. She could feel it too. Whatever it was, it hated them intensely for being alive. It was something with his daughter. You were supposed to help her, said Claire, remembering the wires attached to her skin and the gaunt expression. She was in a hospital but they couldn't do anything, so he made a deal with you, but she died anyway. A life for a life, said the Nekia tree. He couldn't do it, said Claire, understanding. She couldn't see Grayson's face well, but she could see the anguish in his eyes. The runes on the door, the sign at the campgrounds about the supernatural threats made sense to her now. He couldn't take another life to save his daughter. She died recently, maybe a few months ago. That's when the sign went up, when people were seeing her, or something else. She remembered the motto on the wall of the foundry. May the seeds of your mistakes bear fruit tomorrow, except these seeds were rotten, and now he must eat this deadly fruit. Then you understand, said the tree. Leave him to me or you'll be joining him soon enough. The worst of both worlds, said Claire. He let his daughter die, but you still wanted your debt. Did you send him after us, or did you want to claim us after we arrived? He's a weak fool. I sent my minion to remind him, but when he wouldn't do it, I had to lure him back here. The debts of the Vale are strong, said Dawn. I hate to say this, but we have to leave him. We're out of time. The approaching presence felt like the baying of hounds, except these were made of the souls trapped between the living and the dead, angry that they weren't able to move on. In a fit of frustration, Claire sent a bolt of fire at the Nekia's head. She knew she performed the gestures perfectly, but the result was a wet flame that died long before it reached the tree. Your magic doesn't work here. Is there another way? If you kill him, you'll never get your prize. He's my prize. A life for a life, unless you're volunteering. Give him back to us. We'll find a way to pay his debt. With interest. But he has to leave with us. The Nekia tree sneered. Liar. I know you have no intention of returning. He was only weak enough because of his daughter. You would not kill another in cold blood, even to save his life. From behind her, Dawn spoke with need. Claire. I know. The horde of creatures approaching was like standing on an empty beach as the winds of a hurricane rose to a crescendo, safety nowhere to be found. Before she lost her nerve, Claire burst forward, rushing towards the Nekia. The tree released one vine from Grayson's neck, lashing out at her. She tried to dodge the appendage, but it whipped her face, opening up a gash on her cheek, which only intensified the baying. Fresh blood was like a beacon to the near dead. Claire dodged under and grabbed the vine around Grayson's neck, pulling with all her strength. The second vine wrapped around her midsection. Volunteer accepted. No, she screamed as she punched the vines, trying to break free as Dawn screamed at her from the edge of the portal. Carl barked loudly, his hackles at full attention. Claire kept pummeling the vine, but it wouldn't budge. The appendage squeezed around her midsection with a strength that should have cracked ribs. Then the Nekia screeched as if she'd been burnt by flame. The vine released, leaving her free again. What sorcery of the Night Queen have you smuggled here? Gasped the Nekia. Claire checked down to find her shirt shredded and the striations of night metal peeking through the gaps. Seeing an opportunity, she shoved her hip against the vine that clutched Grayson's neck. It uncoiled instantly as the Nekia gasped in bright pain. Grabbing his calloused hand, she dragged him away as the creatures of the Vale descended upon the gate. Claire had no idea if they could follow, but she wasn't going to stay either way. The four of them crashed through the opening, falling into the wet leaves of the Appalachian forest. Claire spun around, facing the opening, waiting for the denizens of the Vale to come rushing after. Chapter 18. Vines in the tree undulated towards Claire as she sat in the wet leaves. Carl growled, lunging as they came near, but there were dozens hanging from the canopy of the enormous tree. Back! Dawn was on her feet. A gout of flame came rushing from her hands, crisping the approaching vines, turning them to char. She continued her advance, blasting the Nekia tree with elemental fire. Claire joined her friend. Now that they were out of the veil, their magic had returned. If there was an element that students of Metallum Nocturne were well trained in, it was fire. Years of practice in the foundry made her feel part inferno herself. Claire added to the flame that jetted from Dawn's hands, washing over the wide trunk, where the hole at the center glowed with the greenish light of the veil. "She's keeping the gate open," said Grayson, climbing to his feet. His voice was raw from being strangled. "We have to close it, or we're all dead." The urgency brought more flame, which licked up the trunk, climbing into the limbs like crimson snakes. "Close the gate and release him or we'll turn you to ashes," screamed Claire. A low, guttural moan came from the Nekia tree. Within the gap, Claire could see faint shapes threatening to push through. The near-dead were almost upon them. "Now! Or I'll use the night metal." The gaping hole creaked shut like an eye closing. Screams followed but quickly faded to silence. Claire let the flame fall from her fingers and touched Dawn's shoulder to do the same. The air smelled like smoldering flesh. "You have to free him or we'll start burning again." Grayson fell to his knees with a cry, and Claire was afraid that he was being choked again. But then a shadowy mist floated out from his chest and was absorbed by the tree. When it was finished, he collapsed forward sobbing. Carl nudged him with his wet nose. "Let's get him out of here." Between the two of them, they managed to get him onto his feet. Within a dozen yards, he was walking on his own. Nothing bothered them on the way back to the cabin. Claire fell into a chair the moment they were inside, exhaustion hitting her like an avalanche while Dawn took the spot opposite. Grayson collapsed in front of the fire next to Carl, tears streaming down his cheeks. No one spoke for at least an hour. Not until Grayson managed to sit up in front of the fire, wiped his face with the back of his hand. "Thank you. I don't deserve what you did, but thank you." "People do awful things in grief," said Claire. "I almost agreed to kill you. What kind of person even considers it? If they're being honest, probably everyone." Carl put his head in Grayson's lap. He scratched the furry beast's ears, which brought satisfied moans. "At least someone wasn't too traumatized by tonight's events," said Dawn, chuckling. "Was I right about what I said?" asked Claire. "More or less," said Grayson. "I'd always known about the Nekia tree. It was a place to be avoided, but after she was diagnosed, I didn't know what to do. I went to the tree in weakness. And resisted its worst impulses in strength," said Claire. Dawn nodded towards her shredded shirt. "What was with the night metal thing?" "It's from the accident." Dawn approached, kneeling down. "Can I?" Claire lifted her arm, giving her friend access. She ran her fingers over the dark striations. "You have night metal embedded in your skin." "Something like that." "Is it dangerous?" Claire sighed. "I wish I knew." Dawn looked like she was going to ask another question, and then she leaned closer, reached out and plucked something that had been tangled in the shreds of her shirt. A cluster of wispy pale fibers was squeezed between her forefinger and thumb. "What's that?" Dawn's mouth hung open. "Nekia filaments." "Are they useful?" "Useful?" asked Dawn incredulously. "These are super rare because you have to get them from inside the veil. You can't just poke around on a Nekia tree, never mind it trying to strangle you, and collect them." "At least we got something out of it," said Claire. "No, you don't understand. You came here for Ghost Owl Down, but Nekia filaments are like a nuclear-grade version of it." "They are?" she asked. "Shit." Claire borrowed a small bottle that had once held a prescription to hold the filaments. Despite the time, no one felt sleepy. As the hesitant light of day formed in the sky, Grayson moved to the kitchen and started cooking them a breakfast of bacon, eggs, hash browns, and homemade buttermilk biscuits. It was her favorite, he told them when he served their plates. What's her name? Crystal. Claire smiled as she slipped a piece of crispy bacon into her mouth. That's a pretty name. Grayson stared at his plate before sopping the yellow egg yolk with a broken piece of biscuit. Tears welled in his eyes. After helping him clean the dishes, Claire gave a sleepy Carl her goodbyes, which consisted of ample ear scratches. Grayson walked them back to the path, which would set them on the trail back to the parking lot where her truck was waiting. He waved goodbye as they headed away, the words never quite reaching his lips. I hope he's all right, said Dawn when they were on the bottom half of the hill. It'll take time, said Claire, thinking about her own experiences with grief. After her parents died, it had taken years for the anger to subside. If it ever does. Chapter 19. The outside of the courthouse made Claire think she was walking into a museum. A marble statue of a robed male with a trimmed beard commanded the top of the 3 flights of stairs. Her dark blue sleeveless blouse and pants with a hole in the inseam seemed completely out of place compared to the Armani suits and expensive silk dresses worn by the other people at the court. The first ward of the city felt like an entirely different place, and not only because it had the largest cluster of skyscrapers. In the other inner ring wards, magic was big and flashy. The second ward put on illusionary shows each night. The third ward, known for its stores and shops, held all kinds of magic for a price. Even the fourth ward, which didn't have a distinctive presence like the others, had a mishmash of magical businesses. The first ward, on the other hand, kept its magic subtle and classy. She guessed half the jewelry she saw served some protective or enhancement purpose. You can't go in there like that, said a familiar voice from behind. What? Exclaimed Claire, spinning around. The reporter, Elle Dark from the Invictus Times, appeared from behind the statue. She wore a black pantsuit with a black coat over a cream-colored long-sleeved silk shirt. I love your tattoos, but you can't be sleeveless in the Court of Arcane. Judge Ambersand is a stickler for rules and a bit of a misogynist. It won't be a good start for your trial, said Elle apologetically. I don't have time to find a jacket, said Claire, feeling like her lawyer should have warned her, but considering she wasn't really paying him, she found it hard to complain. She listed about as her palms grew sweaty. Elle raised an eyebrow. I can lend you my jacket, if you promise to give me an interview. That's blackmail. It's not blackmail. It's quid pro quo. I'm helping you, so I'm asking you to help me. And frankly, given the narrative online with the mayoral campaign, you could really use some help. Feeling like she had no choice, Claire held out her hand. Fine. I'll give you an interview. Elle set her matching shoulder bag onto the concrete and half pulled the jacket off. You have to promise to talk to me. No sitting on the opposite side of the table in silence. I'll talk. Might as well. Not like anything else is going right for me. The jacket was tight around her shoulders and upper arms. She feared if she flexed she might split it in back. Looks good on you, said Elle, handing over a business card. Thanks. No, I want you to write your number on it. Claire pulled out her phone and unlocked it. Just put your info in here and text yourself. After the exchange was finished, Claire hurried into the building. The security line was long. She feared she was going to be late, especially when the arcane detectors sent up alarms, but she explained she had embedded enhancements, and after showing them the night metal striations on her side, they waved her through. She managed to reach the courtroom with a minute to spare. Her lawyer, Lamar, was waiting outside in a shoddy brown suit that didn't fit him correctly. Nice jacket, he said. Claire tried to smile, but her stomach ached. What's going to happen? They'd talked on the phone the day after she'd gotten back from Kentucky, but since then she'd been busy researching the next steps for her ring. He wrinkled his nose, which made the grey hair sticking out waggle. Today will be straightforward. The blocks will formally enter their charge and will respond. This will give us the chance for discovery. Discovery, she repeated, remembering his explanation previously. That's when both sides get to ask for information. Right, though in this case, it's mostly going to be one way, given that the other party is deceased. Mara's face rose up in her mind. An avoidable tragedy. Claire wished she understood that day better, including who had put her name down on the sheet. We'd better get in there. Our case is up next. The moment she stepped through the door, the flash of a camera nearly blinded her. She flinched, stumbling forward and nearly knocking over Lamar. The disturbance brought a frown from the old judge behind the bench. She was led to an area near the front. As she settled into the seat, she felt heat from being stared at, and realized it was Annette and Andrew Block on the opposite side of the court. The venom she was receiving made Claire want to sink into her own skin. She knew she had nothing to do with their daughter's death, but the intense glare made her feel like she had. As the judge began explaining how the trial would proceed, Claire couldn't help think about Grayson's grief and how it had led him to put himself at risk. She checked back to the blocks, sensing none of the same energy, but she decided it was hard to compare. He was a loner warlock in the middle of the Kentucky forest, and they were wealthy, self-made business owners who had aspirations for higher office. Miss Teller. Claire froze. The entire court was staring at her, including her lawyer. Is that correct? Lamar gave her a slow nod. Yes. The old man behind the high bench frowned and spoke menacingly. Yes, Your Honor. A pit opened in her stomach. Yes, Your Honor. Judge Ambersand turned towards the blocks, a smile returning to his wrinkled face. He spoke to them as if they were old friends at a dinner party. Claire wasn't even sure their conversation was part of the trial. She felt like a servant watching royalty interact. The rest of the pleading was over in the blink of an eye. The part that left a ball of slag in her gut was that the blocks were suing her for $1.8 million. She'd read the number in the original suit, but hearing it in court made it real. If she lost the case, Lamar had explained they would take her future wages, essentially making her an indentured servant for the blocks. The prospect of not only losing everything she'd worked for in the past, but her entire future, was daunting. When it was over, she found herself outside the courtroom. Lamar sighed heavily, which she took as a bad sign. Am I roadkill? His nostrils flared as she glanced towards the blocks and their lawyer striding past them as if they'd already won. It's not good if that's what you're asking. I thought this part was straightforward. Just a formality, she said. Normally it is, but that exchange between Judge Ambersand and the blocks was disturbing. Far beyond the typical respect given. I worry that Annette Block's mayoral campaign is going to affect the trial. What? Why should it? Shouldn't the law be equal? Asked Claire. Lamar snorted wistfully. I wish it was, but the truth is that people in power or with more money have an advantage. I knew going in that this would be tough, especially since it's a civil trial rather than criminal. The burden of proof is lower, but if the judge is friendly to their side, it's going to make my job harder. Great, said Claire. I'm fucked already. Hey, said Lamar, placing his hand on her upper arm. You can't have that attitude in this fight. One of the reasons I agreed to take the case was because Canterbury's an old friend, and he said you were a fighter. I thought you took it because you wanted revenge. That's true too, but there's no point if there's no chance at winning. I know it looks bad, they've got every advantage, but I've won worse cases. I've got to know that you're going to stay tough. Can you do that? I can. I will. Lamar held out a hand which she shook firmly. Be strong. He checked over his shoulder. Now please excuse me, I have to follow up with some old friends about another case. Lamar grabbed his leather shoulder bag and disappeared into the crowd, leaving Claire alone in the marble halls. She thought about what her lawyer had said about the blocks having all the advantages, and pulled up the reporter's number. Claire's thumb hovered over the text button, but she wasn't ready to talk yet. There were more pressing concerns. First, she needed to figure out who put her name on the sign-in sheet. Chapter 20. Professor Wolf's office was connected to the foundry by a set of reinforced double doors. Claire went through the other entrance from the outside. Since the accident, and the initial visit, she hadn't wanted to be in the foundry because it only reminded her of the shambles of her life. "Claire," said Professor Wolf from behind his desk. He had wavy grey hair and permanent smile lines around his mouth. "How are you doing? I can't imagine how difficult this is for you, with the lawsuit and everything." "That's what I'm here about," she said. "Are you sure you don't want to talk about you first? I might be a crotchety old professor, but I can see when someone's hurting. You look like you're ready to punch a hole through a wall. Accidents in the foundry, especially when someone dies, can leave slag on the heart. You've got to break that free before you can really live again." His comment made her realize she'd been clenching her hands into fists. The whole way over to the foundry, she'd been thinking about the day of the explosion. "I didn't sign that approval sheet. I was in the middle of my project, and wouldn't have had time to watch a first year." "Your name was on it," said Professor Wolf. "I don't know who put it there, but it wasn't me. That's why I'm here anyway. I want to figure out why my name was on it, and who might have put it there." "Claire," said Professor Wolf, "I know guilt can be a difficult thing. It messes with the mind." She pounded her fist on his desk. "I know it wasn't me." The way he looked at her outburst had her questioning herself. "I'm sorry, Claire. I would help, but I've already turned over the documents to the court." "Already?" The first court date was only yesterday. "A courier arrived in the afternoon. I put all the requested documents in the folder, and handed them over. From my understanding, you can get copies from your lawyer. I've been an expert witness in quite a few trials over the years, so I'm well acquainted with how they unfold. I was hoping to see the original sheet." "Why?" Claire ran her fingers through her hair. "To see if it was tampered with. I'm not entirely sure really, but I know for certain I never signed it. This isn't a guilt thing, please believe me, Professor Wolf." His eyes rounded with sadness. "I do, Claire, but it's not me you have to convince." "Thank you." She took a step towards the door before turning back. "You knew Adolphus, right?" "I did, barely. He died during my 4th year in the hall. Was a tragedy on several levels, but thankfully Canterbury was there to take over, or it could have been much worse. That's one of the things that I was curious about. When a patron dies, they're no longer protecting their students, and the phase blowback often kills some of them. I was reading up on those events recently, but I couldn't find any evidence that a single student had died. Why is that?" Professor Wolf's mouth hung open. If he knew that patron Adolphus still lived, then he'd have a difficult time explaining. She watched his expression for clues. "It's been a long time, Miss Teller," he said eventually. "But I recall we were all really sick. I stayed in bed for a week until Canterbury took over. It could be that the nature of our hall protected us more than others, but frankly, I was too happy to have survived to worry about why." She didn't believe him for no reason, other than it didn't add up given what she knew about the diary. He was a good professor. One of the best in the hall. He'd had his name on more research papers than anyone else, and was the only one outside of the patron with both knight metal and mage steel experience. He also had a kind heart, which made it hard to accept that he wasn't being truthful about the previous patron. "I have a class in a few minutes," he said, rising and grabbing his Kevlar jacket and hard hat from the rack. "Is there anything else?" She started to say no, and then a question appeared in her mind. "There is one thing. I was doing some research and ran across an account of patron Adolphus' death. It suggested that it took a few days longer than was reported, and that he seemed to be suffering from unique effects from the night metal exposure. Do you know anything about that? Professor Wolf set the hard hat on his head while he glanced askew. Does this have to do with your accident? Are you suffering from side effects from the exposure? No, she said right away. But given that I was exposed, I thought I should be on the lookout for any. He nodded thoughtfully. Wise, but no, I'm not aware of the former patron suffering from side effects. I was only a fourth year. It's not like they were telling us much, so if something did happen, I wouldn't have known about it. She wasn't sure why, but she was certain he was lying. It pained her to think so. Thanks, Professor Wolf. I have to get going as well. Thank you for your time. He headed into the foundry, and she returned to the hallways. The idea that he was holding back information hurt. He was her favorite professor, the one that had taught her more than anyone else. Of course, she had no proof other than her intuition, but given how much time she'd spent with him over the course of her 5 years at the hall, she thought it was a valid critique. Chapter 21. Claire woke believing she was suffering from a heart attack. Her chest felt like she'd been stabbed through the sternum. She clasped her hands over the spot, gasping for air, and curled into a ball. When the pain subsided enough that she thought she wouldn't die in the next few minutes, she reached for the lamp unerringly in the dark, switched it on, and recoiled from the brightness. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Claire calmed her breath and rubbed her chest, finding a tendril of night metal had curled beneath her breast, the tip looking like a dark vine reaching towards her neck. The flesh was hard and cool like the other sections. It wasn't just the pain and the fear of death, but the dream she'd been having before she woke. She'd been in a dark place. Claire had been creeping through a building that made her think of a cathedral, but it wasn't made of solid materials but shadows. The dream had lasted until she'd placed her hand on a door that led to an inner sanctum intending to open it. The dream and the growth of the night metal seemed related, though she knew the stress she was under wasn't helping. Since there was no way she was going to be able to sleep again, Claire decided to head to the gym. As she dressed for an early morning workout, she thought about the initial waking, and how it had felt like she could see the lamp in the dark. Claire dismissed it as muscle memory, and her mind trying to justify the illusion. The workout was one of the best of her lifetime. Despite the early hour, she blew past at least 4 personal bests and was certain she could continue working out for another few hours, but wanted to get back to research. She still didn't have any idea of what the next 2 reagents for her project were going to be, nor did she know how she would pay for another batch of night metal. It was almost as expensive as megasteel. The only reason it wasn't more was due to the limited use. Claire had cashed in a favor with a friend the last time, and they'd sworn they wouldn't touch the stuff again afterwards. The hall library was empty. Claire hung in the doorway until she decided that she'd exhausted the material available. If she was going to figure out what was happening to her, it would have to come from outside the hall. The good news was the City of Sorcery had the greatest collection of arcane bookstores anywhere in the world, and possibly the realms. She took the train to the 3rd ward, which was next to the 10th. The spire, the enormous tower at the center of the city, sparkled in the morning sunlight. Left Tower Books wasn't open when she arrived, so she found the nearest Wizard's Coffee for a cup and a Danish while she waited. Left Tower Books wasn't the largest bookstore in the city, but it held a special place in her heart. When she'd first come to the 100 Halls, she didn't have much money, and while the city library could have provided endless free books, she liked the cozy feel of Left Tower Books. "Morning, Claire," said Mark from behind the counter as he was flipping through papers. He was reed thin with grey hair along the side of his head. "What a lovely surprise. Did you remember that we still existed?" An unbidden smile broke across her face. "It's been a rough year. I haven't had much free time." "Rough year?" asked Mark, scrunching up his face. "Mark," came a voice from the back. A slightly heavier man with a bushy moustache and heavily dyed black hair appeared from the back room with a stack of books in his arms. "Aren't you just the worst, asking her that after everything that's happened?" "Well, thank you, Carl, for putting me on the spot like that," said Mark. "Either way, I look like a blessed fool." "It's okay, Mark. I don't expect everyone to be following the news," said Claire. "The news?" asked Mark, expressing sympathy. "That can't be good." His partner Carl dropped his books on a table, sighing with relief. He gave a quick rundown of the accident and lawsuit with the mayoral candidate, Annette Bloch. "Oh, Claire," said Mark, rushing around the counter with mincing steps, holding out his arms and giving her a big hug. When he pulled away, he tilted his head and flexed his arm. "You've gotten stronger, haven't you? I felt like I was hugging a fancy, pink-haired gorilla." "Mark," exclaimed Carl. "She knows I'm not calling her a gorilla. Just as strong as one. You get that, right?" "It's fine. I understand," she said, remembering why she enjoyed the bookstore more than the others. "How can we help make your life a smidge less horrific?" said Carl with a wink at Mark. "I assume you weren't in here bright and early because you missed us." "I'm sorry I haven't been around." Carl made shooing motions. "Please. Never apologize for that. People have their lives, but when they need help, we're here. Whether it's for a summer beach book recommendation, or one on how to keep shadow demons from invading your cellar." "I'm looking for books about night metal," she told them. "Night metal?" asked Mark with a furrowed brow. "I'm not as familiar with that." "Mark, didn't I just tell you that's what blew up in the accident? I swear if I didn't remind him a dozen times a day about the easiest things." Mark stuck his tongue out slyly, which suggested to Claire that he was doing it on purpose. Carl threw up his hands and marched into the back of the bookstore, motioning for her to follow. He brought her to the rare book room, which was behind a locked door. She'd visited the room, but never bothered reading much because the topics were so esoteric that they never caught her interest. The room had a comforting musty smell, as the books were significantly older than the rest in the bookstore. "Now where was that book?" said Carl, licking his finger and smoothing his bushy moustache. He pulled a worn-edged tome that looked at least 100 years old, and after checking the table of contents handed it over. "Mysteries of the Arcane." He rolled his eyes. "Pretentious and mostly out of date, but I remember reading a section on night metal when we acquired it. Fascinating from a historical point of view, but not so practical." "I can't afford it," said Claire, checking the price tag. "You can stay here and read it. Ignore the no pictures sign on the door. If you need to snap a few, I give you my permission. Just don't tell Mark." It was her turn to roll her eyes. "Thanks, Carl. I can't tell you how much I appreciate your kindness." Carl squeezed her upper arm, raising an eyebrow at the firmness of her muscles. "You really are a delightful pink-haired gorilla. In strength, of course." She chuckled. "I'll put it back after I'm done." Carl paused before leaving. "If you need me to take care of that Miss Bloch for you, let me know and I will kick her right in the biscuit. She is nothing but bad news for this city, riling up people over the littlest things, making them all nasty and mean. And what she's doing to you is unconscionable." Claire settled onto a lime green beanbag chair in the corner, resting the hefty tome on her knees. The table of contents read like a list of superstitions about magic. She wasn't sure what Carl was intending her to read until she saw the listing, mythical materials. She paged to the section and started skimming. The text was a who's who of fictional materials like orichalcum, mithril, and adamantine. The last one at least had a modern analogue, but it required heavy use of enchantments to achieve the simulated impact strengths. There was no mention of Megestiel, which came from the Dana, but she wasn't surprised because the portal systems that connected the realms only came about in the last 50 years. She was beginning to wonder if Carl had been mistaken, until she found a few paragraphs towards the end talking about the Night Mother. The text read like a description of a horror movie, explaining that those who sought the Night Mother usually ended up flayed alive or enslaved forever in the realm of Umbra. Claire was well read enough to know there was no realm with that name, but given the publishing date of the tome, it was unsurprising. The early years of magic were filled with superstition and fear. She was convinced that there was nothing useful in the text until she hit the last line. The tears of the Night Mother were collected in the halls of shadow, and mixed with mundane metals of the highest quality, to produce a material with unusual qualities this author can only describe as night metal. Chapter 22. The Grind was a small coffee shop in the 10th ward. It was new enough that it had few customers, which was why Claire had picked it for her meeting. She sat nervously in the back, out of view of the front windows, her knees bouncing beneath the table. She'd already drank half her coffee, which had given her anxiousness. "This place is cute," said Elle with a handbag over her forearm, neck craning in all directions. She sat across from Claire. "I love the motifs of the students studying or practicing their magics. Makes me wish I'd had an ounce of phase to join the halls." The reporter was wearing a flower-patterned dress with matching headband reminiscent of the 60s. She set a notebook and recorder on the table between them. "Magic can be a curse sometimes," said Claire, fidgeting with her fingernails beneath the table. If Elle wasn't across from her, she'd already be chewing on them. Elle pulled a pink pen with a piece of pink fluff on the end from her purse. She froze when she looked up. "You don't have to be nervous. I'm just asking questions, getting your side of the story, which frankly, Claire, you need. Annette has a whole team of PR professionals tearing you down one article at a time, in the Herald of the Halls." Claire's stomach sank into her knees. She'd avoided reading the paper, but knew that her classmates were. Some tried to mistakenly engender solidarity by telling her some of the awful things being printed, while others just gave her side eye in the halls of Metallum Nocturne. "I don't read the paper," she said. Elle put her hand out halfway across the table. Her nails were a bright pink matching the pen. "That's probably a good thing right now." "What are they saying?" asked Claire. "Are you sure?" asked Elle with a raised eyebrow. "No, but yes. Keep in mind that she's doing this to further her mayoral campaign. She's been rising in the polls, partially from her anti-Halls rhetoric, but also sympathy for what happened to her daughter." "Just tell me," said Claire. Elle didn't look away. She stared straight back at Claire as she explained. "They've gone after your parents, dredging up their death and insinuating that they were drunk." "What? Why would they do that?" "They're pushing the narrative that you come from a family of degenerates. They've also published little accounts from your years at the halls, like the time you nearly beat up one of your fellow students over a minor problem in the foundry. Something trivial about temperature. That's bullshit. And fucking Mark. I can't believe he was talking to reporters about me. I didn't yell at him, well, not really, but when the induction furnace is humming, you have to speak loud to be heard. He'd set the wrong temp on the furnace. Had I not found it, it might have blown up. Hardly trivial." "See," said Elle. "That's how they're tearing you down. Making you a villain for their campaign. You see, most people don't care about the issues, but they understand sides. Politics is a lot like professional wrestling. You're the heel. The villain everyone loves to hate." "You don't seem the wrestling fan type," said Claire. "I had 4 older brothers who watched it obsessively. Don't get me wrong, I enjoyed it too. I even considered trying out, but journalism was more my thing." "Really?" Elle pulled back her sleeve, flexing a tightly muscled arm. "I was in gymnastics and dance and some martial arts, though I didn't go far." "I wouldn't have guessed." Elle flashed an inviting grin and held up her pink pen. "Shall we begin?" Claire nodded. "What happened on the day of the accident?" Claire explained the events as she'd already done a dozen times, making it clear she hadn't been the one to sign the paper, and why that should make sense. She felt as she was talking to Elle that she was really talking to the city. After the initial round of questions about Mara's death, Elle switched to stories about her life and experiences at Metallum Nocturne. Claire found talking to Elle was frighteningly easy. She knew she should be more guarded, but the reporter had a way of making her feel like they were old friends. By the end of the interview, Claire felt a profound sense of relief, as if talking about it to a relative stranger had allowed the weight of the events to lift from her shoulders. "I think that should be everything," said Elle, switching off the recording device and setting her pink pen down on the table. She had a heart-shaped face and brown luminous eyes. "Oh, I almost forgot," said Claire, reaching under the table for a small gift bag. "I had it dry cleaned. Thanks again for letting me use your jacket. I can't imagine how much worse that day would have gone if I'd shown up sleeveless. It's a real shame that you couldn't." "You have impressive arms," said Elle as she rose from the table, putting away her gear. "What happens now?" "A lot of scribbling and arguing with my editor about the pertinent facts of the article I'm going to write. Given your profile in the city, I'll be given latitude for a long piece. I might have follow-up questions for background, but I'll text you. After that, who knows? Good luck with your new project." After Elle left, Claire slumped into the seat, the anxiety from before coming back twofold. She ran through everything she'd said to the reporter, wondering how it could be turned against her. "It's gonna be fine," she told herself. How much more could really go wrong? Chapter 23. Claire was sitting on her bed staring at the copy of the safety sheet for the Foundry, with Dawn looking over her shoulder. The paper was a crisp, almost realistic reproduction. "It certainly looks like my signature next to Mara's name." "But it can't be yours, right?" asked Dawn. "It's not mine. I didn't sign the sheet, but it looks like mine. Whoever did it is either a really good forger, or they used some other method. There's got to be a dozen spells that can copy a signature. If I'd been able to get a hold of the original, I might have been able to figure it out, but it's in evidence now." "Did you tell your creepy lawyer?" "He's not creepy," said Claire with a sigh. "He just needs to trim his nose hair. All those dead animals in his apartment was really weird. Unless you're going to lend me some stupid amount of money to pay for another, I think I'll be keeping Lamar. He hates the blocks, remember?" Claire jabbed her finger into the paper. "Right now I need to figure out who did this. Who else was in the building that day?" "There aren't any cameras on site," said Claire. "Ask the professors. Everyone keeps attendance. We can at least narrow it down to a smaller set of people." "It's probably not a first year or second year," mused Claire. "They can't sign anyone into the Foundry, and fifth years don't have to sign in at all. Why would that matter?" Claire absently rubbed the spot between her breasts where the night metal itched. "Why forge it in the first place? Either Mara copied my signature from somewhere else because she wanted to work without bothering me, and since I was there, it was easiest to put my signature. Or she'd gotten someone else who hadn't stayed around to supervise like they were supposed to, and switched my name after the accident." Dawn straightened so fast her brown curls bounced. She grabbed the sheet. "Look. Yours is the only name on it. That practically guarantees someone switched it out. Do you remember?" "I don't know. I was working late morning. It's possible no one else had been in the Foundry yet." She rubbed her temples with her forefingers. "It's hard to remember. Everything about that day is a blur. That's the trauma from the accident. It's more than that." She lifted her shirt, showing the striations. "They're growing and weird stuff has been happening to me. I can lift more than ever before, and when the lights are out I swear I can see things in the room. Maybe it's the light coming from under the door. Maybe. Have you seen a doctor about it? And pay for it with what money? I'm already staring down the barrel of a lawsuit that will make me their indentured servant for the next 50 years, said Claire. It's not right what they're doing to you. I'm their heel. They need me so she can get elected mayor. Dawn visibly shuddered. Gross. Her forehead furrowed. What's a heel? Claire gave her the rundown based on what she'd learned from Elle. Do you trust that reporter? Can't hurt. But she seemed sympathetic. She's not sympathetic, she's looking for a big scoop. Look how many reporters hound you when you leave the hall, said Dawn. Claire thought about Elle's meticulous handwriting in her notebook, and the way every detail of her outfit had been carefully considered. She won't be sloppy, that's for sure. Claire caught the clock out of the corner of her eye. Shit. I have to go. I have a meeting across the city. What for? Talking to the guy who got me the night metal before, to see if he can supply it again. Not that I have the cash for it. I also have some ideas on the mineral for my ring, and I'm hoping he has connections. Dawn grabbed the copy of the sign-in sheet. I'll ask around with the professors about their attendance records. Thanks, Dawn, said Claire as she ran out of the room. Chapter 24. Pawning Power was in a strip mall on the outer edge of the 6th Ward. A kid wearing headphones held up a sign along the street reading, "Cash for trinkets." The warm late spring day made the walk from the nearest train station uncomfortable. Claire was covered in a sheen of sweat by the time she reached the shop. The brisk, cool air inside Pawning Power brought refreshment. Standing behind the long glass case was the owner of the store, Terence, looking bored by the arguments of an older woman with a fabric purse and the loose jowls of a bulldog. Mom. That's a replica of an arcane enhancer. It's a kid's toy without an ounce of magic in it. Well, how am I supposed to know that? And how do I know you're not trying to rip me off, huh? You mages with your special sauce, flaunting it in everyone's faces. Not everyone was born lucky like you. Terence grimaced as he pumped his eyebrows in Claire's direction. Clearly he'd been speaking with the woman longer than he wanted. I'm not making you an offer, Mom, so how is it that I'm ripping you off? What I'm telling you is that's a kid's toy. You can look it up on the internet. The older woman shoved the object into her fabric purse and stuck her knobby finger in his face. You just wait. One day us normal people will rise up and show you mages who really runs this city. Down with the halls. She held up her fist as she strode out the door. Claire almost laughed when she couldn't quite push outside and had to pull down her arm. That was interesting. Terence sighed heavily. He had mellow brown skin and kind eyes, but his outward appearance didn't fool her. Been getting more of that lately. I miss when people tried to kill me with kindness. This gaslighting abuse shtick is wearing on me. He came around the glass counter and gave her a hug. How are you? Surviving this lawsuit business? I'm hoping she gets elected and ends the lawsuit, said Claire. I doubt it. That bullshit you just heard is coming straight from Annette Block. She's got the city on edge, promising vengeance for all the poor kids that have died in the halls. Terence. Right. Sorry. You know already. He arched an eyebrow playfully. I assume this isn't a social visit. You don't ever visit me except when you want something. Isn't that the nature of your business? You know what I mean, Claire. And I've told you you're not my type. He ran his fingers across his tight hair. I'm a fool for a girl who can kick my ass. You're not looking for more night metal, are you? I said that was a one-time thing. The favors I had to trade to get it don't exist anymore. I'm here for something else. Failer dust. Terence crossed his arms. You think I have a connection to the Eternal City? Are you crazy? I don't know, but I know you're a guy who can get things. You found the night metal. I figure Failer dust should be simple after that. He grabbed the folder on the counter and put it on a shelf behind him. Assuming I can find some Failer dust, it won't be cheap. Or easy. Can you pay? You barely scraped together enough trade for last time. How do future favors sound? From a girl being sued by potentially the future mayor of the most significant city in the world, and possibly the realms. It's not a winning argument. You know her suit is bullshit. He reacted as if he'd been insulted. Of course I do. But it's not about who's right or wrong, it's who has the power. People like the blocks, they don't care about us. They just found an issue that people react to, and they're going to beat that drum until it no longer makes a sound, and then they'll find a new one. I'm sorry, Claire. This sucks that you're their drum, but I have a business to run. If you were looking for some okai dust or ghost eye stalks, I'd give them to you in a heartbeat, but failure dust ain't cheap. Terence sighed heavily. Look if you can find something to trade. I don't know, maybe make something at your hall. You're brilliant. I'm sure you could come up with something I could sell. Bring whatever that is back and we can talk. She didn't want to point out that making him an item to sell had the same issues as the failure dust. She needed the reagents to make the item, which she couldn't afford. Thanks, Terence. It was good seeing you. Come by anytime. Good luck avoiding getting caught in the gears of power. Too late. The brutal sun beat down on her outside of Pawning Power. She wanted to put her fist through a car window. She had all the knowledge in the realms to be a world-class artificer, but lacked the resources to climb from her station. The slamming of a car door turned her around. A long dark Buick with tinted windows was sitting outside of Pawned Power. 2 guys and 1 girl in heavy jackets were headed into the shop. The coats stuck out due to the heat. By the neck tattoos and gold chains, Claire assumed they were gang members. While they might have legitimate reasons to visit Terence, the way they marched into the store as if they were going to dismantle him with a bone saw left her guts in a twist. She didn't owe him anything, but he had stretched his neck to find the night metal. Claire jogged to the store nearest and crept forward until she could peek around the edge of the window. One of the gang members had a gun pointed at Terence, who looked like he was talking faster than a mage trying to bargain with a demon. The lead gang member slammed a fist into the counter, cracking the glass. Claire knew it was going to be bad, but she was no match for 3 people with guns. Even if she managed to get a spell off, the other 2 could fill her with lead. Metallum Nocturne had never prepared her to stop a robbery. She reached into her pocket to dial 911 when she heard the heavy click of a gun. Claire turned her head to see a 4th member pointing an enormous handgun at her head. I wouldn't do that, Missy. Chapter 25. The hood over her head was stuffy and the zip ties bit into her wrists. Claire sat in the back of the Buick next to Terence, who slumped against her shoulder. They'd beaten him nearly unconscious before dragging him to the car, then discussed what to do with her. Of the 3 options, shooting, leaving tied up and taking with them, she'd hoped for the middle one, but they'd decided on bringing her along, which she feared would eventually lead back to the first. She'd been right about them being a part of a gang. One of them had mentioned the Terrors. Claire had never heard of them, but she wasn't exactly up on her city gangs, since she rarely left Metallum Nocturne. The drive took longer than expected, so she assumed they were no longer in the 6th ward. Based on the direction of the sun's warmth, she thought they were driving south and west, which meant they were heading towards the 12th or 13th wards, the part of the city that had been abandoned decades ago. The gang members argued about the music, and what they would do about a rival gang, the Sixes, if they ever ran into them. At the end of the trip, they were dragged into a building and after being pushed through 3 separate doors, were tied to a couple of chairs. Terence, she asked when she was sure it was only the 2 of them. I'm sorry, Claire. He sounded defeated. Don't be sorry. Just bad luck, something I seem to have a lot of these days. This isn't going to end well, he said. What did you do? Terence sighed. Nothing specific. Just couldn't play the shell game anymore. A couple of early bad decisions, have been accruing interest for a long time. Then why are you alive? He broke into a wet, hacking cough, groaning when the convulsions ended. I think they broke some ribs. Terence. Why are we alive? The deranged sob chuckle wasn't inspiring. They want their money back, or part of it anyway, but the good stuff is locked in the safe. It's triple protected. No way they can get in without deactivating the wards, and for that they need the passphrases and the right symbols. Right. So they're going to torture you for them. You got it. Or me. Also true. Again. So fucking sorry. You aren't the only one with colossal bad luck. Claire snorted softly. At least I won't have to worry about the trial. You seem rather relaxed about this. Claire leaned her head back, forgetting that the chair was short. When bad things keep happening, you kinda forget to care. Somewhere along the way I think I got cursed, but I have no idea why or how to get out of it. The sound of footsteps stilled Claire. Her adrenaline spiked. The world dialed down to a pin. Is this it? Is this the end? The door creaked open, followed by the light clicking on. She recoiled beneath the hood. The light burned for a second, even though the fabric was thick and the darkness beneath her hood absolute. Two. Who the fuck is the other one? Asked a rough voice. He sounded like he was a 2-pack-a-day smoker. Some girl who was spying on us while we were talking to Terence. She'd been in the store before we went in, but she circled back. The cold metal of a gun barrel rested against her forehead. Who are you, girl? Claire. How do you know our mutual friend? Asked the rough voice. Claire considered lying, but didn't know why other than she didn't want to cooperate. I was looking for some reagents. Terence can get stuff you can't normally buy. A grumble in the back of his throat was followed by the second voice cutting in. I didn't know she was a mage. It's okay. They all die the same if you put a bullet through their skull. Want me to shoot her? Not yet. The rough voice circled around the chairs. The thunk of a gun barrel hitting skull was followed by Terence's muffled outburst. Terence. You know you'll eventually give up the codes. No one lasts forever. Stubborn, I guess, he said. And when the time comes when you decide you want that sweet release, don't even think about giving us the wrong ones or codes that make the safe protections turn on us. I won't be the one who will die, but if you cost me valuable resources, I'll just take it out of your hide. Or your friend here. How long can you watch us take her apart with a blade? Do you think you could take a hot poker to the eye? You only need one. The only clue Claire had that the punch was coming was the shuffle of boots near her chair. She tilted her head in time to catch a heavy fist to the ribs, but she couldn't bend over since she was tied to the chair. What the fuck? Asked the guy who'd hit her. You have sheet metal under there. Her shirt was pulled up, revealing her ribs. The air felt cool. A pair of in-breaths was followed by a slow whistle. Merlin's hairy balls. What's that on your skin? Asked the rough voice. It's from an explosion. I nearly died a month ago. I'm from Metallum Nocturne. She thought the 2 points of information would lead them to figure out who she was, since her name and story had been splashed across the papers. Which one is that? Asked the guy. They make stuff. Iron and hot metal, said the rough voice. Fingers brushed her skin. What does it do? Wish I knew. No one's seen it before. See, Jesse, that's why we're better off as normies, not some stupid mage. Half of them end up killing themselves with their own arrogance. Terence. Why don't you tell me how to get into the safe and I'll let your girlfriend leave, said the rough voice. She's not my girlfriend and you won't, said Terence. As much as I'd like to believe you would, I know you can't. Neither one of us are leaving this place alive. The man in charge clucked his tongue. Shame it's come to this. Few people in this world can see the truth clearly when their life is on the line. Most want to believe the illusion that they'll be okay, someone will save them. "A curse, I guess," said Terence sadly. A foot scuff gave Claire the warning before her jaw exploded in pain. The second guy had clocked her across the face. Blood trickled into her mouth from where she'd bit part of her tongue. She spat, forgetting about the hood, which made the claustrophobic space stink like blood. Come on. You know you're going to spill the goods eventually. First we'll take her apart one piece at a time, and then we'll do the same to you. Why resist? Because once I do, I'm dead, said Terence. The only thing I have to bargain with is what's in that safe. I guess we've run into an impasse. A test of wills. Jesse. Why don't you give them both a nice warm-up? A taste of what's to come. Claire was accustomed to pain. In the foundry, no matter how careful, one couldn't help but get burned, especially with the addition of magic. She'd received third-degree burns on numerous occasions, though nothing like the accident that had killed Maya. The difference was one never knew when that hurt was coming. It was easy to believe it was a long way off. If ever. She couldn't ignore what was about to happen to her. The second punch left her head ringing. The third split her eyebrow. She lost track after the 10th, and the pain kept coming. Chapter 26. Claire woke to darkness. Everything hurt. Her tongue worked at the sharp edge of a chipped tooth. The dark metal striations had made them focus their beatings on her head. Terence. She wondered if he was still in the room until she turned her head. A faint slumped outline in her vision looked suspiciously like Terence, but she couldn't understand how she was seeing him. The room was in complete darkness, and she had a hood over her head. Claire reviewed the room, seeing a cart with jagged knives, ice picks, and other implements of torture. They must have wheeled it in while they were unconscious. Terence. You awake? She whispered intently, not wanting to give away that she wasn't out in case a guard was outside the door. Huh? What? His head lolled around his neck. He coughed a few times, groaning with pain. I think I have a few broken ribs. Pressing her shoes against the concrete, Claire pushed herself backwards towards the cart. The scrape of wood echoed in her ears, but no one came in to check on them. What are you doing? There's a cart with knives and other stuff on it. Maybe I can get one and cut through the zip ties. Cart? How can you see that? Did they take your hood off? Just be quiet and listen for anyone coming. Claire didn't bother explaining why she knew the cart was there because she didn't understand. She wasn't entirely sure her vision was correct. It was possible that she'd suffered brain damage during the beatings, but she wasn't about to give up. When her arm bumped into the cool metal of the stainless steel cart, she exhaled with relief that it was real. Her hands were bound to the back of the chair and her ankles to the legs. The top of the cart where the knives rested was higher than she could reach, so she leaned forward and balanced on her toes, angling herself. The maneuver put all the weight on her calves, but years of work in the gym left her ready for this moment. She managed to get a fingertip against a blade, then slowly pulled it towards her hand until she could get a full grip. The awkward angle required to cut the zip ties was like doing wrist curls. When her hands were free, she quickly cut the ones around her ankles and then ripped the hood off. Releasing Terence took a few seconds. You look like shit, she told him when he pulled the hood off. How are you seeing me? I can't see. Your head's rattled. Claire opened the door a crack to see two guards at the far end of the hallway looking at their phone and laughing. They each had handguns, and it was too far to reach them before they could pull their weapons and shoot. Can't go that way. Claire craned her neck, seeing a big vent. It appeared they were in an old office inside a warehouse. She managed to reach the vent on the first jump, pulling herself up and removing the metal screen. Come over here, I'll boost you into the vent. She lifted Terence into the vent, and then grabbing the cover with one hand, jumped up and pulled herself in, then pressed the grating back over the opening. Claire realized she'd left the knives in the room, but decided they weren't going to be killing their way out. The sheet metal in the vent made noises as they crawled, but Claire decided she'd rather be filled with bullets than cut to pieces in the room behind her. They worked their way through the office, hearing voices grow louder and quieter at moments, but never near enough she thought they might get caught. The biggest danger would be when the empty room was discovered. The vent led into the abandoned warehouse. Terence quietly popped the cover off and they dropped into the corner behind a row of shelves. The crates and other boxes had stamps from various corporations, including DeGastine Industries. Stolen goods, she presumed. In the light of the warehouse, she could see how messed up Terence was. His nose was bent and his left eye puffed up enough he could barely see through it. "What now?" he mouthed. At the other end of the warehouse, she could hear voices, including the rough one that had been their interrogator. The bright light from a single door spread out onto the concrete floor, but it was on the opposite side, near the gang members. The only windows were high near the ceiling, putting them out of reach. She was growing discouraged when Terence tapped on her shoulder and pointed to a window above them. She didn't understand until he gestured towards the shelves and made climbing motions. Claire went first, using the end structure crossbeams to work her way upward. The wood creaked, but no one came to investigate. When she reached the top of the shelves, 30 feet above the floor, Claire helped Terence with the final section. He grimaced when she hauled him up, clearly hurting from the broken ribs. The huge window was slightly open, tilted at the center, but it was about 5 feet across from the shelf. Further than she could easily reach, meaning they'd have to jump and pull themselves through. She wasn't worried about herself, but wondered if Terence could manage given his physical state. He seemed to sense her reluctance and tapped on her shoulder and pointed at the window. Claire put her back against the crates and her shoes at the edge of the shelf. She leapt across the gap, throwing her arms over the edge and landing against the wall. It was a miracle her hands didn't go through the glass, but her legs hit the inner steel hard, ringing through the warehouse. She scrambled over, finding nothing on the other side but a sheer drop 30 feet down. Terence made a noise and pointed frantically back towards the other end of the warehouse. She heard voices approaching, but she was perched on the narrow windowsill. Before they came around the corner, she dropped her body outside and hung, hoping her fingers weren't easily visible. Pull-ups had never been a strength for Claire, but the adrenaline and the strange improvements in conditioning she'd recently discovered kept her on the outside for longer than she could have expected. When she could barely hold any longer, Claire pulled herself back onto the ledge, finding the guards no longer there. She gestured to Terence to make the jump. He gave a heavy sigh and then made the leap. She managed to grab him and cushion the impact with her legs so it didn't make the noise she had. He looked miserable from his ribs but didn't complain. It was enough they were alive. Balanced on the edge of the window, 30 feet up, Claire finally had a good look at where they were. The empty broken concrete, filled with tufts of old grass and broken bottles, signaled they were in the 13th ward. But further out, she spotted the row of apartment buildings next to a steepled church in the 4th ward. She couldn't see the spire, which was the enormous tower at the center of the city, but guessed once they were away they could spot it. The sun was on the other side of the warehouse and at an angle, so she assumed it was getting closer to evening. "I can't drop that far. I'll end up with a broken leg or a rib puncturing my lung," he whispered. "We need a rope." She tapped on her pants, which brought an eyebrow raise. "Is this a bad time to remember I'm not wearing underwear?" he asked. Shimmying out of their pants on the narrow ledge 30 feet above the ground was challenging, but once they had them off, revealing Terence was wearing grey boxer briefs, she tied the legs together. It wouldn't get them down to the ground, but make the drop not as far. "I'll lower you down," she said. "What about you?" "I'll tie it and then climb down." He nodded. Claire straddled the window ledge for support, and helped Terence slowly down the outer wall. He was clearly in pain. Holding onto the pant leg had to be excruciating, but he managed. The alternatives were much worse. When he got to the end, he dropped, landing with a muffled cry and then lying on the broken concrete in the fetal position while she tied the makeshift rope and began her own descent. The drop was about 20 feet. She landed into a roll which dissipated some of the impact, but her limbs felt like a doll that had been hastily jammed back together. "You okay?" she asked. Terence pointed to his ankle, which was already turning purple. "I won't mention the ribs." He held a hand out. "Help me up. I'll run on it if I have to." They crept to the edge of the warehouse. The edge of the fourth ward was about 2 blocks away. The only buildings between were a row of houses on the west side of the ring road. To reach them, they'd have to run across 100 meters of open asphalt. "I can't run that fast," said Terence. "Climb on. With any luck, no one will be watching." With Terence clinging to her back, she speed-walked cautiously, saving her energy for a mad sprint and ignoring how ridiculous they looked without pants. Terence provided lookout, whispering what he could see as she crossed the empty expanse. "Fuck." She didn't wait for him to clarify his expletive, and broke into a flat run. They're getting into their cars. Claire felt like she'd never run faster. She hit the houses, dodging through their gated yards as tires squealed behind them. The ring road was packed with cars moving at rush hour pace. She dodged around them, honks signifying their displeasure. A few people yelled out their windows. She'd managed to reach the other side of the counterclockwise traffic, when Terence informed her the terrors weren't far behind. If she knew the area better, she would have made a run for a train station, but she rarely made it out of the 10th ward. With her legs flagging, Claire headed into the church as a row of vehicles skidded to a stop on the street. Inside, she heard the droning of ritual beyond the inner door. She spotted a closet. "Get in here. I'll try to lead them away." "Are you crazy? I'm faster without you." He searched her face, trying to come up with an alternative plan, but time was short, and he was clearly in no shape to outrun them himself. Terence jammed himself between the mop bucket and broom rack as she shut the door behind him. After Claire burst into the nave, she skidded to a stop. Hundreds of faces turned towards her. Men and women in black clothing frowned at her entrance. At first she thought it was her state of attire, but then she realized that wasn't the only reason. Near the front, an open casket was surrounded by dozens of enormous flower arrangements. Chapter 27. The banging of the exterior doors broke Claire from her stupor. She sprinted down the aisle to open-mouthed gapes. The priest at the lectern raised his hand as if to admonish her, but fell silent when the gang appeared at the back of the benches brandishing weapons. Claire froze near the casket, looking for a way out. Her pursuers faltered at the same sight, giving her a good look at them. They all had pale skin and dark hair. The man at the front in a cheap black leather jacket had a pockmarked face. He looked uneasy about the location of their confrontation. One of his henchmen brought his weapon up, and before the leader could stop him, 3 shots rang out in the holy space. A fist punched Claire in the chest. She staggered backwards, putting a hand to her ribs only to find no blood. Only a hole in her shirt. Dark metal peeked through. As the leader of the terrors shouted at his henchmen, Claire headed to a door at the side of the altar. The priest gawked as she ran past, making no move to stop her. She worked her way to the outside, finding a door that led to a building in back that she assumed was the priest's home. Claire leapt the fence and kept running until she spotted a sign for the above-ground train system. With no money in her pockets, as the gang had taken everything, she leapt the turnstile and slipped into a car with the doors about to close. Only a few people gave her a second look without pants, since her shirt hung low enough to half cover her black panties. Sweaty and still in shock from being shot, Claire found a corner where she could stand and probe the hole. The bullet had hit the dark metal striation beneath her left breast. The area around it was sore from the impact, but nothing compared to what might have happened if she'd been struck an inch above or below. Claire worried that the gang would be waiting for her outside the train station near Metallum Nocturne, but she spotted no familiar faces. When she jogged into the front door, a profound sense of relief followed. She leaned against the wall, catching her breath. Outside her room, she ran into Dawn coming the other way. "Where have you been? You missed 2 classes this afternoon." She looked down with a frown. "And why aren't you wearing pants?" Claire dragged her friend into her room before pulling a water out of her mini fridge and chugging it. She considered grabbing a second when Dawn exclaimed, "Did you get beat up?" When she felt calm enough to explain, Claire went through the entire day from her discussion with Terence to the torture and questioning to the escape. She left out getting shot only because she didn't know how to explain it. The implications left her worried about what was happening to her. Dawn bent over, flipping through her phone until she pulled up a picture of her standing near the casket. The angle was from the side, making it hard to see her face, but the faded pink hair was unmistakable to her. "This was you?" The report said shots fired. Claire blinked. "Yeah, they must have hit the casket." "Merlin's tits, Claire. What have you gotten yourself into?" Claire leaned back, falling onto the bed. She grabbed her pillow and cradled it to her chest. "I don't know. Seems like the world has gone to shit since I tried to make that dark metal trinket. Maybe it is cursed. Or I am. Or maybe you're hanging out with the wrong people," said Dawn, crossing her arms. "Hey, Terence is a good guy." "Do good guys owe murderous gangs money?" asked Dawn. "Sometimes," said Claire, not knowing why she said it other than wanting to defend her friend. "I hope he got away." "There's no report of another person being found, or shot. He's probably okay." "I'm so fucked," said Claire. "They took all my stuff. My ID, my phone, what little cash I had left. As if don't have enough to worry about." "I have an old phone you can use. The screen is cracked and it has shit charge, but it's something," said Dawn with a half-hearted shrug. "Thanks, Dawn. I'll need that, otherwise Lamar won't be able to get a hold of me." "Did you get the reagent you were looking for at least?" asked Dawn. Claire shook her head. "No. Too hard to get. I've nothing left to trade anyway. Maybe I'm delusional to think I can pull this off. I should probably just make the stupid goth music box and forget about the ring. Trying to make this dark metal stuff has been nothing but trouble," said Dawn. "I hate doing normal things. I want to make something great. Prove that my life hasn't been a waste, but it's getting hard to do with everything against me." Dawn put a hand on her shoulder. "Claire, you're the most brilliant person I know. Honestly, I don't know how you keep going. I would have given up a long time ago. Just because the world keeps shitting on you doesn't mean that you're not the fucking shine." "Thanks, Dawn." She sat up, resting her elbows on her knees. "Oh, I almost forgot. I managed to talk to all the professors and a bunch of other students about the sign-up sheet." "And?" asked Claire, sitting up straight. Dawn pursed her lips as she shook her head. "Everyone who could have signed the list was either out of the building, or with others the entire time. The only ones unaccounted for were the first and second years who aren't supposed to sign it. I'm sorry, Claire, I was hoping for better news. I'm beginning to think that Mara forged my name. Which sucks. Pinning it on a dead girl won't exactly make me look good at trial. Maybe we don't know everything yet. I'll keep looking and asking around," said Dawn. Claire hung her head. "I have another favor to ask." "Sure. Anything." "Dangerous response," said Claire with a smirk. "But I'll let you off the hook this time." "What do you need?" "Hair dye. Black if you've got it." Chapter 28. 2 days later, her lawyer asked her to meet at his office. She was reticent to move about the city with the terrors possibly looking for her, but decided it would be hard for them to abduct her in public. She threw on comfortable clothes, choosing an oversized hoodie despite the late spring heat. The dark metal striations had grown, especially the one that had been hit by the bullet. It had extended through her breastbone and around the curve of her upper chest. A few looked slightly thicker, but she wasn't certain. If they weren't an unknown material invading her skin, they'd look like living tattoos. His desk was less cluttered than last time, given his advance warning of her arrival, but the taxidermy nightmare remained in the rest of his apartment. His dark brown skin had a tint of grey, and the bags around his eyes were larger than normal. "Not sleeping well?" she asked, settling into the chair across from him. "Not at all," he said, grabbing his laptop and spinning it around to face her. The screen showed an article from the Invictus Times, with her holding a trophy while standing next to a glow-in-the-dark sphere. The picture was from her second year at Metallum Nocturne, when she'd won a contest with all the maker halls. The headline read, "Bullied by Block." "You really should tell me if you're going to do any interviews," said Lamar. "It's out. Elle told me she'd warn me." Lamar turned the laptop around. "I got advance warning from an old friend who's an editor at the Times. The story comes out tomorrow." Claire was beset by claustrophobia. She wanted to climb out the window, as her heart did triple time. Tomorrow. The good news is it's a favorable article, which is important since it'll be the front page. "I couldn't have written a better story than this," Elle Dark did. "She has a gift." Front page. She was starting to feel like a parrot, but she couldn't muster new words. Annette Block is moving up in the polls. She's a close second to her major competitor, and with ranked choice voting, some put her as the lead. "I think the Invictus Times is trying to establish themselves as the opposition paper, should she win." Claire started to repeat him again, but switched at the last moment. "It'll be bad for the halls if she wins." With no head patron, the major halls in conflict, and students and city deaths higher than ever, she struck a chord with non-mage voters. She's been feeding the flames of fear. It's working too. Since her daughter's death and the campaign switch, she's shot up from a nobody to a contender. Every other day she promises new restrictions for the university, from eliminating the legal protections, to restricting who can join the school. Claire had always wanted to be famous, but not for this. She'd wanted to be known for her work, not an accident she had nothing to do with. "But that's not the only thing I wanted to show you," he said, pulling out his phone. She knew what it would be, even before she saw the picture. "I assume that's why you dyed your hair black." She gave him the overview of the day, deciding that it was best he was aware of everything, including the way the dark metal had invaded her body after the accident. "That's interesting," he said, sniffing when she lifted her shirt up to show her side. "Doesn't smell like anything I've ever smelled before." "You can smell it from there." His broad mouth shifted to the side reluctantly. "I have something of a sensitive nose." "Will it affect my case?" "The kidnapping, not the dark metal." "The Blocks are already pushing the narrative that you're a bad seed hanging out with the wrong people. It's mostly political, but they can use it in trial too. They'll attack your character, show that you're prone to bad decisions like letting their daughter use the dangerous foundry equipment without supervision." Claire sunk into her chair. "I didn't intend for that to happen. I was only visiting my friend to find some rare reagents." "I believe you, Claire, but we have to face the fact that this looks bad. Real bad." She put a hand to her forehead. "Is there anything we can do?" "That's what I wanted to talk to you about." He tapped on the laptop. "You clearly have a sympathetic ear with Elle. You need to get closer to her. Let her into your life, and help her craft a narrative that counters what the Blocks are going to do." "Is that ethical?" Lamar raised an eyebrow. "Do you want to spend the rest of your life owing the Blocks, or knowing that you helped put them into the mayor's house?" "No, but—" "Look," said Lamar. "I'm not asking you to lie or make things up. Elle is a good reporter. I went back through her old articles. She's not going to write falsehoods, but some facts can be seen in different ways. For the Blocks, this gang incident is proof that you're bad news. For you, it could be that you've had a rough upbringing due to your parents' deaths, and I haven't been afforded the same opportunities as others, she finished. Good. You're getting it. The court of public opinion is not a fun place to be. You're going to read or hear awful things that aren't true, or use the truth in terrible ways. You need Elle on your side. It's not a big paper, but I suspect there's going to be a hunger for stories about you, and giving her the exclusive is going to make her more sympathetic to your cause. So tell her everything, asked Claire. Lamar sucked air through his teeth. He had long canines. Selectively. You'll have to navigate those roads carefully. She does have a responsibility to her paper, and her own career. She won't go out on a limb for you, but she'll help tell your story. A weight settled on her shoulders. That's a lot to think about. It is. He tilted his head. You might want to put aside this special project if it's going to get you into more trouble. Claire didn't answer, staring at a stuffed humanoid bat head on the wall. The red eyes and bared fangs were ferocious. Oh, he said, closing his laptop. Our next court date is 3 days from now. 3 days. The blocks are pushing hard to speed up the trial. They want to have a successful court case to hold up as proof for the ranked choice primary in a month. That's the same time as graduation. I know. Which is going to make it hard on you, I'm sure. You don't have to be at this next court date since it'll be mostly motions and arguments about discovery, but it's helpful to show the judge that you care. The judge? I thought the jury decided. The judge rules on a lot of minor issues of the trial, which can be favorable or unfavorable to your cause. Judge Ambersand is old school. He runs things like he believes they did in the last century. Which means showing up is important. I'll be there. Good, said Lamar with a wink. How much of a chance do I really have? Am I just going to get screwed by the system again? She asked. I said it when I took your case, it's not going to be easy, but a lot can happen between discovery and the trial. We'll keep fighting and look for a path to an acquittal. Lamar stood up and offered his enormous, hairy hand. She accepted his handshake, pumping twice. Good luck with your last month at the halls, and please, if you can, try not to get photographed running from notorious gang members. Chapter 29. I like your new hair color, said Elle, sliding into the private booth at Egtastic, a breakfast place on the edge of the 9th Ward. The pink was great too, but you look like you're the lead singer of a heavy metal band now. Thanks, said Claire, cradling her coffee between two hands. She felt more nervous about her meeting than she had the first time. Lamar's suggestions about making her sympathetic seemed easier in his office. Getting people to like her had never been a strength. She'd always barged forward towards her goals, sometimes stepping on toes in the process. I like your nail colors. Elle held up her hands, showing the yellow and black stripes. They matched her bright yellow dress and black handbag. Claire's fingernails were chipped and short from years in the foundry and gym. I was inspired by a bumblebee that got into my apartment this morning, she said, smiling. The waitress appeared and Elle gave her order of black coffee with 2 creams, 2 eggs, bacon and hash browns. Claire found herself studying Elle's features as if that might give her a clue to befriending her. She had a heart-shaped face and hazel eyes that sparkled as if they contained glitter. Shoulder-length blonde hair had been meticulously coiffed to frame her face. Claire could imagine Elle on the nightly news. Thank you for that flattering article. It was nice to read something positive, rather than the stuff my classmates repeat to me from the Herald. My editor tells me it's our most popular story for the year. Elle's tongue rested on the bottom of her teeth. I assume you wanted to meet to tell me about what happened with Simon Ivankov. Simon. Is he the leader of the terrors? Elle pulled out her notebook and opened it to a fresh page, then added her recording device, clicking the red button on the side. Let's do that again. We're on the record now. Could you repeat what you said? Is Simon, whatever his last name was, is he the leader of the terrors? Yes, Simon Ivankov. Was this your first time meeting him? I'd never heard of him until this moment. Elle scribbled in the notebook while Claire admired her perfect penmanship. Why don't you tell me what happened that day? Claire was getting used to telling this story. Since it was the third time she kept skipping things, but Elle detected it and had her go back and fill in the details. When they got to the church in the 4th ward and the part where she was shot, Claire held up her hand. Can this next part be off the record? Elle's hand hovered over the small device. Why? Personal medical issue that has nothing to do with the events. That's fair. She clicked off the recorder and set her pen by the notebook and folded her hands at the edge of the table. There were several reports on social media that you were shot. Simon's henchmen fired 3 shots and only 2 holes were found in the casket. They said you flinched as if you were hit. I was. Elle straightened. You were. I assumed those reports were incorrect. You were seen running from the church unharmed. I'm going to show you this, but you can't tell anyone or write about it. You're only the 3rd person I've shown, and the other 2 are my lawyer and my best friend. Off the record, as you said. Not to be used. Claire checked to make sure the waitress wasn't coming to check on them, before lifting the side of her oversized hoodie. Elle gasped and immediately leaned forward to brush the dark metal striations. Her touch was cool and tickled slightly. What is that? As far as I know, dark metal. It happened after the explosion. The bullet hit one of these, which is why I was able to run away unharmed. Merlin's tits, Claire. That's amazing, she said, eyes alight as she continued to stroke the black metal in her skin. It's not dangerous, is it? I wish I knew. Dark metal is hard to come by, and as far as I know, I'm only the 2nd person to ever have a dark metal explosion. The original Metallum Nocturne patron. Elle returned to her seat, letting Claire pull down her shirt. He died afterwards, didn't he? Yeah, said Claire, deciding not to tell Elle about the diary she'd found. It didn't have anything to do with the case. There's one other thing I'd like you to keep secret. Elle's finger hovered over the red button. And Terrence's name and shop. I don't want to get him in trouble. He's in a bad enough way already. Where's he at now? I haven't heard from him since I left him in the church closet. None of the online reports mentioned the terrors taking him or anything like that, so I'm hopeful that he got away. Elle rested the end of her pen on her bottom lip as she glanced away. Using a hooked finger, she tucked hair behind her ear. Claire noticed her floral perfume. I can't promise that I won't mention him. It was his mistakes that got you caught up in that mess with the terrors. You're lucky to be alive. Elle, please. That's not how this works, Claire. I'm sorry. You don't get to dictate what I write about. I promise I'll do my best, but a lot will depend on what I dig up about Terrence and his shop, Pawned Power. Sure, a lot of regular people get mixed up with criminal elements that never did anything wrong, but a fair number have shady pasts. Claire's stomach twisted. Talking about him to a reporter felt like betrayal. Is there anything I can do to change your mind? Terrence is my friend. He went out on a limb for me when I needed the dark metal the first time. I owe him. The waitress appeared with 2 plates of breakfast, hesitating when she sensed the tension. Elle smiled congenially and moved her notebook out of the way. I'll avoid mentioning Terrence and his shop by name if you promise me full, unfettered access to anything and everything I want to know about, said Elle. Like how unfettered? If you kissed a girl in 8th grade, I want to know about it. My editor has given me full rein to run with your story. I plan on giving the city everything they want to know about you. By the time this is over, the blocks will look like the villains. A knot formed in her throat. Claire found it hard to swallow. Everything. I can't sell your story if I don't have the messy bits. People can sense a manufactured narrative. They hate it when they find out the people they follow are fake. Are you going to be able to do that? Claire grabbed a piece of bacon, snapped off an end and shoved it into her mouth. The brittle shards melted over her tongue. You know that game Truth or Dare? Of course. I never picked truth. I'd rather stick my head in a sink full of ice water than tell people about myself. That's why I love the Foundry. It's just me and a big pot of metal, creating something new and interesting. Is that a no? No. Or not a no? Claire screwed up her face. I'll give you access is what I mean. Even if it hurts. You don't seem sure about this. Why are you saying yes? My lawyer told me it would be best to help counter the block's narrative. A disappointed rounding of the eyes had Claire quickly adding, but mostly it's because I trust you. I probably shouldn't. You're a reporter and all, but if circumstances were different, I think we could be friends. Elle leaned back, a quirk on her lips. Good. I think we could be good friends too. Claire held up a hand, stopping the reporter from continuing. I don't know anything about you. Are we playing Truth or Dare? Just truth. The disappointment from Elle brought warmth to Claire's face. I'm the third of 4 kids. The others are all boys. We grew up in Boulder, spent our time in the mountains, hiking, climbing, skiing, all that. You. Elle held up her meticulously painted nails. These are real now, but when I was a kid they were always broken and chipped. I went to journalism school in Missouri, paid for with scholarships and hustle. My parents are artists with a dozen odd jobs between them. That sucks. Not at all. We spent a lot of time outdoors or creating. They did jobs that didn't interfere with the life they wanted to lead. I worked briefly for a small press in St. Louis after college, but wanted to be in the big city. The Invictus Times didn't want to hire me at first, but I wrote an in-depth article about the clans of the Undercity, which impressed them enough to overlook my lack of experience. The Undercity. Isn't that dangerous? Especially for someone without magic, asked Claire. Sure, but there are settlements down there that are relatively safe. Big Dave's town. La Zona. I tried to get invited to the Torino, but they don't really let outsiders there. Claire revised her opinion of Elle. She'd thought the brightly colored dress and attention to detail with her fashion meant that she'd come from a wealthy family. What she saw now was someone who was living exactly as she wanted. Are you ready to really dig into your past? Circumstances of your parents' accident, school life, etc., asked Elle with her pen raised above the notebook. I am. Elle moved to click the recording device, but Claire stopped her. Before we begin again, I should clarify something you said earlier. Elle tilted her head. It was 9th grade behind the gym, and our braces got stuck together for about 5 minutes. The reporter's smile couldn't have been wider. Chapter 30. Claire took a different way back to Metallum Nocturne after the interview. Her mind raced from the crash of questions. Elle had asked about events that she'd completely forgotten about, including the days after the accident when she'd gotten into a fight with a boy in her grade who'd made car skidding noises behind her in the cafeteria. She'd bloodied his nose and then he nearly knocked her out with a right hook. Until she was explaining it to Elle, she hadn't realized how much the accident had changed who she was. She'd never thrown a punch in her life before. After that, she found herself in the principal's office on a regular basis. Waiting for the light to change at the crosswalk a block into the 10th ward, Claire didn't sense the person coming up behind her until they grabbed her arm. She froze, fearing that if she spun around to punch her assailant they'd shoot her in the back. Follow me, whispered Terence. She let her chest heave with relief. Claire hurried down the street and followed a limping Terence into a chain trinket shop that catered to starry-eyed kids. He waited for her in the back near the sugary fake potions with his hood pulled back. He looked like he hadn't slept in days. "You okay?" "No," he said. "I've been sleeping on couches and trying to salvage what's left of my life. But that's beside the point." He squeezed his eyes closed. "I wanted to thank you for saving my life. You got caught up in my mess. I'm sorry about that." Part of her wondered if it was her mess he'd gotten caught up in. The idea that she was cursed by the dark metal kept swirling around in her brain. "What happened after the church?" Terence chuckled. "After Simon left, the cops arrived and I was stuck. I was in that damn closet for hours. When it was finally safe to get out, the church was locked down tight and I was still in my boxes. I stole some robes and crept out a window." He grew serious. "Saw on a video you got shot? Or did it just graze you?" "Missed me completely. I guess I flinched and that's why everyone thought I got shot," she said. "Glad to hear it. Be ashamed to escape from that warehouse only to get gunned down in a church. What's happening with the terrors?" He rubbed the back of his neck, pausing as a couple of kids burst into the potion area, only to see them and hurry the other way. "They're looking for me. Haven't been able to touch the shop because the Invictus PD has been watching it. I've heard they've been wanting to take down the terrors for a long time, and catching an attempted murder in a church was pretty fortunate." "For the cops?" "Yeah. I'm sure they'd still put us in the ground if they had the choice." He craned his neck, making sure no one was around. "I didn't find you because I wanted to catch up. Best the two of us aren't in the same place, giving Simon and his boys a chance to finish us at the same time. But I wanted to give you this. Cashed in a few rainy day favors." He handed over a small ornate box with ivory inlay on the top. When she made a face, he added, "The ivory is fake, but what's inside isn't." She lifted the lid, finding colored dust. "Is it? Failure. I hope it helps with your project." Claire resisted the urge to poke her finger into the dust. The creatures came from the Eternal City, the home of the Matri. The Failure were living glass butterfly-like insects that roamed the streets in large clouds, searching for prey that they would reduce to a bloody ball with their sharp-edged wings. No one knew how or why they existed, but the Eternal City was a realm of high phase and operated on different rules. After closing the lid, she hugged it to her chest. "Thank you, Terence. What will it cost me?" "Nothing. You already paid the price. As far as I'm concerned, it was a cheap debt considering what happened." Claire swallowed as she remembered the conversation she'd just finished having with El Dark. "I need to warn you about something." He tilted his head. "Before you found me, I was talking to a reporter from the Invictus Times. She promised not to print anything about you, but given that I'm the mayoral candidate's heel, there's a good chance that others will dig up stuff. I figured as much. But it's okay. I'm headed out of town after this. I cashed in my remaining favors. I'll surface again once the terrors have forgotten about me, which should be in 100 or so years," he said with a smirk. "Good luck. I think you should hold on to that. You need it more than I do. Most of my issues are my own fault." He checked over his shoulder. "I'm going to head out. Wait a minute and then you can leave." Before Terence could leave, she grabbed him by the shoulders and gave him a long hug. When she released him, his eyes looked watery. "Take care of yourself and thanks for the Failure dust." Claire waited longer than the minute he suggested. She was working through the idea that Terence, after having his life ruined and nearly being tortured for his remaining valuables, thought she needed luck more. Chapter 31. The floral dress Claire bought at the thrift store didn't fit around the upper arms due to her bulging biceps, but she thought it would match Judge Ambersand's outdated expectations. When Lamar spotted her in the hallway, he gave her an approving nod. "You're starting to get it." Claire tugged on the sleeves, which felt like they were strangling her muscles. I almost bought a parasol. Lamar squeezed one eye half shut. A good choice not to. He checked his watch. We should get into the courtroom. They're finishing up the case before ours. The corners of her lips creased at the mention of our case. It was nice to have a team, even if it was small and outgunned by the block's high-priced lawyers. She spotted Elle in the packed reporter section, wearing an orange dress that looked like molten steel in the crucible. Elle was scribbling in a matching notebook, but glanced up in time to give a smile in greeting, then after an appraising head tilt, offered a thumbs up for her fashion choice. Not long after they arrived, they were called to the defendant's seats opposite the blocks and their lawyers. Annette was dressed in a dark red form-fitting dress and wore a mask of indignation, while her husband held her hand in solidarity wearing a matching tie. They had 3 lawyers, which made their half of the courtroom crowded. Behind them in the general seating there were 3 people around her age which Claire assumed were campaign staff, wearing t-shirts with their daughter's face and the slogan, "Justice for Mara." Lamar had warned her that this might happen and to ignore it, which was hard because she saw court photographers taking pictures of the blocks, which fixed the t-shirts in the background. She could already see how it would look on the front page of the Herald of the Halls. Claire sat quietly and moved as little as possible, while the lawyers and judge discussed a series of trial minutiae. Judge Ambersand winked at Claire at one point, which she forced herself to smile back at despite the pit of revulsion in her stomach. "Mr. Jackson, you have some motions for the bench?" asked the judge. Lamar rose. "Thank you, Your Honor. I do indeed. The first motion is to suppress the evidence taken from Metallum Nocturne regarding the sign-in sheet for the foundry. As I stated in my formal request, there was no chain of custody with the evidence, and we have not been given access to the original to determine if the paper has been modified in any way, through sorcery or other ordinary means." The judge nodded as he listened. When Lamar was finished, Ambersand glanced with a smirk at the block's side as if they were old friends. "Motion to suppress denied," said the judge. "It's a critical piece of evidence, and you're not a detective." The pen in Claire's grip snapped, startling the entire courtroom. She quickly dropped it on the floor, but the judge frowned in her direction. She hadn't realized she'd been holding it. "Thank you, Your Honor. My next motion is for a change of venue. With the opposition's high profile and political campaign, it's unfair to my client, who doesn't have a PR team. It would be best if we moved this trial to a venue outside the city of Invictus. I've listed 3 candidate venues that would be acceptable to the defense." Judge Ambersand leaned forward. "Motion is also denied. A change in venue would place an undue burden on the blocks given their political campaign. It's hard enough that they lost a daughter, but having to travel out of the city during this important time wouldn't be fair to them. Any other motions, Mr. Jackson?" "None at this time, Your Honor." Lamar returned to his seat. She sensed his unease. He bristled with anger as his jaw pulsed, but she couldn't continue observing him as the judge addressed the other side. Claire knew from the article she'd read that the block's lawyers were renowned vindicators, lawyers trained in magic at the 100 Halls. It was strange that she would hire them considering her position on the halls and mages in general. "Your Honor," said the lead lawyer, a handsome man in his 30s with a Gentile Southern accent. "First, I'd like to compliment you on your tie." The judge looked down as if he'd forgotten what he was wearing. It was the same V design that the lead lawyer wore. Claire recognized it as a sigil of Vindicator Hall. "It's quite nice, Counselor Jarrett. You have a lovely tie yourself." "Thank you, Your Honor." The plaintiff files a motion to change the court date to 2 weeks from now, May 15, 2019. The plaintiff feels that due to the bloc's political campaign, it would be prudent to move up the case to allow voters to have a full understanding, and also for the blocks to have closure in this difficult time. The lawyer turned and raised an eyebrow. There are also questions about the defendant's ability to make a later trial, given the recent events in the news. The blocks deserve their chance at justice. The blocks stared forward stoically as camera flashes filled the courtroom. Lamar bumped her leg gently and made a face reminding her not to look angry, which was hard because she felt like an ant about to be crushed underfoot by a giant. "Your Honor," said Lamar, rising from his chair and leaning on the defendant's table. "The court's charge is justice, not politics. I request this motion to be dismissed as it lacks legal grounds." The judge pumped his bushy gray eyebrows. "These are unusual times. While I understand your concern, I'm approving this motion. Before you argue further, Lamar, you should consider the grander impacts to our fair city. As well, I believe 2 weeks should give you plenty of time to prepare a defense for this young lady. Isn't that right, sweetie?" The judge's condescending tone brought heat to her face. She found it impossible not to react, especially as cameras were pointed in her direction. Beneath the table, her hands were shaking. "Thank you, Your Honor," said Lamar in her place. The rest of the proceedings passed in a blur. Her whole body was numb. Then Lamar was leading her out of the courtroom while cameras filmed her every move. She felt like an idiot. A stooge. She only wanted to be back at the foundry, where she could at least believe she was in control. But that illusion had been taken from her too with Mara's death. Outside the courtroom, the reporters didn't have to stay quiet, and she was assaulted by a continuous barrage of questions. What was her relationship with the terrors? Why did they try to kill her in the church? Did she feel bad for ruining the funeral? Was she shot or was that staged? Did she know Terrence Grant had a warrant for his arrest in Chicago? Was she really a drug dealer? Did she feel bad for putting a negative spotlight on the 100 Halls and Metallum Nocturne for her poor decisions? Lamar guided her away from the reporters, using a side hallway to bring them to another part of the courthouse where they couldn't follow. "You okay?" "How?" He put his hand on her shoulder. "You did good despite the circumstances. I underestimated Judge Ambassan's consideration for the campaign, and his sympathy for the blocks. I thought judges were impartial. That's the way it's supposed to work, but judges are people, and some are less partial than others. The tie thing really bothers me. That was clear coordination. Can we file to move to another judge because of his bias? If we push that angle, it'll only infuriate him. We're already in a bad way, and I doubt it would work. Our best bet is to continue forward." He paused, looking over her shoulder. She turned to find Annette Block striding towards her, high heels ringing off the marble floors like hammer blows. The woman was slightly taller given the shoes, which was unusual to Claire because she was usually the tallest woman in the room. "Mr. Jackson, may I speak to your client?" asked Annette. "That would be quite unusual. I'm not sure I want to allow it." Claire put her hand on his arm. "I'll talk." "Are you sure?" She wanted to explain that talking to Annette, rather than battling in the courtroom or in the court of public opinion, would help her feel like she had a tiny bit of control over the situation. She felt like a spark in the wind already. "I am." Lamar checked both sides of the hallway. "You should talk in the women's bathroom." One of Annette's security detail confirmed the bathroom was empty. Before the mayoral candidate could enter, Claire pushed through the door ahead of her. It was a pointless gesture, but it eased the tightness in her chest. Claire turned and crossed her arms as Annette followed. Chapter 32. The locale might have been a secluded bathroom in a courtroom in the city of sorcery, but it felt like a dusty town in the middle of the Old West. Claire stood opposite her enemy, wishing they were dueling with fists or pistols, which would have given her a fighting chance. Annette stood with the grace of a practiced politician. She had toned arms and perfectly styled hair. She looked like she'd been made rather than born. "How well did you know my daughter?" asked Annette. The question caught Claire off guard. She'd been so focused on her own miserable circumstances, she'd forgotten that the blocks had lost a child. Not well. I'm a fifth year and my project kept me busy, replied Claire. I'm sorry for your loss, but I did not approve her work. Her mistake nearly cost me my life and destroyed everything I'd worked for until that point. Annette searched her face, eyes darting and lips rippling. The mask of politeness slipped. Don't you dare blame that on my Mara. You were supposed to protect her, keep her safe, but you let her die. You're a monster. I was so worried when we first learned that she had abilities, and then when she joined the halls, I thought maybe my fears were unfounded. But I was right. I was right. The woman's hands shook as she reached up to fix her hair. Either she was the greatest actress ever, or she was truly broken because of Mara's death. Claire only saw the vitriol in the press, the hate she was giving oxygen, letting the flames grow and spread across the city. I wish I knew what happened, but I swear to you it wasn't me, said Claire. Liar. Annette jabbed her finger forward. Don't you dare lie to me. You mages are all the same, so filled with your specialness, your importance. My Mara was too good for you all. She came from a good home, not like you little rat. Claire burst forward, closing the gap between them with her hand in a fist. She'd only meant to emphasize her point, but the heat and rage in her chest was a furnace she couldn't cool. Spittle flew like sparks from her lips, and in her mind's eye, she wondered if she could choke Annette to death before her security detail could stop her. You're ruining my life, said Claire, pulling back her fist when the door flung open. A man with an ear wire reached for his pistol. Is everything okay, Mom? Annette glowered. She lost control. I wouldn't have expected anything different. Should I stay? Annette shot Claire a withering glance. She's a coward. She'd never actually try to hurt me, but if she did, she'd be in jail by the end of the day. After the door swung shut, Claire asked, Why are we here? I want to offer you a deal, and if you're smart, you'll take it. Claire said nothing because she sensed she wasn't going to like what Annette had to say. The older woman stared at her, like a schoolteacher getting ready to deliver punishment. Unlike yourself, I'm an important member of the community. Between the business my husband and I created with our own bare hands, the loving family that we raised, and now the mayoral campaign we hope to win to set this city back on a path of righteousness, my time is stretched. I'm already dealing with the heartache of losing my only child to this magical predator they try to call an actual university. I don't want to go through this trial as much as you do, but it's what must be done to bring justice for Mara. Annette paused, her nostrils flaring. The sympathy Claire knew she should have felt was replaced with revulsion and rage. She wanted to strike Annette until she was unconscious. The lack of control over her own emotions left Claire feeling like she was back in high school after her parents died, but it was different and worse than that. Even in her darkest moments back then, she never pictured other people's deaths, but here she was in the bathroom of the city's courthouse, imagining squeezing the life from Annette. What I have to offer, much to the disagreement of my husband, is a chance for this to be over and for us all to return to our lives. In exchange for a smaller payment, you would plead guilty and publicly accept blame for our daughter's death. In addition, you would also lay blame for her death to the unsafe practices at Metallum Nocturne, including your current patron and the professors in charge of the foundry. This would all be in the public record, both in video and written form, to be placed on all major networks and newspapers. These are my conditions. The numbness returned, replacing the rage, which would have been preferable if she hadn't had to hear those conditions. How much smaller? The corners of Annette's mouth creased. Rather than the $1.8 million that would mean you'd essentially be working for us the rest of your life, we would reduce it to $300,000. It would put a bite into your future earnings, but not strangle you like the $1.8 million would. A generous offer, to be sure. The amount wouldn't be disclosed to the media. That would remain under seal, protected by a non-disclosure agreement. This offer is not up for negotiation. Take it or leave it, but you must send your answer by noon tomorrow. Otherwise, we'll be bringing the full might of our case against you and your wretched 100 halls, and then when I win the mayor race in the fall, I will make sure you never have a moment's rest anywhere in the world. Annette Block slapped her hand against the door as she left the bathroom, her heels echoing in the marbled space, leaving Claire in quiet desperation until she let loose a scream and punched the mirror. A spiderweb of cracks exploded across the glass, leaving her knuckles covered in blood. Chapter 33. She's in the back of the library. I saw her a little while ago, said Mark as he held his arms across his chest and glanced askew. Are you okay? Why? What have you heard? Asked Claire. He ran a hand through his thick brown hair. Your hand. Claire had forgotten about the bandages, which as she checked, were bleeding through. It's nothing. Wanting to take the focus off herself, she asked, what happened to the green mohawk? His mouth twisted into a slash. Graduation is in a few weeks. I got a job with Ares Industries. Sandy Lafleur herself was in the final interview. I'll be moving to Paris after ceremonies. That's great, Claire forced herself to say. She put up a smile but feared it was a grimace. Mark stepped away, checking back twice before disappearing down the hall. Good luck, she added under her breath after he was gone, rubbing her breastbone where it felt empty inside. Dawn was in the back of the library sitting on a beanbag with her feet on her backpack and a pair of headphones on. As soon as she spotted Claire, she burst to her feet. Claire, what happened? Was it the trial? Merlin's tits, what happened to your hand? Before Claire knew it, Dawn had her in an embrace, squeezing hard enough to make tears squeak from her eyes. When she finally pulled away, Claire thumbed the wetness from the corner of her eyes and in a shaking voice, described the encounter with Annette Block. That bitch, said Dawn. I don't know, slash her tires if I could. Thanks, said Claire, trying to catch her breath. But I can sort of understand her anger. She thinks I killed her daughter due to my negligence, and if I can't figure out who forged the paper, then I'm going to take the blame. Are you actually thinking of taking the deal? Dawn asked in horror. I don't know. Should I? The world crumbled around her. Claire found herself sitting in the beanbag chair with her head between her knees. No one will want to hire me, she whispered as Dawn rubbed her back. It's so fucked, Claire. So utterly fucked. Why is this all happening to you? Claire worried she knew the answer, but she couldn't bring herself to say it out loud in this moment. Dawn sat across from her, cross-legged and holding onto her calves. If I accept, it'll open the school up to more scrutiny, and probably ruin Metallum Nocturne. Everything I love will be turned to dust, said Claire. Can you win the case? Claire lifted her shoulders. He says it's possible, but I'm losing hope. He seems like a good guy. Smart for sure, but the other side has the top vindicators in the country. It's like bringing a water pistol to a gunfight. Then you're taking it. I don't think I can. I didn't do it. It wasn't me who put my name on the list. To take the blame for that publicly. My name would be associated with it for the rest of my days. I would have admitted that I screwed up, costing that girl her life. You'd rather be indentured to them forever? Claire squeezed her eyes shut, then slowly nodded. I think so. I wouldn't be able to live with myself if I said yes, even though logically it makes the most sense. At this point, I've resolved that I'm going to lose the case. I don't see how it goes differently, but no way am I saying that I did that. You're so fucking brave, Claire. I hope you know that. Brave and broke, she said with a deranged laugh. How's the ring coming? Claire leaned back. Besides having no idea how I'm going to acquire dark metal again. Absolutely great. You could always finish that other project. You know, just so you graduate. Haven't done a single thing about it, and at this point, does it matter if I graduate? No one's going to hire me. The interviews that I had lined up months ago evaporated. Received lots of emails apologizing that their company had gone in a different direction. I'm sorry, Claire. No offense, Dawn, but I'm sick of people apologizing to me, said Claire, squeezing her hands into fists. I'm just trying to. Dawn, please, I don't want your pity. What I need are solutions, answers, resources. I went to every professor on your behalf to find who might have put your name down, said Dawn, leaning back indignantly. I know. I'm not saying you aren't. This isn't about you. I'm just, I don't know, angry. When I was in the bathroom with Annette, I kept having fantasies of choking her out. Not in a nice way, either. Claire. I know. Dark shit. For the record, those thoughts didn't feel like my own. It felt like someone else was in my mind, telling me to do those things. Who? Claire pulled up the side of her shirt, revealing the dark metal striations. Remember when I told you about the book I found at Left Tower Books? Yeah, the weird one with all the superstitions. I'm beginning to believe the Night Mother is real. Chapter 34. The 8th Ward was mostly residential, except for the Invictus Menagerie and Crypto Zoo, which Claire had yet to visit despite living in the city for the last 5 years. The area Elle had told her to wait wasn't a concern, though she kept checking over her shoulder expecting a black SUV full of terrors to burst out and throw her into the back. She spotted a group of kids riding their skateboards in the half-empty parking lot of a Wizard's Coffee. Their wheels flashed with lights and sounds, minor illusions that could be purchased at any corner trinket shop. Claire didn't realize it was Elle walking up the sidewalk until she gave her a curt wave. The normally brightly attired reporter wore dark clothes, and had her blonde hair pulled back in businesslike ponytail. The backpack hanging from her shoulder looked trail-worn with carabiners hanging over odd loops. The choice of traveling gear made Claire regret her own clothes, which were comfortable but lacked the functionality of Elle's outfit. I feel underprepared, said Claire, receiving a shoulder hug from Elle, who wasn't wearing the floral perfume she usually wore. That's why you asked for my help. While this won't be the same as hiking through the Rockies, certain aspects are similar. Elle wrinkled her nose at Claire's footwear. You could use better shoes. Those look like they're ready to disintegrate into nodules of rubber and frayed threads. I wore my old workout pair. They'll have to do since we don't have time. We have an appointment. We do. Elle took long purposeful strides down the sidewalk. Half of journalism is finding and developing sources. The whole point is writing about the world that people aren't aware of, but that involves gaining trust. My guy promised a short window for bypassing the guards to get into the Undercity. They rounded the corner. A seedy-looking bar called the Goblin's Romp appeared to be their destination. A lump of rags covered with a blue tarp moved as they approached, followed by a gravelly voice asking, "Change?" To Claire's surprise, Elle dropped a 20 spot into the waiting hand. Thank you, Mom. As she followed Elle into the noisy bar, she asked, won't he just spend it on drugs or alcohol? Possibly, but you'd be surprised what you can learn from the homeless. They've got nothing better to do than keep their eyes out. The interior of the Goblin's Romp made her ears hurt. Thumping, voluminous music blared on the speakers, making thinking difficult. Her threadbare shoes kicked sawdust as they crossed the interior, heading around a square bar that sat in the center of the space. An ochre-skinned humanoid with a squat nose and patchy hair was serving beers to a couple of guys in biker jackets. Further in the back, she spotted a gray-skinned city fae in a tailored purple jacket, having a hunched discussion with a pale woman wearing gold sunglasses. Claire had met non-humans before. It was hard not to encounter them after 5 years at the university, but she'd never seen so many in one place. Before she could ask Elle why, they headed to the back, passing through a room with pool tables and beneath a brick archway, where a single hulking figure with brown skin and a muscle shirt stood before a gate. Claire expected to be turned away, but the guard broke into a gap-toothed grin, holding his arms wide for Elle. Hey Turtle. The dark returns, said Turtle, squeezing her gently. I'd love to catch up, but the guys will be back soon, amigo. He unlocked the gate. Thanks, Turtle. I appreciate it. No, Elle. I appreciate what you did for my sister, said Turtle with a wink. The big man gestured towards Claire. Take care of her for me. They don't make him like her anymore. I will, said Claire, checking over her shoulder. When they were away from the gate, headed down a circular ramp with the middle descending into the deep darkness, she said, What was that about? Turtle's sister Gina got mixed up with the wrong crowd. They wanted her to be a mule. Drugs? Nah. Forbidden reagents, the kind of stuff that shouldn't be trafficked, like freshly culled human brains, unicorn penises, or demon core. My senior thesis was on that black market, which is how I knew about the Undercity and how it worked. Some weird stuff gets bought and sold in the shadows. What happened to Gina? She's in Canada, working as a forest ranger. My university had a big ag program, which includes forest management. I got her in with a friend who graduated with that degree. I never realized journalism required so many favors. Claire peeked over the edge into an unfathomable abyss. How far does this go down? 1,000 feet or something. Some areas are deeper, but we're not going there. And we'll be able to find ghost eye mushrooms, asked Claire. That's the plan. We're hiring a guide in Big Dave's town. More favors? Elle shook her head, making her ponytail dance. Cold hard cash. I can't afford that, said Claire. Don't worry. For the chance to get to know you better, it's my treat, said Elle with a wink. On the way down, they chatted about the ring and the need for fresh ghost eye mushrooms. Claire explained that dried mushrooms would be less effective. To truly get the maximum effect, she would need to place an enchantment on them before harvest. That way the crucial aspects of the ghost eyes would be preserved until needed. Claire was so busy extolling the virtues of her methods, she didn't realize they'd exited into an enormous cavern, until she saw the buzzing neon lights. Whoa! This is bigger than I expected. Big Dave's town extended across a space of a few city blocks. The mixed architectures had Gothic 3-story mansions next to ramshackle huts that served as curiosity shops. She spotted men and women holding automatic weapons, with the same neon tattoos on their forearms. The residents matched the consistency of the bar at the top of the ramp, a mix of humans and non-humans, going about their day as if nothing was out of the ordinary. Close your mouth, you'll catch flies. Sorry. It's just so different. What were you thinking you'd find? Claire shook her head. I guess I thought caves meant waterfalls and stalactites, not shops selling powdered matacore spikes as Dick Hardeners. There's plenty of those too. The few settlements are tiny compared to the empty areas between. Tunnels and caverns crisscross the entire space beneath the city. Supposedly there's a connection between the heavy magic use in the city and the existence of the unusual spaces, but no one has been able to explain it satisfactorily. At the bottom of the ramp, they passed 2 guards with the neon tattoos who barely gave them any notice. The female guard had green hair with the sides shaved. Out of hearing range, Elle added, this is Razor Clan territory. They keep the peace. There's nothing to worry about. Elle led them to a restaurant called the Devil's Lipstick. The crimson neon sign cast its light across the street. Once again, Claire was surprised by the familiarity of the interior. It looked like a larger version of a greasy cafe. A row of locals were seated at the bar, chatting with a woman with brown frizzy hair and a loud barking voice that cut over the electronica music. At the back of the dining area, Elle stopped before a table. The gentleman in the single seat wore brown khakis and an Outback hat, and was smoking a cigarette. He raised his half-drank beer towards them. Miss Dark. Abe Scott. At your service. You bring the fee? Asked Abe. Elle reached into her backpack, revealing a brown envelope. It landed with a healthy thump. "Half now and half when you bring us back out safely." Abe peeked into the envelope, briefly thumbing through the bills before tucking it into his jacket. He downed his beer and tossed the lit cigarette into the remaining foam. "Shall we?" He didn't bother waiting, marching out of the Devil's Lipstick, forcing Claire to hurry. As they left the restaurant, she caught a frown from the bartender, which had her checking over her shoulder. "You see that?" she whispered to Elle. "What?" Abe appeared to be listening, so she said, "Never mind." "What exactly are we doing on this little expedition?" asked Abe. "Ghost Eye Fields. You said there are some a few hours' hike from Big Dave's," said Elle. "That I did." He stopped, turning his head and then moving in that direction. "We'll leave by the North Tunnel." "What's this about?" "Researchers." "Whole business," said Elle. "Which one?" Elle elbowed her. "Metallum Nocturne." "One of the Maker Halls, gotcha," said Abe. As they passed the clan guards on the way out of Big Dave's town, Claire wasn't enthused by the way they stared at their guide, Abe. Maybe she was paranoid due to everything that had gone wrong since the accident, but he was giving her bad vibes. He had a pistol on one hip and a machete on the other. Claire wished she'd practiced her 5-element spells. "Okay, we're about to leave the relative safety of Big Dave's," explained Abe. "From here on out, you listen to my directions. Move when I say to move, stop when I tell you to stop. Under no circumstances should you be talking or making unnecessary noise. The Undercity is a dangerous place." After affixing headlamps to their foreheads, Abe led them into the tunnels. The passages had markings on the walls, and a plaque pointed in 2 different directions. The background noise of Big Dave's was replaced by the crunch of their boots on loose rock. Abe walked with his hand on his pistol. Claire might have thought the concern staged, except that Elle was taking his precautions seriously. She watched his back, looking for signs of betrayal. Claire kept up her vigilance for the first half hour, but over time in the constant beam-lit darkness, her attention wavered, and she found herself wondering if the Night Mother was real. It was a concern that was growing in her mind, given the strange thoughts and cursed luck. She had no proof, but that didn't mean she wasn't right. During their traverse, they crossed through many small caverns. Some had trickles of water passing through, or limestone cascades along the wall that glinted in the light of their headlamps. But then Abe led them into a larger cavern, which their light couldn't penetrate to the other side. She heard the splash of a heavy waterfall far to her right, and the flapping of small winged creatures fleeing their arrival. Dust motes and tiny insects were revealed by Abe's scanning headlamp. Claire sensed his unease and focused her attention on the cavern, wondering what he'd heard or seen. When he reached for his pistol, Claire wished she had a knife or crowbar in her hand. Abe motioned them forward as they crossed the wide space. Halfway across he paused, his light spearing a bloody lump along the path. The 3 of them examined the dead creature, which looked like an angry porcupine with a skull-like face and fangs the size of her fingers. "What is it?" whispered Claire, hating the way her voice echoed in the space. He crouched down, using his knife to poke at the body. "I don't know." "You don't know?" The surprise in her voice prompted a quick reply. "The excess phase in the Undercity has warped some creatures that made their home down here, while others were purposely made by curious mages. There's also rumors that there's a pathway to the infernal realm in the Undercity, and sometimes critters cross over." "Oh," said Claire, swallowing. Abe rose, using his headlamp to scan in various directions. "Stay here. Let me follow the blood trail, make sure nothing is lurking nearby." "Wouldn't it make more sense to come with you?" asked Elle. Abe glanced over his shoulder. "If something gets me, run back to the tunnel as fast as you can and hope you can make it back to Big Dave's." He moved ahead, light alternating between the path and the surrounding cavern. Claire got a sense of the scale as his lamp revealed stalactites or other rocky, glittering features at a distance from his location. "You okay?" asked Elle. "Better than getting shot at in a church or rescuing a Kentucky warlock from the Vale." Elle tilted her head. What? Oh, I haven't told you that story. Not now, but later, yes please. Claire huddled next to Elle, shoulders touching, which brought a sense of protection despite logically knowing that it wouldn't help a damn bit if something came out of the darkness. She watched Abe's headlamp weave through the cavern, wanting to tell him to come back once he'd gotten 100 meters away. He seemed to be following a trail. A prickly sensation formed on her back. Claire checked to her right. The darkness closed in on her. She felt like something was lurking just beyond the light. Turn off your headlamp, she whispered. What? Are you crazy? Just do it. She switched off her lamp at the same time as Elle. The darkness entombed them. Only Abe's distant light could be seen on the other side of the cavern, moving with a lazy sway. Gripping Elle's hand, she turned slowly, peering into the gloom. At first she saw nothing but the aftereffects of the light on her eyes, but as they faded, other details came into focus. What are you doing? I can't see shit, whispered Elle. Claire shushed her as she continued to examine the area around them. She saw the path, a ridged line of rock, and the row of potholes from when water must have filled the cavern in the past. Then she saw the eyes. Big, luminous, forward-facing eyes. The creature lurked on the path behind them. Larger than the body at their feet. It looked like a bony tiger creeping forward, stalking them. The creature was only 50 feet away and closing. Chapter 35. Elle made a pained noise, which made Claire realize she was squeezing her hand tightly. She checked back to the opposite side of the cavern, expecting to see Abe's light, but it was no longer visible. We have to run, whispered Claire. What? I can't see. There's something on the path behind us. It's big. She scanned the area for a pathway to escape. When she checked back to the creature, it was bounding towards them. Run. Claire dragged Elle over the ridge, hauling her up when she tripped over the rock. The scratch of claws on stone and a low growl had Claire running as fast as she could. She checked over her shoulder to see how close. The bottom dropped out. Claire's arms pinwheeled. The rush of crashing water grew louder, and then she plunged beneath the surface. It was icy cold, almost making her take a breath. She kicked off the bottom, pulling herself upward until she broke free and into precious air. She searched for Elle, fearing she'd gotten knocked out on impact, but saw her paddling through the mist in the wrong direction. This way. Elle listed about, so Claire continued to give her audio clues until she could grab her arm and help her towards the edge of the wide pool. Staying in the frigid water wasn't an option, so they crawled onto the gravelly beach. Claire checked the ridge for signs of the creature, but saw nothing. Fuck. My light's dead, said Elle, frantically clicking the button on her headlamp. It's okay. I can see. Nothing's nearby. Claire put her hands around Elle's, calming her. I'll be your eyes. I hate this, said Elle, eyes darting as she shivered. At least the air is warm. How can you see? I think it has to do with the dark metal, said Claire. Elle turned her head suddenly. What was that? Claire followed the direction. I don't see anything. They waited on the water's edge, the waterfall thundering into the pool about 50 feet behind them. A low mist hung over the surface. Once Elle calmed, they searched through the pack to find all electronics ruined by the plunge. Hopefully we lost the creature, said Claire. I don't feel like it's nearby. Feel? I don't know how to explain it, but I knew it was there before we turned off the lights, said Claire. I think you've got more stories to tell me once we get out of here, said Elle. I probably owe you that much. You had me at Kentucky Warlock, said Elle. Stay here. I'll creep up and check ahead. Hopefully the plunge put us off its radar. Staying low to the ground, Claire crawled up the slope until she reached the edge. The cavern spread out away from the pool, the opposite direction of where they'd come. She didn't see the creature, so she returned to Elle and explained what she saw. I see 3 options. Wait here, head back the way we came and risk running into the creature, or go deeper and hope to find a passage that circles around, said Claire. Waiting here isn't a good idea. While you were climbing up, I was feeling around. There are scratch marks on the stone. Things that we don't want to meet come here for water, said Elle. I'm not inclined to go back the way we came, so option 3 it is. Take my hand. I'll be your eyes. Claire led them away from the pool, keeping her head on a swivel. Not having the glaring headlamp interfering with her ability to see in the dark made keeping an eye out easier, since she wasn't restricted to the beam of light. A pair of small flying critters exploding from a hiding place startled them both, but after a brief chuckle they continued, leaving the waterfall cavern and heading into a series of crisscrossing tunnels. Leave a small pile of rocks to mark which passage we've taken so we can come back. Might help if Abe tries to track us down, said Elle. Leaving the cairn slowed them down, and Claire hated the way the rocks clinked together. She navigated randomly, hoping to move as far away as possible from the cavern with the creature. After a half hour they came out into a wide space with a light blue glow. What's that? Asked Elle. Climbing onto a rise, Claire looked over a giant field of translucent stalks waving in an unseen wind. Ghost eyes. Why are they moving? I don't feel a breeze, said Elle. A grin rose to Claire's lips at getting to explain something that her new friend didn't know. At the center of the fungus, a viscous liquid moves through dozens of capillaries at different speeds and directions, creating the illusion of wind. Each one only moves a few millimeters, but collectively it makes their movement appear more substantial. It's beautiful. They stood on the ridge still holding hands until Elle looked down. I guess I don't need this anymore. She released Claire's hand, which had grown sweaty from the long embrace. As they waded into the ghost eye field, Claire spotted other luminous fungus along the wall, and countless benign insects buzzing through the stalks. The ghost eyes are an ecosystem unto themselves, said Claire, running her hand across the velvety tops. They only grow in the Undercity due to the heavy phase concentration. You sure know a lot about them for someone who's never been in the Undercity. A library is a girl's best friend, said Claire. Elle stood a few feet away. The faint bluish glow and strange shifting stalks made it otherworldly. Her lips were parted, contentment across her smooth brow. Lovely place for a picnic, said Elle, shifting out of her pack. Hungry? Ravenous. Are we safe here? Claire paused. I don't feel any danger, and most predators avoid ghost eyes for reasons no one understands. Probably messes with their advantage of darkness. A smooth boulder near the back of the field gave them a good view, and kept the cavern wall to their back, which after the frantic escape was a relief. Elle unfolded a padded blanket across the hard rock, and handed over small impact-resistant containers with cheeses, nuts, olives and crackers. Strangest and probably coolest place I've ever had charcuterie, said Claire as she shoved a chunk of Asiago cheese into her mouth. Be a good time to tell me all about your Kentucky warlock and what the dark metal is doing to you, said Elle, pumping her eyebrows. Claire hesitated. Is this Elle the reporter asking? Elle shuffled a handful of almonds around in her palm. If you want it to be. Otherwise, it can be Elle, your friend. Seems dangerous to have a reporter for a friend. How do I know who I'm talking to? Asked Claire. No different than any friend and the secrets they keep, said Elle, tucking a piece of blonde hair that had gotten loose from her ponytail in the escape. Wisps created little halos around her brow. Come here. Let me fix that. Elle sat between her outstretched legs. Claire slipped the black band from her blonde hair and using her fingers straightened out the knots that had formed. As she worked, she told Elle about the events in Kentucky with Grayson and his dead daughter, followed by the strange things that had been happening to her that she assumed was from the dark metal in her flesh. The only thing she left out was her concerns about the Night Mother, and only because it was pure speculation, and she feared it'd sound crazy if she talked about it. Let me see it again, said Elle breathlessly as she shifted around opposite. Claire pulled up her shirt, revealing her striped ribs. The bands had grown. There was barely any skin between them. Elle ran her fingers across the dark stretches. "It's hard but supple," she said, glancing upward with her lips parted. "Do you really think it's dark metal?" "I do." Elle flicked her fingernail against the metal, recoiling after the clack. "Ouch. Hard as rock. But it doesn't feel that way when I'm touching it. How far does it go?" Claire pursed her lips. "It's like I'm being overtaken by vines." She pulled down the front of her shirt, showing the extensions that had climbed past her breastbone. "The others are heading down my hips and starting on my thighs. At this rate, I'll be covered completely by the end of the year. I'm afraid of what happens when it's on my face." "It's quite beautiful actually," said Elle, still running her fingers along the metal. "I don't know what it's doing to me." Elle pulled her fingers away. She tilted her head. "I'm sorry, Claire." "I don't think the original patron died," she blurted out. "This is definitely off the record. But I think this happened to him too, so he had to give up being patron. Which means he was disfigured by the dark metal." "Why do you think so?" Claire explained what she found in the diary. "That's heavy," said Elle, leaning back. "I should harvest so we can get out of here. It's going to take a little bit." Claire was glad she'd memorized the spell rather than bringing a copy, because otherwise she'd be screwed due to falling into the pool. She waded into the center of the stalks, examining them to find the thickest one. The enchantment itself was simple, but it required repeating and waiting to confirm the stasis required. She was used to using phase over a long period of time, but the spell took a lot out of her. She was able to cut the stalk an hour later, depositing it in the sealed and warded Ziploc bag for later. When she was finished, exhaustion set in and she stumbled back to the rock, sitting down in front of it and leaning against it for support. "You okay?" "Harder than I expected. My Merlin scores weren't that high, but that was unusual. I can manage a bath of liquid metal with constant phase adjustments for hours. I feel like I just ran a marathon," said Claire as she struggled to keep her eyes open. "You rest. I'll keep watch," said Elle from her perch. "Wake me at the first sign of danger," said Claire as she leaned against the rock, her eyes closing of their own accord. Chapter 36. The sacrifice was stretched across the altar while hundreds of followers softly chanted a name. Claire grabbed the ritual dagger in both hands, mumbling words in a language she'd never used before. Shadows caressed her lips, whispering to plunge the blade into the supine body. "Kill her." The voice put a haze in her mind. Claire felt the ecstasy of belief. She raised the blade above her head, preparing to slam it into Elle's exposed chest. As her friend stirred, eyes fluttering open, Claire released the weapon, letting it fall behind her into the field of ghostly mushroom stalks. "Claire." The confusion on Elle's face matched her own. Claire yanked her traitorous arms down, clutching them against her chest as if she didn't trust them to be free. Elle sat up, blinking and looking around. "I don't remember falling asleep. I was sitting here watching the ghost eyes shift, and then I just woke up with you standing over me." Elle screwed up her face. "What were you doing?" "I don't know," she lied even as the echoes of the voice reverberated through her head. "Kill her. Kill her. Kill her." Claire feared the identity of the speaker, even as it faded away. "We should get out of here. I feel like something bad is about to happen." Elle slid off the rock and started shoving their gear into the backpack. "Like the warning you got when the creature attacked." Claire paused. "Worse." "You're scaring me, Claire." "I'm scaring myself. Let's just get out of here." Elle reached past Claire's legs to grab the blade lying between the stalks. She glanced worriedly upward, making Claire feel like a serial killer who'd just gotten caught with a body. Before they left, Elle tested her headlamp again, sighing with relief when it switched on. "Dried out, I guess." Hopefully our phones recover too. They left the relative safety of the ghost eye field, heading back into the tunnels, following the cairns. As they crept forward, the voice in her head grew louder and more disturbing. Kill her. I demand blood. I saved your life. You owe me one in return. Claire glanced back to check on Elle, only to catch herself imagining plunging the blade into her neck and watching the blood spill out over her hands. She turned her head back before the visions could get worse. Why did you look at me like that? Asked Elle timidly. Claire screwed up her face. Just keep moving. Let's get out of here. When they exited the crisscrossing passages, the thunderous waterfall announced their return. Claire put a hand on Elle's arm, registering the flinch beneath her touch. Turn off the light. Elle hesitated, but eventually switched it off. Claire let her eyes adjust, peering across the uneven cavern towards the rise where the water poured over into the misty pool. Even at a distance, she could feel the cool air on her face. Is something here? Whispered Elle. Claire half turned, holding her hand across her friend's face, seeing no reaction. The darkness was absolute. For Elle at least. Kill her. Claire squeezed her hands, pushing away the thoughts invading her mind. Was this the Night Mother? Or was she suffering delusions from the corruption of her flesh? Claire. You're scaring me again, whispered Elle, reaching out. Sorry. Trying to see if anything is waiting to ambush us. Claire reached out and took Elle's hand. I think we're in the clear. Let me lead. Traversing the uneven ground with Elle in tow took time, especially as Claire kept silent. The voice was subdued, but she could feel the pressure at the back of her head where she drew phase from her mind. If she didn't have a patron, she might have thought it phase madness, but until the dark metal explosion, she'd never had a hint of trouble. The slope leading to the higher cavern where they'd fallen required a patient scramble. The upper area was huge, far beyond what Claire could see with her dark vision, but the itch between her shoulder blades returned. Something lurked ahead, waiting for them. Give me the knife, she whispered. I don't want to. Claire grumbled under her breath, but she understood her friend's concern. I think that tiger thing is here, and I stand a better chance of fighting it off. If it attacks, turn on your light and run like hell. I don't like that idea, said Elle. I don't either, lied Claire. The truth was that she was relishing a fight. The need to spill blood, any blood, was growing stronger by the second. Claire worried Elle wouldn't be safe with her and considered faking the attack, just to get her to escape back to Big Dave's town. I trust you, Claire. Don't make me regret it. Elle reached out and handed over the blade. Kill her now. Claire purposefully pointed the weapon into the darkness. Hold on to my shirt. They crept forward. She was looking for the dead animal that would mark the passage back to safety. As she reached that location, she found it missing, a pool of old blood in its place, but no sign of it being dragged away or consumed entirely. As she turned to lead them out, a low growl from further down the trail froze Claire. Get ready to run when I say, she said, pushing Elle behind her. Turn on your headlamp, but face it away so I don't lose my sight. The area around her bloomed with light, but she could still see the creature crouched on the ridge, ready to charge. Claire switched to an overhand grip in hopes she could kill the beast when it knocked her down. Abe? Elle's question startled Claire. She checked over her shoulder to see the guide sauntering down the pathway with a pistol in his hand. The weapon was pointed at them. What are you doing? The creature's over there, said Elle, pointing in the opposite direction. I know, said Abe, continuing his approach. He put his fingers into his mouth, eliciting a high-pitched whistle. Time to eat, Sancha. Chapter 37. Get behind me. Claire backed away, moving back up the ridge as Sancha stalked forward. Even if she could somehow defeat the creature, she'd still have Abe with his pistol to worry about. Why are you doing this? Asked Elle. Money, food for my companion, and the thrill of killing another stupid mage, said Abe derisively. The strange looks Claire had received when they left Big Dave's became clearer. The locals probably suspected Abe wasn't the guide he said he was, but a killer in disguise. I checked your background, said Elle breathlessly. There wasn't anything about you being in the halls. It was only a year, and that bitch Adele kicked me out when I accidentally convinced an your bear to attack one of my fellow first years. I changed my name and worked for the Phoenix Corporation for a while, but then I found Sancha and made her my hunting companion. The Undercity has been the perfect killing grounds. The creature let out a low growl that reverberated in Claire's chest. Don't try running, he said. I'll put a bullet in your back. Elle, she whispered. Yeah. I'm going to do something really stupid. Run when I say, and I'll try to keep you from getting shot. You're right, that is stupid. 1, 2, run. Claire broke up the ridge, following Elle as she scrambled over, heading towards the waterfall. The punch hit Claire in the back before she heard the shot. A second impact sent sharp pain through her mind and she lost control of her legs, landing hard on the stone. She was bleeding but didn't know how bad. The dark metal had only partially protected her. As she spun around, Sancha came bounding over the rocks, fangs extended. Claire had dropped the blade in her fall. She searched around, but the creature reached her first, landing heavily on her chest and trying to sink its teeth into her chest. The pain was unreal. It felt like her entire chest was in a vice. She worried ribs would crack. Claire reached around for the knife. She found a rock and smashed it against the creature's head, releasing her for a moment. As the creature shook off the impact, she spotted the glint of metal in a crack. She found the blade, miraculously avoiding slicing her fingers, and as it tried to bite her again, she jammed the sharp end under its jaw. The tender flesh parted, spilling blood over Claire as she shoved it deep. The creature collapsed atop, crushing her with its weight. She was trapped. No. Sancha. Abe appeared above her, searching the creature for signs of life, but her blade had gone into its brain. He listed about, cursing under his breath. It was only a matter of time before he put a bullet in her head, since it was the only thing exposed. The dark metal wouldn't save her like it had from the teeth. Claire hoped Elle was using the distraction to escape. You bitch, you killed my friend. She tried to eat me, said Claire, wheezing. Her hand was still on the knife, trapped in the creature's throat. Claire tried to push the weight off, but even her newfound strength wasn't up to the task. She strained unsuccessfully. You don't deserve this, he said. Abe pointed the gun at her head. She could see nothing but the barrel as she tried to leverage herself from beneath the dead body. Claire managed to get a leg free, but it wasn't enough. He tipped forward momentarily as something bounced off his head and landed out of sight. Abe spun around, firing his weapon into the darkness while his other hand was on his head, revealing blood from the impact. Show yourself or I'm killing her. Don't Elle. He'll just kill us both. Run back to Big Dave's for help. Abe laughed as he searched the darkness with his headlamp. You think anyone there will help you? That's why I hunt here. There are no police, no good Samaritans. This is the Undercity. The only rule is might. While he was focused on trying to find Elle, Claire managed to get her left arm out from under the creature, which gave her the room to wiggle the blade from its throat. She worked furiously. Abe fired 2 more shots into the darkness. He moved away briefly. It appeared Elle was hiding over the ridge, throwing rocks whenever he gave her the opportunity. I'll kill you next, he shouted into the darkness. With a Herculean effort, Claire yanked the blade from the creature's throat and managed to free her upper body. She lunged forward to put the blade in his calf, but Abe turned at the last moment. Shayu. A wave of magical energy slammed into Claire, stunning her long enough for Abe to kick the blade out of her hand. She heard it land somewhere behind her, clattering between the rocks. This ends now. As he pointed the pistol at her motionless body, Claire heard a rising cry from behind. He half turned too late as Elle slammed into him from behind. They went flying. His headlamp landed somewhere away, turning off in the impact. Claire struggled to move. The magical mark had knocked the wind out of her, but as she heard Elle fighting with Abe, she found new energy. With no light in the cavern, she found them unerringly, grabbing Elle and pulling her away from Abe before he could kill her. A flash exploded from the gun barrel, the bullet whistling between them, followed by multiple clicks. As Abe cursed, quickly reloading the clip from his hip pocket, Claire led Elle the opposite way, finding the cavern wall and setting her against it. "Stay here," she whispered. Elle tried to grab her to keep her from going back, but Claire had a debt to settle, and the voice in her head made it clear that someone had to die today. Creeping across the rocks as silently as possible, she watched as Abe found his feet. He kept swinging around, pointing the gun in random directions, blind to her advance. She found the knife and carefully retrieved it, making sure she didn't create any unnecessary sounds that would give her position away. With the blade in her hand, she approached Abe from the side. She felt giddy with anticipation and also revulsion. The former coming from the voice. As she neared, the ritualistic chanting she'd heard when she first awoke returned. "Kill him for me." Abe didn't see her coming. She was right behind him, blade poised to plunge into his back. Fighting off the creature in self-defense had been simple, but now she was purposely executing someone. It would be easy enough to slip away in the darkness and leave the Undercity and his murderous ways behind, but if she did, the voice would demand another sacrifice. "This one is easy. Take him now. Take him." She'd never killed anyone. Never even considered it, but now that she was about to, the horror of it left her hand frozen in midair. Abe spun. He must have heard her breathing. Before he could point the gun at her, she plunged the blade into his chest. It went right through the bone and into his lungs. She startled when he squeezed off around, but it bounced off the rocks, soaring into the darkness. He sunk to his knees and with the blade in his chest, tipped over onto the rocks. Claire stared at his body as blood pooled around him. She couldn't believe what she'd done, but the pressure in her head had been released. She felt herself entirely again, then she took 2 steps and the entirety of her stomach came up, splashing between the rocks. When she finished retching, she wiped her mouth and found Elle huddled against the wall. "He's dead." Elle switched on her headlamp. The light speared her, forcing her to recoil. As she brought her hand up to block, the blood covering her hand was revealed. "Did you?" "I had no choice," she said, even though she knew it wasn't true. "No, you didn't. He would have killed us. Or if we'd fled, he would have killed others." Claire didn't know where her headlamp was but didn't care. Elle took charge of their recovery, pulling out a first aid kit and cleaning up the blood. When she checked the bite wounds, she found the fangs had only partially broken the skin, but the flesh between the striations were already bruised purple, turning her side into a motley mess. The pair of them made a sorry return to Big Dave's town. Claire's stomach ached, but she had no desire to eat. No one gave them a second glance as they headed up the long ramp to the surface. Claire kept rubbing her hands against her jeans, trying to remove the blood that was no longer there. When they reached the city, it was night. A storm raged to the west, sending rumbles and flashes of light across the sky, but it was dry in the 8th ward outside the Goblin's Romp. Neither of them said a word for a long minute. Elle stared at her feet. Claire sensed a barrier between them. "I have an article to finish," said Elle, jabbing her thumb towards the city center. "Wait. Is everything good between us?" Elle gave her a strange look. "Of course, but I'm going to need some time to process what happened. Thank you for saving us." "You saved us too." Elle looked like she wanted to say something else, but raised her hand in a weak wave before wandering down the sidewalk, leaving Claire empty inside. Chapter 38. 2 days later, Claire returned to the courthouse for a pair of rulings about additional evidence. She was devastated to find that Elle wasn't in attendance. They hadn't spoken since the trip to the Undercity. She barely noticed that the evidentiary rulings were split. Lamar convinced Judge Ambersand not to allow the inclusion of the shooting in the church, but lost the request to exclude her high school records, which revealed the extent of her troubles after her parents' death. The divided rulings might have been better, except that the shooting had been big news after it had happened due to its sensationalist nature, which meant a prospective jury would likely already know, making the ruling moot. When she returned to Metallum Nocturne, she wandered into the library, but found herself stuck at the computer not knowing what to search. Claire couldn't decide if the lingering guilt from killing Abe was interfering, or if it was the idea that she was being haunted by a murderous voice that may or may not be the Night Mother. Except for the bit she'd found at Left Tower Books and a few snippets online that made even less sense, there was nothing more about this mythical lady. Was the realm of Umbra a real place? Or was this a kind of madness that had affected her due to the dark metal poisoning? The bruises from getting shot and bit had already faded, replaced with more night metal. The left side was completely filled in except for a few slivers of flesh, and she'd chosen a high-necked shirt to hide the tendril creeping to her neck. Frustrated with a lack of direction, Claire went to the gym. A handful of students worked the other equipment, including Mark, who couldn't make eye contact when they passed, but she didn't care about his pity. No one could help her. The other students saw her as a train wreck in mid-collision. She threw her energy into the weights, forgetting about everything else in the pursuit of exhausted muscles. Claire was on the bench press when she noticed a few of the younger years watching her in either awe or horror. It was only when she set the bar on the safety hooks that she realized how much weight she was lifting. 325 pounds. When she sat up, the others scattered, returning to their stations or leaving the gym entirely. Part of her wanted to know what they were thinking. After everything that had happened, the accident, Mara's death, the shooting in the church, and now add magical, aided strength to the list. What kind of picture did that present? She needed answers, and there was only one person who could give that to her. Covered in sweat, Claire marched to the patron's office, finding him behind his desk, scribbling in a notebook. He adjusted his glasses, pushing them back up his nose after he ushered her in with a curt wave. "How can I help you, Miss Teller? Are you nearing completion on your final project?" The words didn't come at first. The last week her life felt like an avalanche in mid-fall, ripping away any remaining normalcy of her former life. Claire closed the door before turning back to her patron. What really happened to patron Adolphus? Tension stiffened Canterbury as he sat taller. What do you mean? Are you asking how bad his death was? I found his diary in the library. The original. It had entries weeks after his reported death, said Claire, searching his face for clues. How unusual. Perhaps that was a student who made that. A fictional addition to the real events, said Canterbury with a lift of one shoulder. It wasn't that, she said angrily, and after catching herself she closed her eyes and inhaled deeply. Patron Canterbury. Claire lifted her shirt, revealing the night metal on her side. He leaned back, sucking air through his teeth. His face twisted, crinkling his features with concern. Miss Teller. You've seen this before, haven't you? Canterbury swallowed, never taking his eyes off her side. I have. Then you have to tell me what happened to him. This is changing me. I can see in the dark and lift weights I shouldn't be able to. She hesitated. And there are voices. Voices. A single voice really, and she doesn't have nice things to say, said Claire. Canterbury slumped into his chair, defeated. He couldn't meet her gaze as he ran a hand across the smooth edge of his desk, clearly in thought. Eventually he looked up. The pity was unmistakable. It told her how terrible her situation was. I'm sorry. Don't sorry me. Give me the truth. Give me anything you know. My life depends on it. She looked away. I don't want to hurt anyone. The danger stiffened his spine. He nodded slowly. You're right. I'll tell you what I know, but it's not much. Honestly, it was so long ago, and so much was shrouded in mystery that I'm afraid it won't help, but you deserve what little I know. He gestured towards the chair. Please sit. I'm fine standing. Very well. After the accident, Adolphus reported similar conditions. Increased physical abilities, the expansion of the night metal, and voices. He said they were not kind, but he refused to elaborate. Whenever I saw him after the accident, he looked worried, harried, as if something or someone was always following him. He refused to stay in one place long. He'd rush into my office for a minute to ask a question, and then disappear for days. He was searching for something. That much I know, but he didn't say what or why. Though it was clear that it had to do with the night metal. Did he ever mention the Night Mother? He tilted his head. Night Mother. Canterbury screwed up his face, adjusting his glasses. I don't recall. The only thing I remember was a reference to Umbra, but not what it meant. He was searching for it. It's the Night Mother's realm. Her realm? I've never heard of such a place. How? In a book. Not here. It didn't make sense at the time, but after I started hearing voices, I began to realize it was real. Canterbury leaned forward on his desk. Have you considered this as a kind of phase madness? Maybe the night metal has interfered with your normal use, or the connection to me. Adolphus acted very strange in those final days. He was a bit unhinged. Deranged. Your behavior has not been much different. I've had complaints from the other students, and then there was the church shooting. I was in the wrong place at the wrong time. I swear, Patron Canterbury. Umbra's not a real realm. But what if it is? What happened to him? What actually happened to Adolphus, because I'm seeing in your face that you have questions too. Canterbury stared at his desk. He woke me in the middle of the night. Came in as if the world was on fire. He'd learned something, but he needed to transfer the ownership of the hall to me. It wasn't a light thing, and I frankly wasn't ready for it. Being the patron had never been on my radar, but his insistence made me do it. He made it sound like all our lives would be in danger if I didn't agree. Once it was over. He paused, pursing his lips. Once it was over, I was confronted with a great weight. Like I was always in the middle of casting a spell. In time it grew easier to hold. But what happened to him? He shrugged. That was the last I saw him. Never again. No. I'm afraid not. Did he leave anything that might point to where he went? She asked. Sorry. No. I didn't touch his stuff for years, probably close to 5, thinking he might eventually come back. But then I got sick of living in my small apartment, and moved into his quarters here in the hall, where I've been ever since. He narrowed his gaze. I filled a trunk with items I thought he might want if he came back. Everything else I either threw away, or gave to a charity. A trunk? Could I see it? I suppose so, he said, rising. Come with me. His apartment was in the back of the building, at the top of a set of stairs. A key provided entry. She'd never been in the patron's apartment. Few had. It was simple and tasteful. Canterbury clearly had a sense of order and space. He disappeared into a back room and after a minute appeared dragging an old steamer trunk into the main room. It's not locked. You can take the whole thing. The way he looked at her suggested he wanted her to leave. Claire squatted down, capturing the trunk in her arms. Canterbury opened the door, and before she knew it, she was outside again. Claire brought it back to her room, receiving strange looks along the way. Claire dropped it on her bed. She stared at it as if it contained a dead body. The interior smelled like old dust. An old picture book sat on top, which she briefly paged through, seeing the earlier years of Metallum Nocturne and patron Adolphus. He was handsome in his old-timey way. Personal items like old castings or medals from professional organizations littered the bottom of the trunk. Stashed in the corner was a pile of faded letters bound by crisscrossed crimson ribbons. Even though it had been decades, Claire felt guilty cutting the bindings. The first letter felt brittle, the parchment yellowed from age. They were love letters. Claire blushed at the flowery and sometimes risque language. Each one was signed by a curvy capital C, with tiny drawings of hearts around it. Claire had no idea who the author of the letters were, until she read a passage talking about the difficulties of running a hall, and complaints about Invictus. As soon as she read that section, she went back to the pictures and found Adolphus next to a beautiful blonde woman that she hadn't recognized at first, due to the differences in styles. Celeste D'Agostine, patron of the Honorable Order of Alchemists. Chapter 39. The Order of Honorable Alchemists Hall was located in the First Ward. The building had the feel of an expensive corporate headquarters, crossed with a Gothic church. Celeste D'Agostine might only have been the third most famous mage after Invictus and Frank Orpheum, but she was definitely the richest. D'Agostine Industries was the premier maker of commercial elixirs, enchanted cosmetics, and a million other personal improvement products. Her businesses spanned the globe and could be found in every country. Claire rode the train across the city. The First Ward was unfamiliar and she was low on funds, so it took her longer than she planned to locate the hall on foot. The area was less touristy than the second, but the number of gawkers on the sidewalk, staring at the spire or the high-end magical boutiques that existed, still made travel annoying. She'd forgotten how busy the inner ring wards were compared to the outer ones. As she approached the building, Claire caught strange looks from the students leaving as if they recognized her from the papers, or knew that she didn't belong. She reached the front doors and waited for a student to approach. A girl her age with lustrous brown skin and her hair pulled back in two balls that gave her the profile of a mouse approached the doors, swinging wide to avoid Claire. "Excuse me. I just need a moment of your time." "Take your sales pitch somewhere else," said the girl. "I'm not selling anything. I need to talk to your patron. I'm a member of the halls myself. Metallum Nocturne. Please. I have something of hers that I think she might want." Claire held out a faded letter. She'd picked one that she thought Celeste might remember. The girl looked at the envelope as if it were a live bomb. "What is it?" the girl asked with crossed arms. "A letter she wrote to my patron. I have a bunch of them. Found them at my hall. I wanted to return them, and also, I need to talk to her." The girl furrowed her forehead suspiciously, making a noise in the back of her throat. "I don't know," she said, edging towards the door. "It's not cursed or anything. You can check it. Please take it to her. It's important." The girl glanced up. "Do I know you?" Claire nodded. "From the papers. I'm the one Annette Block is suing." The girl reached out and cautiously accepted the letter. "I can't promise anything, and I don't even know if she's here. Our patron is a busy woman. She could be in Italy for all I know." "I understand." After the girl went inside, Claire paced around the front. She stayed there for an hour until she realized that Celeste was either uninterested in meeting her, or not in the building. Claire wished she'd added her number or another way to contact her, but had been too nervous about the approach in the first place. This was stupid. The train station was 3 blocks away. Claire meandered at a languid pace, letting the sun warm her back even as the light hurt her eyes. When she'd first come to the city of sorcery, she'd been enthralled by the sights. The accident and lawsuit had sucked the color from the world. Everything seemed drained of its vitality. She was so deep in her thoughts, she didn't realize a black SUV had pulled up until the window rolled down. A man in body armor and wearing dark sunglasses leaned out. "Get in." "What?" No way. I've already been abducted once this month. He held up the letter she'd given the alchemist student. Oh right. I'm an idiot. Claire expected to find Celeste in the back, but it was empty. The SUV surged away, heading across the city to the Third Ward. The vehicle dropped her off at a store called the Elysium. A woman in a body-hugging cream silk dress opened the door. Welcome, Miss Teller. Please follow me. The interior was a revelation. Claire didn't even know what the store was selling, as there were no products showing. She spotted an older woman leaving a room with a delirious expression, heading the other direction. The doors they passed revealed clues as she heard giggling, pulsing dance music and the slap of wood on flesh. Excuse me, what does Elysium sell? Experiences, said her guide. For those who can afford it. Like anything. The woman coyly glanced over her shoulder. Within reason. What's the strangest thing you've provided to a customer? Asked Claire, curious but also trying to keep her mind off who she was about to meet. An older woman wanted to experience being eaten as an insect. They stopped at a glistening elevator which opened. It will take you to her. The door closed behind Claire. There was no sensation of movement, only the light stinging up the board until they reached 17. She exited into an octagonal chamber, with no obvious door. Unsure if she'd stepped off at the wrong floor, she touched the panels in search of a handle. Halfway around, she startled when the opposite one opened, revealing a man in a bulletproof vest wearing mirrored sunglasses. This way, ma'am. The interior felt like she was wandering through other realms. Cultured jungle. Egyptian oasis. The guard pointed her through an archway. Claire stepped into a glass and steel dome surrounded by lush sunset-kissed clouds. The tops of the towering thunderclouds were orangish red on the top and bruised purple on their flat base. She saw no city beneath, which made her wonder if the elevator or strange octagonal room had been a portal, but she'd felt no vertigo, which she'd heard was a sign of interrealm travel. Lovely, isn't it? The silky voice wormed into her brain. By the time Claire turned to see Celeste striding towards her in a sculpted white dress, she wanted to fall to her knees. The patron wasn't unfamiliar. Claire had seen her on the internet dozens of times. But in person, it felt like the difference between seeing a bomb explode through a movie screen and standing at a barely safe distance. The golden hair, wide doe eyes and features smoothed to silk combined with a heady perfume left Claire stunned, her jaw hanging low. Then the murderous voice in her head said something imperceptible, and the compulsion fell away. Claire found herself suddenly able to think. It's beautiful. The tips of the clouds remind me of a crucible of metal, said Claire, fidgeting with her hands behind her back. She turned her head. Where are we? The perfection that was Celeste's forehead wrinkled briefly, before returning to a smooth expanse. Claire Teller. 5th-year student of Metallum Nocturne and focus of Annette Block's ire. How did you come by this letter? She asked, holding up the envelope that Claire had given to the student. Patron Canterbury gave me his trunk of things. I don't think he'd looked within since he moved into Adolphus' old apartment in the hall. I believe you're not telling me the whole story. A hall patron doesn't simply hand over a former patron's personal effects without a reason. Claire studied the older woman. She was by some estimates at least 200 years old, probably more, but barely looked the back end of her 20s. She had an ethereal glow. Rather than answer, Claire lifted the side of her shirt, eliciting a sucked-in breath from the beautiful patron. I see. Celeste reached out and caressed the striations of night metal. Goosebumps exploded over Claire's skin and those earlier pangs of desire returned, but she regained control of her thoughts. The papers didn't say anything about what kind of metal you were using. Celeste turned away, staring at the voluminous clouds. I thought I'd never see something like that again. What happened to Adolphus? I read his diary. I know he didn't die right away like the history says. My dear Adol, I'm guessing I don't have to tell you what was happening to him. Did he talk about the Night Mother? Or Umbra? Celeste spun on her heels. The focused gaze of the patron felt like being put under a microscope. You're quite resourceful if you've learned that much. I haven't had much of a choice. We always have a choice. Most people would rather lie down in their grave than face their fears. But I should have guessed as much, since you took a bullet in a church. I was wondering how you survived that, but now I see the reason. The idea that one of the most famous people in the world had been following her exploits was mind-shattering. Claire felt like she'd just learned that the sun was an illusion. Celeste extended her fingers. It also explains why you're not a stammering idiot right now. She gestured to her face. The downside of this sorcery is that it's hard to have a normal conversation anymore, without having to ask them to wipe the spittle from their lips. What happened to him? Asked Claire. Celeste bit her lower lip, the echoes of distant pain in her gaze. You don't want to know. Let me be the judge of that, said Claire. Tough as you might be, a girl of 22 years old has not the knowledge to navigate the treacherous path before you, said Celeste. Then help me. Maybe I should, and it will end this silly farce with the blocks. Her ambitions are endless. I wouldn't put it past her to have let her daughter die, just for this opportunity. Remembering the pain and anguish from the courthouse bathroom, Claire replied, I think she's being honest in her grief. The powerful know how to turn anything into an advantage, especially tragedy. Don't let her crocodile tears fool you. What happened to him? Did he find a way to Umbra? Did he meet the Night Mother? Asked Claire. Umbra, said Celeste, the emotion draining from her expression. You might as well travel to the infernal realm. It's not so different, even if it has kept itself shrouded from prying eyes. So it is a real realm. Celeste snapped her fingers, and through an illusionary wall came an attendant with a tray of champagne glasses. Claire took one when offered, and joined the alchemist patron on a couch near the window. The thundercloud pulsed with lightning, rumbling and ominous and beautiful from their airy perch. Umbra is real. It is a precursor realm much like the infernal, but much less is known about it. Almost nothing, in fact. This Night Mother, if she is a real being, has no interest in the rest of the realms, as far as I can tell. Almost 65 years ago my Adol entered Umbra, and that was the last I saw of him. I'm sorry. Celeste's lip curled in anger. Don't be sorry, be afraid. I know what drove him to take such a journey. I assume it's the same reason you found me. You're being driven to do things you don't want to do. I killed a man in the Undercity. The admission didn't bring surprise from the patron. He was trying to kill me first, but before that, I felt an overwhelming compulsion to take a life. She told me I owed her a life for saving mine. Celeste looked away. His first kill was a vagrant. The second was a student who came to him for help in the middle of the night. He killed a student. It was what pushed him to go to Umbra. He didn't feel safe running the hall. Edward and I had to pull a lot of strings to hide the killing. It's no wonder he never went through Adolphus things. It brought too many bad memories. Claire closed her eyes, placed her fingers against her temple and massaged. When she opened them, Celeste was watching her. Is there another way? If there had been, I'm sure he would have taken it. Will you help me get to Umbra? Celeste placed her hands on her knees. No. I signed his death warrant when I sent him. I will not sign yours. Then you're cursing someone else to die if what you say is true about the Night Mother's influence, said Claire. That's not my problem. It's yours. The hardness in the woman's tone was a reminder that she was not unused to difficult decisions. Annette is offering a deal. I blame Metallum Nocturne and the halls for her daughter's death in exchange for a lesser payment, said Claire, ignoring the fact that the deal had expired days ago. And be the villain for every mage who ever graduated from the halls. What will it matter if I go mad from the voices, or I'm thrown in jail after succumbing to the need to kill? Claire took a drink to calm her beating heart. I know the situation the halls are in right now. Invictus has been gone for 16 years now. The university is a mess. Look what's been happening in the city. The killings from last year, the explosions, rumors of fights between patrons, dangerous creatures loose on the streets. You said it yourself, Annette is an opportunist. She sees the distress in the hall leadership without the head patron. She knows she can translate that into a position of power, and I can guarantee mayor of the city is only a stepping stone. Celeste's nostrils flared. Claire worried she'd gone too far speaking to the alchemist patron like that. Clearly the woman hadn't been on the receiving end of a rant in a long time, because she looked like she was contemplating how exactly to kill Claire and how painful it should be. Then her hard expression broke. She set her glass on the table. You want to go to Umbra? Fine. I'll let you kill yourself like Adolphus. But I want those letters back. Edward should have never kept them, said Celeste, chin raised. I'll have them sent over, said Claire. The idea that she would send them over, as if she had people working for her like the patron, was laughable, but Celeste didn't call her out. Instead, she walked over and stared her down with the intensity of a viper about to strike. I haven't decided if I like you or not, she said. In that instant, Claire saw her for what she was, a contradiction. Celeste de Gastine was a vain woman, but she was also a powerhouse of personality. Claire wasn't sure if it should make her feel better that even the powerful were insecure in their own ways. I don't care. The response brought a curl to the corner of Celeste's lips. She strode away, the standoff coming to an end, pausing halfway to the hidden door. I'll send someone to pick up the letters and to show you how to reach Umbra. But remember, you asked for this. Celeste de Gastine, patron of Alchemist's Hall and richest person in the world, walked through an illusionary wall, leaving Claire by her lonesome. She considered staying in the suite to watch the infinite sky pass by, but the guard with mirrored glasses appeared shortly after and drove her back to Metallum Nocturne. Chapter 40. The only time Claire had ever felt so alone had been after her parents' accident. But it was worse this time because she thought she'd overcome those lonely days. Sure, she could talk to Dawn, but there was so much she couldn't tell her, including what happened in the Undercity and the call of the Night Mother. And then there was Elle. The reporter had been scared off by what she was becoming. Claire didn't blame her. It was dangerous to be around her, with the Night Mother's voices in her head. Claire went through the motions of her final weeks at Metallum Nocturne. The instructors barely acknowledged her and gave her just enough credit on her half-assed work that she would pass. Claire almost wished they would call her out, rather than the avoidance pity she was receiving. She hated pity. She'd received a lifetime's worth when she was a teenager. Now she was forced to dine on the bitter fruit again. Occasionally, Claire found herself in the library for no reason, other than it was a place of sanctuary. But she had no more research to do. She'd collected everything she could for her project except the night metal, which was beyond her reach. The sensible thing would have been to work on the goth music machine, but with Celeste's promise to help her to get Umbra and the trial looming in a week, she didn't see the point. She couldn't avoid her fate. Claire received a package 3 days before the trial. The box had a de Gastine label on the side, and looked like it was normally used for sending high-end beauty products to rich old women. She sat cross-legged on her bed, staring at the container for a long time before she got the nerve to open it. The interior was filled with black tissue paper, which made Claire chuckle despite herself. She couldn't imagine Celeste herself packing it, which meant she'd given the instruction to one of her underlings, who'd not understood the implications of the box and had packed it like a gift. After digging through the paper, Claire found 2 items. The first was a small coin made of night metal, etched with runes that glowed faintly when her thumb brushed the surface. The second was a neatly written card giving directions to a private portal, and how to activate it using the night metal coin. At the end of the card, there was a brief note. The world is a hard place for women of action like ourselves. I hope I'm wrong about what trials are to come for you. May we meet again under happier circumstances. Celeste. P.S. May the seeds of your mistakes bear fruit tomorrow. Claire stared at the note for a long time, trying to unlock the mystery of the alchemist patron, but decided it was impossible. The only thing she could take away was that she was rooting for her. It was a small thing, but it mattered. She tucked the note into her backpack and the coin into her pocket. There was no point in waiting. She filled the pack with a change of clothes, some food bars and a bottle of water. The idea that this was a simple overnight trip was laughable, but given the dearth of knowledge about Umbra, she didn't know what else to do. The portal was in the next ward over behind the Newtown Fish Market. She switched into comfortable clothes before leaving her room. As she stepped into the hallway, she spotted the curly brown hair of her friend Dawn, heading the other way. Claire's mouth opened but nothing came out. She feared as soon as she started talking to Dawn, she would spill everything that had happened and lose the nerve to go to Umbra. The train ride was short. A single station and then she was on foot. She wished it had been across the city, giving her more time to think, but maybe that's why Celeste had chosen this portal. Claire knew the city was littered with hidden ones. The patrons and other wealthy mages liked to use them to move about the city unseen. A block from her location, her pocket buzzed. Claire read the message as she walked. Hey, sorry I haven't messaged you. The UC kinda freaked me out. But I'm over that. Can we talk? Claire put the phone against her forehead with her eyes closed, cursing under her breath. She thought about ignoring the message, but if she never came back, she wanted someone to know where she'd gone. She typed out a message and then hesitated before sending it. Claire, might have an answer to my skin condition. Headed out of town. Hopefully I can make it back in time for the trial. Are you sure? I feel like you're not telling me a ton. Can we talk? I'm out of editorial meeting in an hour. Would love to meet up. I'm sorry I got scared. Claire shook the phone. This wasn't what she needed, even though it was good to know that Elle hadn't abandoned her. She had far too few friends. Claire, no time. Leaving soon. She expected an answer, but the screen remained blank. Claire kept checking it while she walked, seeing she was closing in on the location of the portal. About 100 meters away, the phone made a cheerful tone. Hey Elle. I told my editor I had to use the bathroom. He's pissed, but I don't care. I'm worried, Claire. It's going to be okay, she said. I'm going to find answers. Where? How? Claire chuckled under her breath. I met with Celeste de Gastine. You what? Yeah, it was as weird as you'd expect. I can't wait to hear about it. A pause. I get to hear about it, right? Elle. I need to go before I lose my nerve. This doesn't sound safe or smart. Claire. Where are you going? Can I come with? The idea that Elle was willing to join her again after the disastrous trip to the Undercity warmed her heart. I wish you could, but not this time. I think this is an exclusive journey. Hopefully it's not one way. Claire. The desperation in her voice surprised her. She stuttered to a stop a dozen yards from a black door on the back of a brick building. Reporters aren't supposed to get close to their subjects, but I won't lie, I'm totally invested. I've spent the last few days beating myself up for not picking up the phone and calling you, and now that I know you're leaving, I'm especially mad at myself. You should delay this trip until after the trial. I know there's more you're not telling me about the night metal, but maybe we can figure it out together. I have a lot of connections and resources that you don't have. We can do this. Please. Claire. Elle. I know. I just vomited my feelings all over you, but I feel like if you leave now, I'm never going to see you again. I don't like the sound of that, said Elle. I feel the same way about you. I really enjoy spending time with you, but I'm afraid if I don't go, what happened to me down there will only get worse. You're not safe with me. I learned some things that confirmed that. I don't want to hurt you. That would kill me. It would only be a short delay. No, it wouldn't. The trial is only starting in 3 days. Who knows how long it will last? And then you'll convince me not to go. I don't even know where you're going. Claire put a hand to her forehead. But I do, and I know what you'd say. I know we haven't known each other long, but I know that much. The silence was unbearable. Okay. Can you do me a favor? Of course, anything. Claire smiled despite herself. I didn't tell Dawn anything either. Talking to you makes me realize that was a shitty thing to do, leave without telling anyone. Please, if I don't come back, make sure you explain to her what happened. But I don't know anything. You know more than you realize, said Claire, rubbing the hard metal underneath her shirt. I have to go, Elle. Are you sure? No, but the world is a hard place for women of action like ourselves. What? Never mind, said Claire. A quote. I'll tell you about it if I get back. When you get back. When I get back, said Claire. Be safe. You too, said Claire. She hung up before she lost her nerve, cutting Elle off and shoving the phone into her pocket. The black door was clearly warded. Claire repeated the passphrase, adding a bit of phase to the words. The lock clicked and the door wheezed open. The interior was dark, but she could see fine. At the center of the room was a glistening stone about her height. The pillar was made of obsidian, which had there been any light would have reflected her image. Claire pulled the night metal coin from her pocket. The instructions were simple. She approached with the object in her fist and using her other hand pressed it against the cold stone. Before she lost her nerve, Claire opened her conduit of phase and pushed it into the night metal coin. Chapter 41. Pain enveloped Claire. Half her flesh was on fire, the part that wasn't night metal. It had been a mistake. She shouldn't have come. The agony went on for an unimaginable time, until it slowly faded from her consciousness. Claire woke near a pool of black liquid surrounded by ebony tree-like structures that reminded her of frozen lightning, except they were rising from the ground. As she looked around, she realized everything was shades of black. Even the sky. But it wasn't incomprehensible. Either through a trick of her eyes or something human remaining, the shadowy expanse had as much difference and hue as a rainbow. It was like staring at an oil slick expecting sheer blackness and finding swirling colors within. As she rose to a sitting position, she realized she was both naked and covered entirely in night metal. The reason for the pain became clear. The rest of her body had been converted, allowing her to exist in Umbra, which explained why the realm was a mystery. She couldn't imagine someone with no night metal being able to survive the transition. Claire searched for the proper route to find the Night Mother, but the surrounding area was glistening black hills. She headed in a random direction, feeling like she was walking in shadow. As she crested a hill, she spotted an enormous object floating through the sky. Further out, she saw more mini-moons hovering over the ground. Some were surrounded by tiny black shapes. The scale was incomprehensible because she had nothing to compare them with. She headed down the hillside toward the jagged landscape. Traversing the reverse lightning trees, she stumbled upon a moving shape, digging in the not earth. From the back it looked like a giant porcupine made of glistening black metal, snorting and digging like a pig after truffles. Claire backed away, but the creature lifted its head, turning ominously. The head reminded her of a wolf, but with sharper features. It lowered its front as if it were going to charge, before turning slightly as if it had heard a distant noise. Then it bounded away, leaving Claire in relief. A few times as she traveled, she reached for the backpack that wasn't there. She wasn't sure if the gear she'd worn hadn't made it through the portal, or if it had burned up when it arrived, much like her remaining flesh. Claire wished she had a mirror to see what she looked like covered in night metal. Her flesh was surprisingly supple. She wondered if the protective quality of the material was the same in Umbra as it was in her realm. The lack of thirst or hunger was curious as she traveled. Not only did she not feel them, she had no desire to either, as if the need for sustenance had been eliminated. Claire spotted other shadow creatures, but none as close as the porcupine wolf. It appeared they were avoiding her, but she wasn't certain. The rules of the realm weren't entirely clear to her. Claire worried she might wander forever, until she spotted a collection of spires that stuck out against the jagged terrain. Whether or not they were the Night Mother's domain, she didn't care as long as they could point her in the right direction. The structures grew larger as she neared until they became towering spikes. The tips punctured the air near the floating rocks. When she grew close enough, she could tell that the structures were purposeful. Each one was as big, or bigger than the spire in the City of Sorcery. The floating rocks seemed to move around the structures in a pattern that Claire couldn't quite determine. Reaching the structures took longer than expected, because the perspective had made them appear closer. She couldn't imagine how she might have made the journey without being transformed, since she'd seen nothing she could eat or drink. Even the pool where she'd awoken had not been water, but some black liquid equivalent. The landscape wasn't dreary. Claire found herself delighted by the details she spotted along the way, like the berry bushes whose fruits exploded into shadows whenever she walked too near, or the bird-like creatures near the rocks in the sky which were probably as big as commercial jets. A stream of oily liquid traversed an uneven field, and then climbed into the sky, defying what she thought of as gravity, to reach one of the mini-moons. A reflective mirror-like road crossed her path, so she took it, recognizing that it led to the spires at the center of the enormous valley. Seeing that the surface was reflective, she knelt down and examined her features. She was still the same Claire, but it was like looking at a negative of a black and white photo. Without bodily functions, time had less meaning. Claire marveled at the landscape, forgetting why she'd come to the realm of Umbra, until she grew close enough to the spires that she began to see figures moving between them. The first time she was close enough for a good look, she was both horrified and enthralled. The figure strode forward on long tentacles, almost like a giraffe striding. It looked like an octopus crossed with a human, and when it spotted her, it stared back for a long moment before turning the opposite way. The tentacle people avoided her after that first encounter. She wondered if she was contagious or so strange that she disgusted them, until she spotted a familiar shape moving towards her. The distance made the lead-up last forever, until they were finally close enough that Claire could make out facial features. The back of her neck tingled with anticipation when she realized she was approaching the original patron of Metallum Nocturne, Stephen Adolphus. Chapter 42. Her nakedness brought heat to her cheeks, but the former patron of her hall stared back with ambivalence. Adolphus wore the mien of a stoner lost in his trip. "Patron Adolphus," she asked tentatively. Rather than answer, he turned and headed back the other way. She caught up to him, but he strode forward without acknowledging her presence. "Are you okay? Is this gonna be okay?" The longer he didn't speak, the more worried she grew, but Claire doubted she'd find the answers she sought without following him to his destination. The interior of the spire was an architectural marvel, a mix of Gothic and abstract styles. The tentacle people moved around the inside but avoided their passage. In fact, they barely acknowledged their existence. Stepping into a cylindrical room, Claire started to speak when they rocketed upward. Her stomach dropped into her knees, but after the initial shock, she relished the soaring climb. The elevator let them out in a grand space that glowed with strange negative light and shifted with shadowy obscurings. In the chamber was a figure suspended between long ribbons of shadow, making them appear as a spider at the center of the web. The alien being was both horrifying and beautiful, like staring at a strange bug that defied expectations. Claire followed Adolphus to the interior, standing before the figure who hovered above her like a god. "Bright traveler, greetings." Claire dropped to her knees, hands over her ears to protect against the assault of the Night Mother's voice. It felt like her flesh had been ripped away in the hurricane of volume. Next to her, Adolphus appeared unaffected. "Traveler. Greetings." The voice resoundingly echoed in the space, but at a bearable level. Claire struggled to her feet to show that it was an improvement. "Greetings, Night Mother." Up close, the Night Mother's face swirled with changes. Claire saw 4 eyes, then 8, then a normal woman's face, and then an insect's before returning to black mist. Time. Distance. Journey. When the Night Mother spoke, images formed in her head. Claire interpreted the words as an acknowledgement of her travel. It wasn't not difficult. The hardest part was. Claire gestured towards her body. The final change. Weak flesh. Shadows eat. I know now. What is this flesh? The flesh of gods. Claire wished she knew more about what Celeste had meant when she said Umbra was like the infernal realm, a place of high phase. Her only interpretation was that the rules of reality were less physics-based and more reliant on ever-changing magic. The implications were a bit scary, even as the scene before her was terrifyingly beautiful. "Why am I here?" asked Claire. "I hunger. Shadows fade. Time endless." Claire almost didn't want to ask the question. Hunger for. Bright flesh. Change. Web of portals. Claire had the impression that the realm of Umbra was less accessible than the others. The requirement of having one's flesh changed over to night metal probably made that a reality. The Night Mother seemed to be bored, if that was a thing that eternal beings could experience. "I don't want to kill for you. End flesh. Flesh eternal. I hunger." Claire stared up at the Night Mother. The tendrils of shadow shifted around her hovering form. "Not eternal," said Claire. "If I kill, that person is dead. I can't kill for you. End flesh. Flesh eternal. I hunger." Driven back to her knees, Claire clamped her hands over her ears. She checked back to Adolphus, who continued to stare ahead. When she returned to standing, she snapped her fingers before his eyes. "What did you do to him?" "One with shadows." "Got it," said Claire, checking over her shoulder. "Is everything in your realm one with shadows?" The image in her mind was those shadowy tentacles connecting with everything. "One with shadows." "Great. You don't see it as killing, do you? You think everything in our realm is connected." "One with flesh. I hunger." "You hunger," repeated Claire, dejected. "It's not hunger. It's killing. I hunger. End flesh." Coming to Umbra, she'd thought the Night Mother would be some omnipotent being who'd hovered on the edge of the realms for eternity, but now she realized the intelligence was so alien that it made it hard to communicate. "No end flesh," said Claire as if she were speaking to a disobedient dog. When the Night Mother didn't answer, she thought she might have made her point, but then tendrils of shadows broke free and started snaking towards her. Claire backed away, but there was nowhere to go, and from behind the tentacle people blocked her escape. "One with shadows." "No," said Claire, holding up her hands. "If you one with shadows me, then I can't help you experience our world. End flesh. I hunger." Sensing she couldn't deny the Night Mother in her realm, she decided to lie. "Fine. I'll end flesh for you." The tips of the tendrils undulated nearby. Claire felt like she was surrounded by shadow snakes. "I'm Claire," she said, pointing at her chest, hoping to get through to the Night Mother in another way. The Night Mother didn't speak, but an avalanche of images left her stunned for a few seconds. Claire didn't know how to comprehend most of them, but she was left with a single word in her head. Nocturne. "That's your name." "Nocturne," said the Night Mother as if it were the first time that word had been spoken aloud. "The Song of Shadow. Nocturne." Then under her breath, "How does one reason with an alien god?" Night metal. Bright traveler. Trade for flesh. Trade for not one with shadows. "Great," said Claire. "Yes, this bright traveler will trade that flesh for not being one with the shadows and night metal, it seems. Is that what happened with Adolphus? Did he refuse to trade? First traveler. One with shadows. Something I'd like to avoid. Trade for flesh. I hunger." "Yeah, you've said that already," said Claire. Before she could dodge it, a tendril shoved its shadowy tip into her head, and Claire could no longer see the Night Mother's chamber. In its place, he was back in the city of Invictus, standing in the courthouse bathroom with a net block. In the vision, Claire surged forward with her hands around the mayoral candidate's neck, squeezing until the woman's face was bright red. Her security detail never came through the door, and after a minute, Annette was left motionless on the tile floor, splayed out like a forgotten marionette. "Merlin's tits," muttered Claire when she was back in the Night Mother's chamber. "You want me to kill Annette Block?" Claire hungers for flesh. The meaning was clear. The Night Mother had seen her hate for Annette Block, and saw it as an acceptable trade, not understanding how human society worked. In her own alien way, the Nocturne thought she was being benevolent. "No, I can't. That's not how it works." The tendrils shifted closer. "One with shadows." "Fine," said Claire, holding her hands up. "Fine. Whatever you want. Just as long as I'm not one with shadows." Before she could move again, the tendrils slammed into her head again, sending a new round of lifelike images into her brain. She was walking down the street at night when the shadows came alive, tendrils reaching out and capturing her, dragging her back through a hidden portal until she was kneeling before the Night Mother once again. "Got it. If I don't kill Annette Block, you bring me back here, somehow." The tendril patted her on the arm, where her flesh had been turned to night metal upon entering Umbra. "I see. This night metal protects me, but it's also my leash." A pit opened in her stomach. She'd hoped for answers and gotten them, but was now confronted with a task so onerous she didn't know how to complete it. Lost to her thoughts, she didn't notice the tentacle person approach until it handed her a lump of warm metal that fit into the palm of her hand. Night metal. An astronomical sum. Claire almost threw it away from her. Night metal had been the source of everything that had gone bad. "Did you do this to me? Did you somehow make the explosion happen so I'd end up coming here? I hunger." "Right, yes, of course you did. You're a fucking bored, sociopathic god in a realm you conquered eons ago, and now you're looking for new experiences and I'm that conduit. Fucking great, Claire. You should have listened when everyone said night metal wasn't worth the trouble." Bright traveler return. Adolphus turned the opposite direction. Claire considered for a half-second staying and arguing with Nocturne, but the idea she could convince this god to change her mind was ludicrous. She followed the former patron into the shaft, dropping slowly through the spire until she reached the bottom floor. She thought he'd lead her back to her point of origin, but he took her into a room off the main chamber, with a glistening wall of shadow on the opposite side. It looked like an oil slick suspended vertically. "Am I supposed to go through that?" she asked. Adolphus' eyelids quivered before snapping open. The slackness of his face grew rigid. He glanced around the area as if he were waking up. "Claire." "Yes," she said, stepping close. Is this Stephen Adolphus speaking? I think so. He screwed up his face, half opening his mouth before returning it closed. What happened after you came here? It doesn't matter, he said. What matters is that if you don't do what Nocturne says, she'll drag you back here forcibly and you'll end up like me. I'm sorry. I never should have brought night metal into our realm, but I was so determined to prove the importance of our hall that I didn't listen to him. Him? Invictus. He warned me. Claire stared at the lump of night metal in her fist. She thought about dropping it, but decided she'd already been transformed by its touch. She wants you to go back through the portal. And kill a net block. Yes, he said, blinking. I'm sorry. You have to go now. Claire strode forward, hesitating briefly before passing through the oily wall which felt cool across her skin, and then the world went sideways. Chapter 43. Claire woke next to the obsidian pillar, lying on the concrete naked. She was awake enough to witness her jet-black skin slowly turn back to the pink freckled flesh that she'd been born with. No trace of the night metal remained. As she shifted onto her rear, she found she was holding the lump of night metal which was proof of her journey to Umbra. Claire worried how she was going to get back to Metallum Nocturne without clothes, until she noticed a pile on the opposite side of the pillar in a pattern that suggested they'd collapsed after she passed through the portal. After dressing, she stepped outside, and the orangish red light of morning cast across the sky. She pulled her phone out of her pocket to call for a cab until she saw the date. It was the morning of her court appearance. She'd lost 3 days in Umbra. Please pick up, she repeated after dialing Dawn. Where have you been? Asked Dawn. I've been worried sick. No time to explain, but I need to get to the courthouse. Where are you? You know I don't have a car. I know. But I can head there straight away. I need you to bring my clothes. I'm going to be late as it is, said Claire. I have class, but fine, I'll skip it, said Dawn. Thanks, you're the best. It took the last of her funds, but she managed to call a cab to take her directly to the courthouse. The events in Umbra, including the Night Mother's directive, swirled around her brain. Claire had no intention of killing Annette, which meant eventually she was going to have to find a way out of Nocturne's trap. A photographer snapped a series of pictures when she got out of the taxi. He seemed surprised by her appearance. She ran up the stairs but stopped halfway when she heard her name called. Dawn was running down the sidewalk holding up a clothing bag, her loose brown curls bouncing at each step. I think I'm having a heart attack, said Dawn with sweat dripping from her nose. I owe you, yelled Claire as she sprinted up the steps and maneuvered past the short line, hearing complaints but not caring given she was late. The stalls in the bathroom were full, so she stripped in the open area, much to the amusement of 2 older ladies. Seeing her own flesh without the dark metal striations was startling, even as she knew it was still there beneath the surface. Pinballing through the busy hallway, she collected herself before entering the courtroom. The entire audience turned when she entered. The judge had been in mid-sentence but paused, his nostrils flaring at her late arrival. Justice waits for no one, said Judge Ambersand. I'm sorry, Your Honor, she said as she hurried to the spot next to Lamar. I have no excuse for my lateness. Her lawyer leaned over. I thought you'd fled the city. What did I miss? She whispered. Lamar jerked his head towards the side of the courtroom where 8 stone-faced men and women sat on benches. Already? She asked. You're 3 hours late. His forehead wrinkled. You look like you slept on the sidewalk. Fix your hair. Discreetly as possible, Claire ran her fingers through the tangled mess until it wasn't a rat's nest. The whiplash of leaving Umbra and heading straight to the courthouse left her looking around trying to decide if it were real or her imagination. The experience of meeting the Night Mother and the original Metallum Nocturne patron hadn't completely sunk in. She'd almost forgotten about the directive, until she glanced across the aisle to Annette Block sitting beside their 3 high-priced vindicators. Adolphe's final words about killing the mayoral candidate or she'd be dragged back to Umbra was not lost on Claire. The courtroom proceedings should have been her focus, but Claire found it hard to pay attention. She was only nominally aware when the opposing counsel stood to offer his opening statement. He was a handsome, middle-aged man in an expensive suit, and Claire found herself begrudgingly liking him despite his well-constructed argument about why she should be charged with negligence in Mara Block's death. The jury nodded along to his speech, which she took as a bad sign. When Lamar stood to give his opening statement, she felt like she'd already lost. It sounded like a lot of nonsense to her as he went on about her being an upstanding member of the magical community, a rising star in her hall, and the unfortunate bearer of the blame for Mara Block's death. The argument sounded to her like the kind you made when you were at fault, and hoping someone took pity on you. The trial switched back to the plaintiff's side after Lamar sat down. The vindicator called Annette Block to the stand. "Objection, Your Honor," said Lamar, half rising. "Mrs. Block has no relevance to the proceedings, since she's not a witness to the event." Judge Ambersand frowned. "As we discussed in pre-trial, I will allow it. Since the deceased cannot speak for herself, and the case will rest on points of safety and negligence, we should understand the young lady's character." Overruled. The way Lamar sank back into his seat suggested that this was bad for her. Annette took the stand in a powder blue dress with a few well-chosen pieces of silver jewelry. The outfit gave the impression of a busy mother, who dutifully made their child's lunch every morning without fail. She looked on the verge of tears, the corners of her mouth lifting hesitantly as she checked back to her husband. The next half hour felt like a tribute at the funeral. Mara Block, it seemed, had been the greatest daughter in the history of the world, who'd never made a mistake in her life, if her mother's testimony could be believed. Mara had been a high-grade point student, assistant captain on the lacrosse team, a volunteer at the Humane Society, and had never been in trouble in her life. By the end of the testimony, half the jury had tears in their eyes and a few were openly sobbing. "Why don't we take an hour break for lunch?" said Judge Ambersand. After the gavel strike, Claire sunk into her chair defeated, wondering if she should have taken Annette's offer the previous week. "Do I stand a chance?" Lamar didn't answer at first. It is a civil case. A lot will depend on how the jury interprets the law regarding criminal negligence. Though our opposition counsel did a good job of making this case emotional, rather than logical. A pang of hunger rocked through Claire's stomach. Lamar raised an eyebrow. "I haven't eaten." "Clearly," he said. "I have some notes to write. You go to the cafeteria. I'll catch up." Claire bit her lower lip. "I don't have any money. I blew the last of it on a cab here." "Where were you?" "I don't think I could explain if I wanted to," she said. "Sorry, I know that's a shitty answer given everything you've done for me, but it's all I've got." He lowered his voice. "Does this have to do with the terrors?" "No," she said. "I'd actually forgotten about them." "You know they haven't forgotten about you." When her stomach grumbled again, he reached into his wallet and handed over a $20 bill. "Thanks, Lamar." Claire paused, half-raised. "They must have really done a number on you, for you to be helping such a sorry defendant." "Go eat before your stomach implodes and causes a black hole," he said with an amused twinkle in his eyes. As Claire left the courtroom, she spotted Elle in a flowery dress with a matching handbag in the reporter row. She looked relieved but also concerned, which made sense given how poorly the trial had begun. Elle grabbed her notebook and left, staying a few people behind Claire, since she really couldn't be seen with her or put the neutrality of her reporting in doubt. Outside the courtroom, a gaggle of reporters with microphones yelled questions at Claire, but she ducked her head and hurried down the hallway towards the cafeteria. As she turned the corner, she saw Annette had stopped, and was answering the reporters' inquiries with her chin raised defiantly. Pushing through the cafeteria doors, Claire grew dizzy and stumbled forward right as the same photographer that had taken her picture outside snapped another. If it hadn't been for Lamar's suggestion to ignore the press, she might have said something, but she was feeling too light-headed to bother. Claire filled her tray with food. She was ravenous and had to put 2 items back when she realized it would be over the amount Lamar had given her. Claire found a table in the corner with her back against the wall. She devoured the club sandwich, fries and chicken fingers in what felt like seconds before sucking down the entire energy drink in one long draw, hiding her belch behind a cupped hand. Her stomach quirked from the sudden influx of food and drink, but the indigestion passed quickly. The wall made a convenient spot to lean. While she strangely wasn't exhausted after theoretically, since she didn't know how time worked in Umbra, being awake for more than 3 days, Claire felt thin, like metal that had been folded too many times without proper reheating. The approach of the older woman went unnoticed until she was standing before Claire's table with a big soft drink cup in her hand. Claire barely had a chance to look up before the woman pulled her hand back. "You monster!" The sticky liquid hit Claire right in the face, splattering her clothes and shocking her from the self-induced stupor. Before Claire could say a word, the woman rushed away, as security guards chased her out of the cafeteria. Camera flashes recorded the aftereffects of the soda being thrown in her face. Claire was almost too stunned to wipe her face, but eventually came to enough to clean up. The entire cafeteria stared warily as she put her trash into the bin and left for a bathroom to clean up. The mirror was not kind. Claire couldn't help but see herself as a watered-down villain. Nocturne's directive rang through her mind: "Kill Annette Block or I'll drag you back to Umbra." After cleaning the sticky liquid off her face and standing beneath the hand dryer for a few minutes, Claire stepped outside to find Lamar waiting for her. "Are you okay?" "Just a soda. I guess it's good I didn't spend any time on my hair," she said, gesturing upward. Lamar shook his head. "I have already talked to Judge Ambersand. He agreed to end the trial for today. It's unfair to have you join the proceedings after being attacked like that. You should go home and take a long shower and get some sleep. You look like you're sleepwalking through life. We'll reconvene in 2 days." Chapter 44. Exhaustion set in by the time she reached the train station. Claire barely made it through the doors before she collapsed on the bench, eyes closing like shutters. She awoke later, shoulder jammed in the corner with the sun almost horizontal. Her mouth tasted like ash as the memories of the trial and Umbra came filtering back. She found she was rumbling through the 7th ward, on the way around to the 10th. Claire wondered how many times she'd circled the city asleep. Her phone had dozens of frantic messages from Dawn and Elle. Claire shot them both an all clear, letting them know what had happened when she got on the train and promised them answers on the next day after she'd had a chance to shower and properly sleep in her bed. The closest station to Metallum Nocturne was 3 blocks away. She put her head down and hurried down the sidewalk with her backpack slung over her shoulder. A prickly feeling formed at the center of her back. She checked the street behind to see a beat-up sedan with tinted windows cruising silently like a shark. As she hurried her pace, the vehicle increased its speed. At the next corner she spotted a second car with 3 guys obviously waiting by the way they kept covertly glancing her direction. Claire kept up her casual demeanor until she passed an alleyway between 2 apartment buildings. She burst into the narrow space, running at top speed, not bothering to see if they were following. When she hit the other side, she saw the men chasing behind, but they were much further back than anticipated. Claire dodged traffic to make it across the street, sprinting up the sidewalk to come up to the back side of Metallum Nocturne. As she reached the double doors, she spotted the beat-up sedan pulling up to the edge of the property. Claire flipped them the finger before heading inside. She kept the door open a crack to confirm they weren't going to try and assault the hall. Once they pulled away, she headed to her room. After a long steamy shower during which she examined herself for signs of the dark metal and found none, Claire climbed into bed. Sleep came like a hammer, but she startled awake a few times during the night when she felt the cold tip of a shadowy tendril pierce her brain. Messages from Dawn and Elle were waiting for her in the morning. Rather than explain everything twice, Claire set up a meeting at a bowling alley on the edge of the 11th. She picked the location because she was sure she could use the maintenance tunnels out of Metallum Nocturne to reach the western streets away from the watchful eyes of the terrors, who clearly wanted to abduct her. They probably wanted to use her to get to Terence. The bowling alley was surprisingly busy for a Thursday morning. A league game had half the lanes filled with older women in tacky shirts, laughing and chatting while drinking mimosas. Claire sometimes came to the bowling alley by herself when she wanted to unwind from schoolwork. She laced on her shoes and picked out a ball from the rack when Dawn entered. "Bowling?" asked Dawn. "I suck, but it's fun to knock down pins and forget about memorizing the melt modification temperatures of Tyrell's enchantment sequences." Dawn bugged out her eyes. "Good point. Do we have to bowl? Or are we talking about whatever the hell is going on with you right now? Grab your shoes. There's one more coming." "My shoes?" asked Danny, the attendant. "I bought a year's worth of bowling at the start of school, so you're fine." "It's on me." Dawn looked skeptical. "I'm just supposed to put someone else's shoes on my feet." "Dawn. Please. As a favor." By the time she'd gotten her shoes, Elle showed up with a pink bowling bag wearing long pants and a cute stylized bowling shirt. "Elle. This is my friend Dawn. And this is Elle, the reporter from the Invictus Times." Dawn held out her hand. "Thanks for helping Claire look halfway normal, not the monster the blocks make her out to be." "I'm doing my journalistic duty." "Nothing more," said Elle with a smirk. "You have your own ball?" asked Claire. "I bowled league with my mom back in Irvine," said Elle, lifting the bag. Dawn sniffed the holes of the bowling ball Claire had picked out for her. "Once again, I just stick my digits in the same place other people have. How do I know if they were picking their nose or butt?" "They clean the balls quite thoroughly," said Claire. Dawn sighed heavily. "You're going to explain what happened to you for 3 days, right?" "Let's bowl around first," said Claire, resetting the board and putting in their names. For an hour while they threw bowling balls down the lane at the end, Claire forgot about all her problems. Elle was an ace, throwing strike after strike and racking up a healthy score, while Dawn only threw 2 balls that made it to the pins and 1 that went into the lane next to theirs. Claire managed a score of 182, which was one of her better efforts. She relished the time spent with friends as multiple unstoppable threats loomed on her horizon. "Okay, that wasn't terrible. It's a good thing I work in a foundry and already don't have nails. That was sort of fun even if I don't know what I'm doing," said Dawn brightly. "There's nothing as satisfying as knocking down all the pins," said Claire. "Even if I only do it once or twice a game." Elle had her hand in her small pink backpack. "Am I here as a reporter or a friend?" "I'm gonna talk and I'll let you decide what to use," said Claire with a heavy sigh. "That bad?" "I trust you, and I'm not even sure what's actually usable. It sounds crazy, even in my head. They'd probably fire you for trying to print what happened." For the next hour, Claire patiently explained what had happened in Umbra. The tale took longer than expected because her friends interrupted her to ask questions about things that had occurred which at the time were only minorly strange, but in hindsight seemed patently ridiculous, especially the tentacle people, which delighted Dawn, who was a fan of body horror movies. "Why?" asked Dawn after a long pause at the end of the explanation. "Why does this Nocturner want you to kill Annette?" "I think she believes I want that because she's in my head, even now. Quieter than before, but she's there, waiting. Nocturna is a powerful being who's been hiding out in her realm for an eternity, and I think she's bored and curious. Everything in her realm is connected to her, so she might not think of killing as a bad thing," said Claire, using air quotes. Dawn screwed up her face as she recoiled. "Are you?" "Of course not," said Claire. I can't take another life to save my own. Are you sure about that? Asked Elle deadpan. That was different. What was different? Asked Dawn, sitting up. Claire closed her eyes. There was a thing in the Undercity. A thing. Claire explained the trip with Elle, including the killing of her guide Abe. It was self-defense, she said. I'm not saying it wasn't, said Elle. But you killed someone to save me and yourself. It's different. Abe was threatening to kill me. Annette is a shit person, but she's not actively trying to murder me. Just ruin my life. Elle tilted her head. I'll give you that. And for the record, I would have never thought you could kill Annette, even to save your own skin. Thank you, Elle. I needed to hear that. So the dark metal just absorbed into your skin? Asked Dawn. I watched it happen. Are you still like bulletproof? Asked Dawn. Claire shrugged. I'm not inclined to test it right now. Okay, so you're not going to kill Annette, said Elle. What are you going to do about the trial? From a reporter's perspective, how does it look? Asked Claire hesitantly. Terrible. The judge is clearly favoring Annette, and I didn't see a dry eye after she took the stand. If they make a decision based on emotions, you're screwed. Elle tapped her pen on her leg. Oh, and I forgot to mention, I looked up that woman who threw the soda in your face out of curiosity. And it would be hard to prove, but I'm fairly sure that she works for Annette. What? Why would she do that? Because your trial isn't about her daughter's death, but her campaign. She was polling in the single digits before Mara's death. She's practically the front-runner now. I know this sounds awful, but could Annette have done it? Asked Dawn, ducking her head between her shoulders. No, said Claire. I don't think so. When she accosted me in the bathroom, she seemed genuinely heartbroken. She might be a soulless politician, but she's not that awful. I would agree, but that doesn't make your situation any easier, said Elle. You need to find out who put your name on that paper. If we could get to the original, said Dawn. Elle jabbed her pen towards the center of the city. It's in evidence at the station. Could we break in? Asked Dawn. Claire held her hands up. Dawn. I love that you were willing to think of that for me, but no way am I putting you two in danger for me. Besides, I'd never be able to pull it off. Maybe if we had a few weeks to learn new spells, but I don't have a few weeks. The rescheduled trial date is tomorrow. Who was Mara friends with? Asked Elle, resting the pen on her lower lip. I have no idea, said Claire. Other first years. Always start with the personal, said Elle. It's not a simple thing to sign for someone to use the foundry, right? Yeah. It's dangerous. You have to pass certain classes before you can even be allowed to work in there with supervision, said Claire. Then who would have been willing to do that, without actually being there? Claire glanced to Dawn, who shrugged her shoulders. I don't know how to find that out. It's a good thing you have a reporter for a friend. I'll do some digging around, but there's one other thing I think you can do, but it would look really bad if you were caught. What's that? You need to break into her room and see if you can find anything that points to who might have signed the paper. Dawn scratched the back of her neck. Haven't her parents picked up her stuff yet? Elle smirked. Not yet. I confirmed that this morning before I left my apartment by posing as the block's assistant, wanting to schedule the pickup. It sounds like they've tried twice before, but campaign events have interfered. That's fucking brilliant, Elle. I could kiss you right now, said Claire with her head in her hands. Just remember. Don't get caught, said Elle. If you do and it gets out, there's no way you don't lose the case. Chapter 45. Breaking into Mara's room wasn't going to be easy, not because it was heavily locked, but because it was in the middle of the first-year hall, and with finals the following week, the new students were always in their rooms pounding the books. If it were a normal building, a fire alarm could have gotten everyone out of the way, but Metallum Nocturne had unique wards to protect from runaway fires that might be magical. Eventually Dawn came up with the winning plan, ordering a dozen pizzas as a Hell Week break to lure them out of their rooms. Claire waited in the first-year bathrooms until she heard Dawn knocking on the doors and encouraging them to take a break with free food. The doorways were decorated with colorful cutouts and whiteboards with saccharine messages about surviving finals like, "Don't stress, do your best and forget the rest. Doubt kills more dreams than failure ever will," or "I hope it's not a train." The area around Mara's was filled with notes and old flowers. Some of the messages were recent, extolling how much they missed their fellow first year. Claire felt sacrilegious breaking into a dead girl's room. 2 notes fell away when she pushed through the door. She tried to stick them back up, but they were old and the sticky material had become less effective. Claire set them inside on the dresser when she closed herself into the room. She'd only known Mara peripherally. Claire was so focused on her 5th-year project, except for the mandatory hall events, she'd rarely interacted with the first years, so she didn't know Mara except for the things she'd learned after her death. A collage of pictures from her high school lacrosse team had a prominent place on the wall. They'd won 3rd in state. Mara looked unbearably happy. A corkboard was filled with more recent memories from her time in the hall. A picture of Mara standing outside Metallum Nocturne on the day she passed the trials made Claire smile with memories of her own first day at the school. Getting into the 100 halls had felt like winning the lottery. The trials of magic had been terrifying, and seeing how many people got knocked out had given her survivor's guilt. Stuck to the board beneath a ticket to Orpheum Theatre was a hand-colored heart with LB written in the center. LB. Claire mused on who the initials might represent. No one in the hall had those initials that she was aware of. She took a picture of the corkboard and the other areas of personal effects before moving on. The best bet was to find a diary, but Claire wasn't sure how many people actually kept written accounts of their lives anymore, or if it was all online. Rummaging through the dresser drawers made Claire feel like a voyeur, especially when she found a package of condoms with half the contents missing next to a partially used container of lube. A fuzzy printed-out picture showed Mara lying in bed with a male arm over her breasts. She was taking a selfie with her eyes dilated, sticking her tongue half out. A small baggie of purplish powder was behind the picture. Dance dust. Claire had heard about the drug. It was taken at raves for dancing, or before sex to enhance the pleasure. "Not the good girl you thought she was," said Claire, staring at the picture trying to figure out who the guy was, but it was only an arm. The rest of his body was out of the picture. Claire shoved the picture in her pocket but left the drugs. She continued her search, digging through every nook and cranny in search of the identity of the missing male. If he was an older student, then he might have signed off on the sheet, but more than likely he was someone from outside the hall. Someone she'd met at a party in the city. She was checking the shelves on the wall when she heard heavy footsteps outside the door. As the handle rattled, Claire switched off the light and dove beneath the bed. 2 sets of shoes entered the room. "Has anyone been in here since, you know?" Claire recognized the voice as the administrative head of the hall. "No. But I talked to their people again yesterday. I'm sure they'll be along soon enough," said one of the administrative assistants. "Do you want me to box this stuff up? Get it ready for them?" "No," said the admin head. "The less we touch, the better. It's bad enough with the trial and everything." Edward gave clear instructions not to interfere with anything. He's hoping this situation will resolve itself soon enough. It's a shame about Claire. It is, but maybe she shouldn't have signed off on the sheet. Beneath the bed, Claire squeezed her hands into fists. Not just that. The whole thing with that gang in the church. I would have never thought it. After reading the Herald article, I understand more. She wasn't the top student she made herself out to be. I wonder if she's the one who's been dealing to the other students. What if she was trying to hide something by letting Mara die? The article said she was mixed up in a lot of shady stuff. I'm inclined to believe it now. What should I do about this? Nothing. It looks like the way Mara left it. We can help if they want, but otherwise, best to stay away from the blocks and not antagonize them, since she might be the next mayor. After the two admin personnel left, Claire closed her eyes and lay beneath the bed for a few minutes. Not even the people running her own hall thought she was innocent. She half wished she would have taken the deal with Annette, though that would do nothing for the problem with Nocturne. As she prepared to slide out from beneath the bed, she spotted a glint of glass above her. A cell phone was lodged between the mattress and the concrete wall. A lacrosse sticker on the back confirmed it was likely hers. Bringing personal effects to the foundry was forbidden, since they might interfere with the electrical or magical fields used to melt the metal, so Mara wouldn't have had her phone on that fateful day. Claire shoved the phone into her pocket and crept out of the room, checking both ways before hurrying out of the first-year area. Dawn arrived a half-hour later. She'd stayed in the cafeteria to keep the first years from leaving. Find anything? Claire held up the phone in one hand and the picture in the other. These. Nice. Who's the guy? Is he one of ours? Asked Dawn. Can't tell with barely half an arm. A heart on the wall had the initials LB. Dawn frowned. No one here by that name. Whoever it was, they were intimate. Found lube, condoms and drugs in the drawer. Fuck, that would flip Annette's lid. Going to give that to Lamar. How? I wasn't supposed to be in her room and attacking the dead girl. It wouldn't be a good look. Sucks then. At least she had fun this year before she died, said Claire as she lay back on her bed. What about the phone? Can we get into it? I wasn't going to try and get locked out since I didn't find anything that would suggest her password. Besides, if her boy toy wasn't from Metallum Nocturne, it doesn't matter since he couldn't have changed the paper. What are you going to do? Claire sat up with Mara's phone in her lap. Get some sleep for the trial tomorrow. Maybe Elle will have learned something about our mystery signer. I plan on being there tomorrow. I figure you need the support. Thanks, Dawn. She held out the phone. Would you give this to Elle? Maybe she knows how to get into it with her super secret reporter skills. Chapter 46. Do you swear that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Asked the bailiff. I do. Please sit, Miss Teller, said the judge. Thank you, Your Honor. Claire settled onto the hard chair as her heart leapt around her chest like a jackrabbit. The courtroom was packed. The reporter area was at overflow. There were so many faces she didn't even see Elle before the block's lawyer approached the stand. How are you, Miss Teller? Nervous. Nothing to be nervous about as long as you tell the truth, said the lawyer, shooting a winning grin towards the jury, who responded in kind. On March 13, 2012, you were suspended from your high school for 3 days. Can you tell me what happened? Objection, Your Honor, said Lamar, rising. This isn't relevant to the case. I will allow this line of questioning, as we discussed in the sidebar. The defendant's history has bearing on the events that led to the girl's death. The judge winked at the jury. Disregard anything we just said there. Miss Teller, would you answer the question, said the lawyer. Claire swallowed and clamped her hands together in her lap to keep them from shaking. With so many eyes on her, she felt like a bug under a microscope. I was in line at the cafeteria waiting to grab food when a girl who'd been harassing me. Miss Teller, said the judge. Please only describe the events of that day. But I... Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor. Claire's chin dropped. That day a girl called me Lady Macbeth. And what did you do? Asked the lawyer. I hit her with my tray and then punched her in the head, said Claire, staring into the distance. What happened to the girl? She lost 2 front teeth and had a broken orbital bone, said Claire. You were lucky to only have 3 days suspension. Objection, said Lamar. Sustained. No leading the witness, said the judge. Apologies, Your Honor. He approached the witness stand. How many times were you suspended during your time in high school? I don't recall the exact number. Give me your best guess, said the lawyer. Maybe a half dozen times. The lawyer returned to his table where his assistant handed over a folder. I would like to submit evidence C for the record. The lawyer gave the packet to Claire. Can you tell me if this is your high school record? It appears to be. And how many times were you suspended? Claire paged through the thick folder. The weight of expectations pushed her into the seat. 13. 13, said the lawyer to the jury. Not a small number. How many of those were due to fighting? Claire went through them again. 9. And what were the others? Property damage. Claire felt like she was an ant about to be crushed beneath a boot. What kind of property damage? Claire paged through the papers, fearing to check for the jurist's reactions. I broke a window in the gym from throwing a dodgeball too hard. Then there was the outbuilding we accidentally lit on fire when we were smoking. The last 2 were the same event. What was the event? Slash the tires of 2 separate cars. The lawyer paused, letting the information sink in for the jury. For that first incident of violence. Why did you hit that girl with the metal tray and break her orbital bone? Because she kept bringing up my parents' death, saying I was the one that caused it, said Claire. And you thought that putting her in the hospital was the appropriate response to mere words? Objection, Your Honor, said Lamar. Withdrawn, said the plaintiff's lawyer with a smirk. Why were you so angry in those years, Miss Teller? Claire stared at the edge of the railing, where she could see nicks and marks from use over the years. I don't know, she said quietly. Was it your parents' death? Probably, said Claire. What changed when you came to the halls? Were you less angry? Claire perked up. I was. I didn't know where to put my anger in high school, but at Metallum Nocturne, I found something I was good at and enjoyed. It made those feelings go away and I stopped getting into fights, or trouble for that matter. She saw the nods from the jury and the audience. Finally. She was getting a chance to portray herself in a positive manner. The lawyer walked over to the table and accepted a packet of papers from his assistant. Then he turned back, grinning at Claire like a fox who'd convinced the hens to turn over their younglings. Then what was your relationship with Terence Haven? Asked the lawyer, holding up the packet of papers. Claire didn't know what was on the documents, but she feared it wasn't good for her. She thought she saw letterhead from his shop, which meant they might have records of her dealings with Terence. He owned a pawn shop and was a good source for cheap reagents. Cheap reagents? Do you mean illegal reagents? They were legal, as far as I knew. I wasn't buying anything weird or dangerous. He made a noise under his breath. Were you aware of Terence's relationship with the criminal gang, known as the Terrors? I was not. Were you aware that Terence was moving illicit goods for Simon Ivankov and the Terrors? Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay, said Lamar. Sustained, said the judge. On the day that you were taken to the Terrors headquarters, what happened? Asked the lawyer. I was meeting with Terence to see if he could get some reagents, stuff I needed for my 5th-year project. Claire glanced up with the realization of what she was about to say. She spotted Patron Canterbury in the audience, his forehead knotted with questions. What were you making that would require a visit to a magical pawn shop, owned by a known associate of a criminal enterprise? Asked the lawyer. With Patron Canterbury staring directly at her, she hesitated. Claire thought about lying, but feared that they already knew the truth based on the line of questioning. A magical ring. A magical ring. For those of us unacquainted with a maker hall like Metallum Nocturne, can you explain what kind of materials you might need for a ring, and why you would talk to Terence Haven? Claire dug her fingers into her thigh. The best trinkets have a reagent from the mineral, animal, and vegetable worlds. The more powerful the reagents, the higher quality the item material must be. Most of the items I was able to collect myself, but I had to talk to Terence about the base metal. Was this the last visit? Claire shook her head. The first. The last one I was just talking about some moderately difficult to acquire reagents. The lawyer frowned. What was the base metal? Her stomach tightened. Dark metal, which is sometimes called night metal. Have you worked with this metal before? Asked the lawyer. She felt like she was being led to the guillotine, and had no way to escape. I have. Can you elaborate? Claire squeezed her eyes shut so she didn't have to see their reaction. I was working with night metal the day Mara died. The crowd and jury reacted as if they'd been hit with a minor earthquake. When she opened her eyes, she saw everyone looking at each other incredulously. Objection relevance, said Lamar. I'll get to my point, said the plaintiff's lawyer. Overruled. Continue. How rare is night metal? It's not illegal, said Claire. Please answer the question, Miss Teller, said the lawyer. It's very rare. Expensive. Very. The lawyer turned towards the jury as he asked the question. How does a girl of your means acquire an extremely rare and expensive base metal for your ring? I traded for it. Things I'd made that I didn't need anymore. When you don't have a lot of money, you have to barter to get what you need. I can turn a bunch of random things into something valuable, and that would help me trade up to the next level of stuff, said Claire. Miss Teller, said the lawyer. If you were making a night metal ring but weren't talking to Terence about it, how were you planning on getting it? I hadn't figured that out yet. So you want us to believe that you were embarking on this project, without knowing how you might finish it? The night metal hammer was supposed to be my final project. It would help me get the kind of jobs that I wanted. When it blew up, my life was over, said Claire. Just like Mara Block. Objection. Withdrawn. He steepled his fingers before him. No further questions. When it was Lamar's turn to ask questions, she felt numb. Miss Teller, he said gently. Were you aware of Terence's relationship with the Terrors before the day you were abducted? No. Had you ever talked to or met a member of the Terrors before that day? No. Do you know why they grabbed you at the same time they took Terence Haven? She exhaled. I saw the car pull up and shady people run in. I went back to the window to see what was going on, but didn't realize there was another person in the car. They put a gun to my head and I had to go with Terence. What happened then? They threatened to kill me to get Terence to open his safe. Essentially, it was a robbery. I think he owed them some money that he'd borrowed to start his business. And how did you escape? After they left us, they forgot to take their cart with them. I think they were trying to scare us, since it had knives and other stuff to cut us with. I managed to scoot my chair over and get a scalpel from the tray. After that we snuck out the vents, and when we were running away, they saw us. That's when they followed us to the church. Terence was hurt from dropping out of the warehouse window, so I had him hide in the church closet. That must have been a scary day. It was awful. I feel lucky to be alive. Lamar turned to the judge. That's all. Do you have any more witnesses to call? The judge asked the plaintiff lawyers. We rest. Defense counsel. Lamar had just made it back to his table. He turned on his heel. The defense would like to call patron Edward Canterbury. Chapter 47. Claire knew that Lamar was planning on calling her patron, but she hadn't expected to have to admit that she'd gone behind his back with the project. His expression had been one of betrayal. He'd explicitly told her that she should not work with night metal any longer, and needed to pick a simpler project. The punishment would be severe. "Patron Canterbury," said Lamar, approaching with his hands clasped behind his back. "Can you tell us about Claire Teller?" He frowned, glancing briefly at her before checking back to Lamar. Claire came into the hall a timid, unsure first year who seemed bewildered by the expectations of being a maker mage. Metallum Nocturne is not an easy hall to learn in. I worried her first year that she wasn't going to be up to the task and would probably leave. But to my surprise, by the end of that year, she seemed to change considerably. I cannot tell what it was that triggered it, but she was a new student by the time her second year started. The improvement was startling. By the time her third year rolled around, all the professors in my hall were calling her the best student we'd had in decades. Honestly, and I don't use this word lightly, she's brilliant. I wouldn't have approved her use of night metal, which has a notorious history, had it not been for her exemplary performances. Patron Canterbury looked directly at Claire. To be honest, I hoped that after Claire left the hall and had a banger of a career, that she might come back to Metallum Nocturne and teach. "Did you ever find her to be the kind of student to take shortcuts or skirt safety protocols?" asked Lamar. "No. Not ever. Foundry safety is absolute. You either do it, or you put yourself at risk of serious injury. Not only do we have to worry about magical issues, but working with molten metal has its own unique challenges." "Do you believe Claire would have signed the sheet and not followed up on Mara's safety protocols?" asked Lamar. "Objection. Speculation," sustained Lamar. Her lawyer sighed heavily, clearly annoyed by the ruling. "No further questions." "Plaintiff?" asked the judge. The block's team huddled around Annette, who spoke quietly. The discussion seemed to annoy her lawyers, but eventually the lead stood up. "Can I approach the bench?" "Please." After a short discussion between the judge and the two lawyers, the judge announced a change to the proceedings. Due to some unexpected developments, the trial will take a recess until 2 days from now. He hammered his gavel. "All rise for the jury." Claire was barely paying attention, trying to figure out why the trial had been recessed. Once the judge had left, she turned to Lamar, but he immediately answered, "I don't know why." He wasn't clear why they were asking for a recess. It's unusual, especially given their strong position. Claire checked back to see Annette staring at her. The woman didn't care about the trial, except as a path to the mayorship. "I think she wants to make another offer." Lamar scrunched up his forehead. "That doesn't make sense unless there's something I'm missing about their position. Keep me informed if they do." Claire was assaulted with questions by the press, but she hurried down the stairs and planned on walking to the nearest station, when a car pulled up and a door opened, revealing Patron Canterbury. She hopped into the passenger seat. "Quite a mess you're in," he said as they drove away. "Thank you for what you said on the stand. It was good to hear that." "I meant everything I said. You're really one of the most brilliant students I've ever had the pleasure of working with. I've loved every minute of being in Metallum Nocturne. In a way, even with everything that's happened, it was worth it. Mostly anyway." He tapped on the steering wheel, waiting for the light to change. "Unfortunately, it brings me great sadness to inform you of this next part." Claire turned in her seat as he pulled through the intersection. "I'm afraid I won't be able to graduate you from Metallum Nocturne, due to not finishing your 5th-year project, and breaking the rules about prior approval for said project. It pains me to say this, and had I not had to admit it on a witness stand, I would have quietly overlooked this transgression. But I cannot expect the other students to follow the rules, if I do not apply the proper punishment." The whole world went fuzzy for a moment. She hadn't thought that not graduating was even an option. With everything going on, that had felt like a sure thing. I'm sorry, Claire. I really am. But you know the rules and you know I must do this. She pressed her fingers into the corners of her eyes. She felt lightheaded. I understand. I won't withdraw my patron support until after the school year, nor will I let anyone else know, though it will be obvious during the ceremonies. That will give you a chance to finish any projects, or do anything else you might need. He squeezed the steering wheel and sighed heavily. I can suggest some maker groups that you can probably get a job with, but of course you won't be able to do magic without a patron. But I'm sure you can make a living as a highly competent assistant. If you're not interested in that, I completely understand. She didn't know what, or even how to say anything. The rest of the trip was in silence. He let her out at the street entrance to the hall. Claire stopped at the bronze statue of Stephen Adolphus and spat on the base before heading in. Chapter 48. The next morning her phone rang before she was about to leave the hall. Hey Elle. Doing okay? I've had worse weeks, said Claire, rubbing the back of her neck. I can't talk long. Headed out to meet the blocks. I think they're going to offer another deal. That's great. We'll see, said Claire with a heavy heart. I didn't find anything out talking with Mara's friends in your hall. They suspected she was dating someone, but no one knew or would say who it was. The phone. I gave it to a friend from Cyber Magics, but it's going to take a few days. I wish I could get an answer before your meeting, or your trial, but he said these things are tricky. She paused. There's a secondary problem with the phone. Even if he gets into it, and the person she was sleeping with was significant, you can't use that as evidence. I understand. But if we know who faked my signature, maybe we can find another way to get that information to the court. I'm not giving up on you, said Elle. She wanted to tell Elle about getting kicked out of Metallum Nocturne, but couldn't muster the words. You still there? Asked Elle. I am. You gonna be okay meeting with Annette, you know, on account of the Night Mother? Claire bit her lower lip. I'm not doing that. I don't care if it means I get dragged back to Umbra, but that's not who I am. I know, but things got a little weird in the Undercity. I know what's happening now. I think I can control it better. You think? I will, said Claire. She's there watching in the back of my head, I can feel that much, but I won't let her take control. I won't listen to those voices. Claire. I know. But what choice do I have? I need to talk to Annette. Maybe this deal will be worth taking. She saw the clock. I have to go. Thanks, Elle. Claire threw on the heavy hoodie that she hoped would hide her form. She'd stolen it out of the laundry. With hands shoved into her pockets, she hurried out of the hall, using a group of second years going for coffee as her shield. When she hit the street, she didn't see anyone following, or strange cars lurking nearby. Claire hurried down the sidewalk. The blocks had picked a nearby Italian restaurant called Giotti's. A bodyguard in mirrored sunglasses and a wire in his ear let her through the door, and patted her down after she removed the hoodie. The restaurant had been closed for the meeting. Claire guessed the owner was a supporter. A second bodyguard led her into a private room where she found the blocks seated at a table while a third bodyguard lurked to the side. The blocks looked like they were headed to a campaign event. As Claire stared back at Annette, the voice in her head whispered cruel thoughts. Kill her for me. You're going to lose the trial, said Annette, pushing the chair back and standing up. I didn't do it. Annette's face broke with anger, but her husband reached out and clutched her hand. I came here ready to offer a deal and you start by spitting in my face. Annette, said her husband, shaking her arm. She yanked away and shot him a searing glance. He doesn't want me to make this offer, but I have no choice. I can't fix this city and your wretched school unless I win. It's the only way. I have to win, said Annette with uncharacteristic desperation. Claire remained silent as the voice continued to whisper in her head, but she didn't hate Annette, despite everything that had happened. "Why aren't you speaking?" asked the older woman. "You've heard everything. What more is there to say? You let my daughter die and then mock me." Claire squeezed her eyes shut momentarily. "You've destroyed my life. I know you believe you're right. I might in your shoes given the evidence, but I assure you that you've got it all wrong." For a moment, Claire wondered if Annette would march over and punch her. The older woman's hands squeezed to fists and her expression was close to breaking. Righteous fury consumed her. The woman believed she was on a mission. I need the halls to take the blame for your mistakes. I'm willing to drop the amount down to paying our legal fees, which are still considerable, in exchange for your cooperation. I will need you to write an article and appear for interviews, so you can explain how your hall pushed you to cut corners and put my daughter's life in danger. The fact that her patron had just kicked her out of the hall was rich. She had no loyalty to Metallum Nocturne anymore. "Why are you smirking? Can't you take anything seriously?" asked Annette. "The world is a ludicrous place," said Claire mostly to herself as Nocturne's voice continued its murderous refrain. "A life for a life. Kill her for me. I will protect you. Your life is mine." Claire let out a short laugh, though she found nothing about the situation funny. "Have you gone mad, girl? Kill her or take the deal." Claire was screwed no matter which choice she made, though the consequences were much worse for not doing the first. "If you're going to take the deal, you have to decide now. We brought contracts. You can walk out of this room a free woman without the life-crushing debts that you deserve for killing my sweet Maya." The photo in Maya's dresser showing her in bed with a boy, the drugs and the half-empty box of condoms, they were a sign Annette didn't know her daughter at all. "You don't care about her." "I didn't know Maya, but you didn't either," said Claire. "How dare you? How dare?" Annette marched around the table, getting in Claire's face while her husband struggled to catch up. "I should take the deal," said Claire. "It makes sense on the surface. But it would be completely humiliating. To take the blame for something I didn't do. My life has been defined for choices I didn't make. I was just the one left to clean up the pieces. Do you know the real reason why I was so angry in high school after my parents' death? You might even know because some of your asshole journalist buddies were pushing it in the Herald, but I think you just made it up without knowing it was really true. The truth was that they were drunk. It's not in the records. They'd gone to school with the sheriff and he hid the toxicology report, but everyone knew. Everyone knew. How could you not? "So you'll take the deal?" asked Annette. The anticipation in her gaze, the victory she thought would put her over the finish line and give her the position of power she'd long sought, was palpable. It reminded Claire of her own anger towards her parents for their selfishness. "No. No. Why would you not? This is a chance at freedom from crushing debt. All for a few articles and interviews. The price is minuscule. Maybe for you, but for me, my life is all I have. You can take my livelihood, but I'm not giving you my reputation. I'd rather be poor than be a part of your power grab." Annette jabbed a finger in her face. "I don't even need you. I'm going to win anyway. This will just make it a sure thing and give me the leverage I need once I'm in office. Things can get much worse for you." "You're no different than her," said Claire. Annette reacted as if she'd been slapped. "You did know my daughter." Claire didn't bother explaining that wasn't who she was talking about. She'd meant Nocturna. The goddess of Umbra saw people as things. People's lives were merely pieces to move about the board. She didn't say anything more because a tingle formed between her shoulder blades. The guard at the door put a hand to his ear and the other on his gun, as muffled shouting from the restaurant had everyone but Annette turning. "Don't you look away from me. "Don't you look away," screamed Annette right before the door exploded open, revealing a group of men with guns. Chapter 49. 2 blasts in quick succession had Claire throwing up her arms in self-defense. When she opened her eyes again, she saw one of the men who had entered the room holding his shoulder, while the security guard in the room was lying on the ground with a hole in his chest and a blank expression. Simon Ivankov, leader of the terrors, strolled in through the middle, smoking a cigarette. He dropped it on the carpet, grinding it beneath his heel as he surveyed the situation. He had 4 men with him. "Is this a fucking party?" asked Simon. Annette spun on him, seemingly oblivious to what had just happened. "Do you know who I am?" Simon chuckled, glancing to his crew incredulously. "Should I?" "I'm going to be the next mayor of the city," said Annette as her husband tried to pull her away. "I have powerful friends." Simon approached Annette, squinting as he examined her from up close. Despite the gravity of the situation, Claire could barely pay attention. As soon as the gun battle had happened, Nocturne's voice came front and center in her mind. The Night Mother was demanding that she kill Annette, a compulsion that was more persuasive than she wanted to admit to herself. "You'll be in a body bag if I say so," said Simon, sneering. "But I do recognize you. Pity for you that you're here right now, because I'm not here for you. I'm here for this thieving bitch." "I stole nothing from you," said Claire. "You helped Terence escape," said Simon, pulling a pack of cigarettes from his inside pocket and tapping out a new one. "The contents of that safe are very important to me. Once he knows we have you, he'll give it up." He leaned forward. "Look at me when I'm talking to you. Kill them. Kill them all." Claire looked him right in the eyes. "Fuck you." Simon broke out laughing. He jabbed his thumb in her direction. "Holy shit, look at the balls on this girl. Fuck me, you must have a death wish. Grab her." 2 sets of hands grabbed her arms. They held her tight and she didn't fight back. "What are we doing about them?" asked one of his men. "Are you suggesting we leave witnesses, you knucklehead?" The first man's chin dropped to his chest. "No. Make it quick. I want this little adventure over with." Simon smirked as he shut the door to the private room. "But don't make it loud, we've already had enough noise today." The blocks backed away as the man pulled out a long knife. He lazily spun it in his fist. "You don't understand," said Annette. "I have powerful friends who are expecting me to win. If you kill me, they'll be furious." Claire had no intention of letting Simon take her, but she almost wanted to let the leader of the terrors kill the blocks. It would remove a thorny problem, but she couldn't stand by and let them be killed when she knew she could do something about it. "Kill them all." She yanked her arms free, startling the men with unexpected strength, and took 2 steps before hitting the thug with her shoulder, driving him against the wall. Claire tried to grab his arm, but he was faster, driving the blade into her ribs. A bright slash of pain sent adrenaline spiking, and she jammed her forearm into his jaw. Eyes went into the back of his head as he collapsed. Claire turned in time to catch a bullet to the gut. The impact threw her backwards, slamming against the wall and knocking the air from her lungs. Before Simon's men could take a second shot, she hit the light switch, dropping them into darkness. 3 more flashes briefly lit up the room as his men fired at the position she was just standing, but Claire had crouched down and snatched up the knife the unconscious man had dropped. Nocturne was screaming in her head to kill Annette in the distraction. It would be a simple thing, but Claire went past the huddled blocks and caught the first man from behind, shoving the blade into the soft spot at the base of his neck. The screams fed the chaos as 2 more shots were fired, one of them catching a fellow terror. Claire shoved the blade into the gut of the final henchman, trying to ignore Nocturne's giddy glee at the slaughter. The Night Mother was like a drug in her head. Claire caught Simon Ivankov trying to find the handle to escape. A quick slice across the neck had him falling to his knees, clutching his throat. High on the excitement, with Nocturne's voice encouraging her to kill the blocks, Claire stumbled into the middle of the room. Annette and her husband were crouched beside the table, huddled together in fear, not knowing what was happening in the darkness. 2 quick stabs and it would be over. She could blame their deaths on the chaos of the battle. The first thug had put a healthy cut in her side and blood was running down her hip. "Kill Annette or I'll take you back to Umbra." The voice was a Hayes in her head. Claire took a step forward. She let the knife slip out of her fingers. "You'll have to be satisfied with the terrors," said Claire in her head. Stumbling to the front, Claire switched on the light. Annette recoiled from the carnage while her husband pulled out his phone to dial the police. Claire lifted her shirt to find a 6-inch slice across her ribs, but the night metal in her skin protected her from more damage. The spot where she'd taken the shot to the gut was already spreading out with purplish bruises. The night metal, it seemed, was better for protecting against bullets than knives. Claire found a chair and collapsed into it while Annette stared at her with a mixture of surprise and concern. "They're on the way," said Andrew. "What did you do?" asked Annette with deranged intensity. "They mostly did it to themselves in the chaos. We're lucky to be alive," said Claire, perfectly aware that her hands were covered in blood. When the Invictus PD arrived, the first cops in the room took one look at the situation and pulled their guns on Claire. "Hands up! Hands up!" She half laughed at the absurdity of it all and raised her arms, not wanting to get shot again. "It's okay," said Andrew, waving at the cops. "She saved us. She's not one of them." The cops seemed confused but eventually lowered their weapons. Before long, the entire building was overflowing with police officers. The lone terror she'd knocked out was woken when put in handcuffs. Claire was led outside where an ambulance gave her medical attention, sewing up the slice on her ribs and calling her the luckiest girl in the world. A horde of reporters appeared not long after with cameras flashing, but she was behind the do not cross lines so they couldn't bother her. When the blocks were led out of the building, the mass of reporters shouted questions about what had happened. There seemed to be confusion why she wasn't in handcuffs until the husband said, "No. She was a victim too. The terrors tried to kill us, but she saved us when she tackled the guy with the knife." Annette punched him in the shoulder and dragged him away towards a group of SUVs that appeared further up the sidewalk. They were ushered in and quickly disappeared. Claire found a bench outside the restaurant, and an officer came over for a round of questions. She knew she should wait for her lawyer, but was too tired to be disagreeable. Claire mostly explained what happened in the darkness and chaos, leaving out that she slit Ivankov's throat, deciding that was too gruesome to admit. She left the details fuzzy, blaming the inability to see. "Couldn't have happened to a better guy," said the officer when she was finished. "The terrors have been murdering and extorting people for years, and we haven't been able to get a break until now. Don't you worry about anything. You did good." Shortly after, her lawyer appeared, talking his way past the do not cross line until he was standing with her at the back of the ambulance. "What happened?" Claire explained what she could in public. Lamar listened quietly while shaking his head the entire time. "Are you interested in the deal?" She shook her head, which brought a faint smile from her lawyer. "I can push for an extension given the circumstances," he said. Thinking about the cell phone investigation, she nodded, too tired to speak. "This is going to be all over the news," said Lamar, as he checked back to the growing crowd. "Let me give you a ride back to Metallum Nocturne, before this gets even more crazy." Chapter 50. The trial extension wasn't granted, which meant she was out of time. Claire received the message from Lamar that evening. She'd stayed in her room after getting back and cleaning the blood from her hands. Dawn stayed with her, distracting her from the awful events by watching their favorite anime while curled up on the bed. When she received a message from Elle that she was outside the hall, they snuck out through the maintenance tunnels and met in the alleyway. She held up her phone, showing a picture of a beefy guy with a mohawk. "You know this guy?" Claire nodded. "Yeah, that's Mark. He's a fifth year like us, said Dawn. Claire couldn't speak because she'd thought he'd been a friend. That's Mara's boyfriend. My source was able to get some recent pictures out of the phone's memory. There's a bunch more, but they're not wearing clothes in most of them, said Elle. I could fucking kill him, said Claire, which brought a concerned reaction from both her friends. Not actually, but you know. He must have switched out the sign-in sheets after the accident and before anyone noticed, said Dawn. What are you going to do? Asked Elle. Confront him, said Dawn. We'll make him admit he did this to Claire. Elle pursed her lips. I'd love to believe that he would come clean, but if he switched the papers, why would he want to admit fault now? Dawn shook her hands. Doesn't this help her case? Can't she show this to the jury? Or get him to testify? We got the picture through illegal means, said Elle. And based on what happened earlier today, the blocks have no real interest in justice. This whole thing has been a ploy to blame the Halls and gain traction for their campaign. It's not just for them, said Claire. They have impatient backers. Annette seemed more worried about them than what was happening in that room. But thanks for getting this. I need to take this to my lawyer. Before she could head down the alleyway, Elle grabbed her arm. She had a firm grip. There are paps everywhere. You won't make it half a block before you get swarmed. I need to talk to Lamar. Dawn brightened. Let me cause a distraction. Like what? I'll put on one of your workout hoodies and those ripped jeans you love. I'll run out and act like I'm trying to avoid them, said Dawn. Worth a shot. Her friend disappeared inside to change while they crept to the edge of the alleyway, lurking behind a rusted dumpster. Should you be here? Asked Claire. If you're seen with me, it'll ruin your impartiality. Trying to get rid of me? Smirked Elle. No, I'm fucking with you, Claire, she said, reaching out and brushing her arm with her fingertips. And I'm completely, 100% partial to your cause. You couldn't have more bad luck if you'd shot up a mirror factory. There has been some piece of good luck in all this. Elle tilted her head. You. Me. We wouldn't have met unless all this had happened. That's one good thing. Elle stared at her pristine white shoes while she wrestled with her words. She glanced up almost in pain before she said, oh crap. She's running. Claire turned in time to see a mob of paparazzi chasing after a pretty good facsimile of herself. She grabbed Elle's hand and ran the other way, heading across the street and ducking into a corner bodega. I'll call a taxi, said Elle, lurking in the doorway. When it arrived, they rushed into the back before anyone spotted them. Claire texted her lawyer to let him know they were coming. He was waiting for them at the door when they arrived. I wasn't expecting you to bring your own press contingent, said Lamar, holding it open. Elle offered her hand. Elle Dark. I'm here as Claire's friend, not a reporter, but if you want me to leave, I totally understand. Claire grabbed her hand, gripping tight. No way. I need your support. Unusual, but nothing about this case has been normal thus far. No reason to start now, said Lamar, chuckling. Love your stuffies, said Elle, craning her neck in all directions. Stuffies. That's one way to look at them. Thanks, it's a bit of hobby and a bit of a side hustle. He plopped behind his desk. Now, what was so important you had to rush over here? Claire slid the picture across the desk, eliciting a low whistle from her lawyer. They were dating. More than that, said Claire, then explained what she'd found in Mara's room. It's inadmissible in court, he said. And it would look like we were picking on a dead girl, if we brought it up. Claire put her arms on the desk as she leaned forward. You're not going to do anything. I didn't say that. Given how you acquired that picture, I can't enter it as evidence, but I can subpoena Mark and put him on the stand. But there's no way he'll admit that he was the one that did it, right? Asked Claire. Lamar leaned back in his chair with a self-satisfied smile. Remember when I told you I would take this case despite the long odds? I said the only way we're going to win was if we found the right angle. This is that angle. Let me worry about Mark. You go home and relax. You were nearly murdered this morning. I'm shocked you're up and around. The impact hadn't hit her yet. She'd killed 3 people with a knife, but she didn't want to dwell on it. That way led back to Umbra. Come on, Elle. Maybe we could catch a movie. Anything to distract me. Actually, I need to get back to the office, said Elle, screwing up her face. I have an article or 2 to write for tomorrow's paper. Before you go, Miss Dark, said Lamar, his mouth shifted to the side, could you and I have a brief conversation? I'll see you at the trial, Claire. Don't beat yourself up, said Elle. I'll call you a taxi. No, it's cool. I'll walk, since I don't have to worry about the terrors anymore. It was 2 wards away from Lamar's office back to Metallum Nocturne. The walk took hours. The sun had set by the time she got back to her hall. Claire strolled past the mob of reporters and paparazzi, ignoring their questions. By the time she reached her room, a soul-crushing exhaustion hit, and Claire passed out on her bed. Chapter 51. Claire read the online articles from her bed, wondering what the average person cared about what had happened. Reading them made her feel like the newspapers didn't actually care about the facts, with headlines like, "Terror Blocked, End of the Terrors," or "Knives in the Dark." There was a lot of speculation and confusion about what had happened at Giotti's, but Andrew Block's admission outside the restaurant had at least put her in a better light than before. When she got to the Invictus Times, she was shocked to see the picture of Mara and Mark sitting on a bed laughing under the headline, "The Real Signer." Elle's article threaded the line between exposing truths that could be construed as victim blaming and putting questions into the narrative about Mark's potential role. But none of it mattered if he wouldn't admit it on the stand, and given the lack of concrete evidence linking him to the sign-in sheet, she didn't think it was possible. Claire had showered long before sunrise to avoid her fellow hall students. She left her room dressed in her trial outfit, hoping that everyone was too busy with classes or studying for finals to worry about her. When she passed the common room, Claire saw a knot of students crowded around the television, watching the latest updates on the trial. Heads turned when she slowed, so she hurried past, heading out of Metallum Nocturne into a sea of reporters who shouted questions at her while she ignored them. A taxi picked her up outside and drove her to the courthouse. The throng had beat her to the entrance, lining up on the stairs to continue the verbal assault. It was a relief when she was inside. The trial was the first of the day. She took her spot next to Lamar, who was humming under his breath when she arrived. A stack of newspapers sat on the corner with the Invictus Times on top. "How are you feeling?" "I have a friend who's a therapist. She said she'd take you pro bono if you're feeling up to it," said Lamar. She thought about explaining to a therapist her trip to Umbra and the requests of the Night Mother. Maybe, but not right now." Claire checked back to see Elle sitting perfectly still in the reporters section, while the others were furiously scribbling in their notebooks about every minor detail. The only sign she got from her friend was a brief raise of the eyebrow and a quirk to her lips, which seemed far too optimistic for the circumstances. On the other side of the courtroom, the Blocks looked like they were part of the lawyer team rather than the plaintiffs, huddled with the vindicators in tight discussions. Lamar put his hand on her shoulder and whispered in her ear, "I want you to look angry when the jury comes in." "Angry? Are you sure? I thought I was supposed to look like the innocent victim caught up in this." "That was before. Now I want anger." Everyone rose when the judge entered, while Claire was busy trying to imagine herself being angry. "Before we get started today, I need to see both parties at my desk, including the Blocks and Miss Teller," said Judge Ambersand. Claire found herself next to Annette until the lead vindicator placed himself between them. The judge clicked a button that would drown out their conversation, making it private. The court system had the best privacy enchantments in the world. First, I want to say that I'm pleased that you all survived that horrendous attack. But I'm a bit frustrated by the direction of this civil case, given the headlines this morning. Need I remind you that meeting without your lawyers at a secondary location is highly unusual? While there's nothing that prevents you from doing this, the court prefers for civil parties to stay separate during the trial. I'm sorry, Your Honor, said Annette. We wish to make our offer in person, and appeal to the importance of this trial for the sake of our daughter's legacy and the city. That's fine, Annette, said the judge. I understand circumstances are unusual. But let's try to get through this without any further fireworks. We have one remaining witness, is that correct, Lamar? Yes, Your Honor. The plaintiff leaned against the bench. Your Honor, this last second witness is highly unusual and seems like a delay tactic. I'd like to request this witness be barred from the trial. I think we've seen enough from testimony already. We don't need any character witnesses for the defense. A valid point, but we'll hear this final witness. I spoke with Lamar at length last night and he assures me this addition is warranted, said the judge. As they returned to their tables, Claire spotted Mark sitting in the middle rows looking like he was about to be dropped off a cliff. He'd grown his hair out and let it return to its natural brown in anticipation of his first job out of the halls. His suit was a tad big. The gazes briefly met, but he stared at the back of the next bench rather than maintain eye contact. After the jury entered, the first and only planned witness of the day was called. Mark took the witness stand and was sworn in by the bailiff. Sweat beaded on Mark's forehead as he settled into the chair. Lamar approached the witness stand. Please state your name and hall for the record. Mark Jacobs. 5th year of Metallum Nocturne. Thank you, Mark. What is your relationship to the defendant? Mark swallowed. We're friends. Been in the hall for 5 years now. What is the role of a 5th year in Metallum Nocturne? Asked Lamar. Role. Mostly we're focused on our 5th year project, figuring out where we're going to work after we graduate, that sort of thing, he said, knees bouncing. Do you have oversight of the younger classes? Not so much. It's usually the 4th years that watch them, said Mark. Usually, but not always. Objection, Your Honor. Relevance, said the plaintiff lead. Overruled, said Judge Ambersand, frowning. We'll see where this goes. Annette spoke angrily in her lawyer's ear at the ruling. Claire heard the woman say that they were a huge waste of money. Is it usual for a 5th year in the middle of their project to also oversee a 1st year in the foundry? Asked Lamar. Mark looked like he was in pain as he answered. No. It's not usual. Was Claire's project particularly difficult? Asked Lamar. It was, well, it's hard to explain without getting technical, said Mark. On a scale of 1 to 10 perhaps, said Lamar. Mark closed his eyes momentarily. His voice quivered as he spoke. I would say a 9 or 10. He stared at the edge of the bench. Claire is easily the best mage of our year, probably the last decade. No one else would have attempted a project like hers, or been granted approval from the patron. Claire snuck a peek at the jury, finding them unmoved by the questioning. A woman at the end was playing with her watch and barely paying attention. Lamar walked back to their table and pulled out a plastic bag with a sheet of paper in it. I would like to enter Exhibit E into evidence, he said, approaching the witness stand. Mark was sitting tall trying to see what it was. Granted, said the judge. Mr. Jacobs, said Lamar, pulling the paper out of the bag and handing it over. This paper is your safety training acknowledgement from Metallum Nocturne. The one that you sign at the beginning of each school year. Can you read the last line on the 3rd paragraph? Mark swallowed heavily as his hands shook. Claire remembered she was supposed to look angry, but she wanted to know what her lawyer was up to. All tools must be hung in there. Not that paragraph, the one below it, said Lamar, pacing before the stand. If a fourth or fifth year student has agreed to be the safety leader for the lower classes, they must be present at all times. In addition, they cannot be working on any projects and must be observing conditions for safety issues during the entirety of the session. Breaks must be scheduled together, and under no circumstances can the lower class members be left unattended. Thank you, Mark. You read that quite well. Can you tell us who the signature is at the bottom? It's mine. Good. I'll take that. Lamar walked back to their table and grabbed a second plastic bag with a single paper inside. Mr. Jacobs, I want to confirm you understand that you are speaking under oath and that perjury is a felony. Yes, I understand. Lamar stood holding the plastic bag with the paper inside for a few heartbeats, staring at it solemnly. May the court recognize I am entering the Foundry Safety Sign-in sheet into evidence as Exhibit G. The court recognizes Exhibit G, said the judge, watching Mark closely. The jury seemed to understand something weighty was happening, and leaned forward to study the witness. A few glanced in her direction, so she made sure to look angry, even though she was mostly confused, since she knew they didn't have the original sheet, and the one that bore her name had been entered as Exhibit B earlier in the trial. The plaintiff's side was in furious conversation, looking like they wanted to object, but couldn't decide what to say. Mr. Jacobs, did you know Mara Block personally? Mark's mouth half opened. His eyes darted in all directions until Judge Ambersand leaned over. Answer the question, son. I did. You did what? Asked Lamar. We need you to say it for the record. I knew Mara Block personally. The corner of Lamar's mouth twitched. Were you and Mara Block romantically involved? A murmuring shot through the crowd, but settled before the judge had to bang his gavel. The Blocks looked stunned. Lamar strolled back to their table and lifted the Invictus Times, which showed the picture of the two of them in bed. Mark had clearly seen it by the way the color drained from his face. We were, said Mark. Romantically involved. Next question, said Lamar, approaching the witness stand with the safety sign-in sheet half out of the bag. Did you sign the original safety sheet for Mara Block, agreeing to be her lead during the work she was planning to do in the foundry? Mark shifted on the seat. He looked about to pass out. Remember you're under oath, said Lamar. Mark squeezed his eyes closed. I signed the original sheet. A wave of dizziness overtook Claire as the courtroom erupted in chattering and pictures. The judge looked amused as he hammered the gavel. Mr. Jacobs, said Lamar, raising his voice to be heard above the din. Did you falsify the sign-in sheet with Claire Teller's name, to hide that you had failed your duty as safety lead of her project? Remember, you're not the one on trial, but you can be if you perjure yourself. I did. I knew a spell that would do the trick. Mark leaned forward, breaking into tears and shaking his head. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. I had other things going, but Mara talked me into letting her. I didn't know she'd make such a mistake. A strangled noise erupted from Annette. Her face was bright crimson as she stormed out of the courtroom with cameras flashing. Claire leaned back in her chair, mouth agape, as the jury stared at her. She wiped a tear away despite not realizing she was crying. The next steps of the trial went by in a daze. The case was dismissed by the judge, and Claire was left feeling like she'd avoided getting hit by a meteor. Congratulations, Miss Teller, said Lamar, shaking her hand. You won the trial. No, thank you. How did you get the original sheet with his signature? Oh, this, he said, handing it over. The paper was a blank safety sign-in sheet. A bluff. Claire threw her arms around the lawyer's shoulder, squeezing him. Thank you so much. Hopefully your life can get back to normal, said Lamar. Claire grimaced, knowing that she still had other problems like the night mother, not having a job, and getting kicked out of Metallum Nocturne, but she didn't want to ruin Lamar's win. I hope so too. She checked back to the plaintiff's side where Andrew Block was conferring with their lawyers. "Shame this won't stop Annette from winning the mayor race." "I wouldn't be so sure about that," said Lamar with a smirk. "Your friend found a number of other salacious tidbits in that phone, which are going to bring a wrecking ball to her campaign. The next few weeks of articles from the Invictus Times are going to be worth a subscription." Claire checked back to the reporter section to see Elle still sitting quietly, but as soon as they met gazes, he winked and got up to leave. Chapter 52. The fallout from the trial and the subsequent articles in the Invictus Times left Annette Block's mayoral campaign scrambling. She went from briefly flirting with being the front-runner to having to defend her parenting when news of Mara's first year in the halls were revealed, which included half-naked pictures at parties and text messages with Mark that suggested she'd gotten the drugs from her parents' stash. Claire thought the whole affair was gross, but given how Annette was trying to manipulate her for the benefit of her campaign, she decided it was a proper comeuppance when her poll numbers were cut in half, leaving her outside of the upcoming primary. The mood in Metallum Nocturne had changed considerably. Mark was nowhere to be seen, while rumors of him leaving in the middle of the night after a meeting with patron Canterbury had spread like wildfire. Whenever she was out in the halls, her fellow students were congratulatory about the trial. Some apologized for believing the news, while others conveniently explained they'd suspected Mark all along. Claire didn't feel as excited as everyone expected her to be, but they didn't know she was in the same boat as Mark. She'd thought about swinging by the patron's office to see if she was still kicked out of the hall after the trial, but since the outcome had nothing to do with her decision to continue the night metal project despite his refusal, she assumed the decision still stood. She spent her time confirming the final steps of the night metal ring, which she was planning on finishing after the rest of the hall was gone for the summer. Preparing the bath of metal for the pour was the hardest part, given that each individual reagent had to be added separately, in order, and under specific conditions. The temperatures or enchantments weren't the same for each, which meant she'd be performing some tricky mid-melt modifications. The process would be like performing a one-person symphony. Claire spent her time practicing the spells and working through the steps in her mind until she had them down perfectly. In the rare times she wasn't buried in her work, she traded messages with Elle, who was equally busy. The series of articles about Claire and then Mara and Mark had given her lead reporter status at the Invictus Times. Both the Herald of the Halls and a top national paper had offered her jobs, but Elle had declined even the freedom that her current employer was giving her. Claire was at her desk, memorizing the phase change stabilizing spell when she grew warm suddenly. Heat rose up from inside. Sweat broke across her body, leaving her drenched. She chugged a bottle of water, hoping to quench the heat, but it did little. Claire grabbed her shower kit and hurried to the bathrooms, ignoring well-wishers along the way. She threw herself through a set of curtains, stripping down and turning the dials to cold until her temperature equalized. She leaned against the tile wall with both hands, letting the chilly water cascade across her back and down her thighs. The sensation of hot and cold left her delirious. Claire swayed on her feet until she opened her eyes to find herself back in Umbra in the middle of Nocturne's chambers. The sound of water hitting the tile echoed in her ears, so she decided she wasn't really in Realm of Shadows but a mental projection. Nocturne hovered above her, suspended on ribbons of shadow in a cathedral dedicated to the Night Mother. Her glistening black body was faintly woman-shaped. A tendril undulated forward until it hung before her forehead like a trained viper, waiting for the command to strike. "You defied me." The thunderous voice rattled Claire's head. She fought through the voluminous sound. "I gave you what you wanted. To taste flesh. You wanted the woman. Despise her. Yes, but not enough to kill. That's not how it works in our realm. I can't just kill people if I want." Claire tasted flesh. Images of the men dying to her knife appeared in her mind. "Yeah, I know, but that was different. I was defending myself." They would have killed me otherwise. You can't just kill people without consequence. Consequence, said the Night Mother as if she were tasting the word. You want to experience our world through me, I see that now, but you can't do it on your terms. Nocturne's shadowy web bulged forward until she was in Claire's face. You defy. I survive. She turned her head to see Adolphus lurking in the corner. Look, you can drag me back here and turn me into him, but you won't get to see our world. That's why you sent your night metal through to our realm. You wanted this to happen, to infect us, to drag us back and turn us into your puppets. But I'm not dancing to your strings. If I'm stuck with you, you'll have to play by my rules, or you'll have to spend another half-century trying to find someone to do your bidding. Rules? Asked Nocturne, turning her head oddly. Yes, rules. Things you can or cannot do, or face the consequences. Like I got to taste flesh of those bad men because I was defending myself, but I couldn't kill Annette without going to jail. Nocturne shifted backwards, returning to the center of her shadow web. I want to taste flesh. I can't just kill people for you. That's not how it works. I want to taste flesh. Claire huddled against the hurricane volumes until the Night Mother had stilled. You are me, said Nocturne. You taste flesh for me. Not Annette, but other flesh. Bad flesh. I taste. She started to refuse until she understood what the Night Mother was suggesting. You want me to kill bad people. You taste flesh that way. Nocturne extended a long finger. Or you return like Adolphus. Taste flesh for the Night Mother. Live long. I protect you. But I. Before the words left her lips, Claire found herself back in the shower, no longer burning up but freezing under the cold spray. She quickly adjusted the dials, shivering under the onslaught until the temperature had modulated. Claire leaned against the tile as she contemplated the Night Mother's demand. Unless she wanted to get dragged back to Umbra, it seemed there was no escaping the demands. Chapter 53. The apartment was in the 7th ward near the Canal District. Claire had used the maintenance tunnels to leave without getting mobbed by the press. She kept her hood up to not be recognized, but passersby jerked their heads as if they sensed they should know her. The door opened, revealing Elle in a pink cottage dress and a matching headband, which pulled back her hair into a blonde cascade. Come in. I hope you don't mind me coming over. I didn't know who else to talk to. Claire hesitated as she examined the stylish but small interior. A framed poster of the Mystique, a famous traveling circus, was on the wall. The lamps and furniture matched the aesthetic that Elle exuded. The reporter faced Claire with her hands gently clasped before her, lips parted and tongue resting on her bottom teeth. Of course. I love your apartment. Elle lifted a single shoulder. It's small, and the drunken college students in the Canal District are annoying at 2 a.m., but the rent is reasonable. Did you dress up for me? I feel bad, I'm just wearing a hoodie and my workout tights. Elle grabbed the sides of her frilly skirt and pulled it wide. This? No, I enjoy dressing up, even when no one sees me. Do you want something to drink? A glass of wine? Or beer? You look tense. It's barely the afternoon. It is Saturday. Elle disappeared into the kitchen. I'll make us some snacks. Claire followed her and took a stool at the little island, while Elle rummaged through her refrigerator. In short order, she cut up cheese and meats, setting them on a presentation board. 2 glasses of dark red wine were poured. They took the drinks and snacks to a narrow balcony with a view of the street that smelled like hot dogs. I would have preferred a view of the spire. How long have you been here? Elle held out her glass, which they clinked together. A few months. What's on your mind? Claire gave her the rundown of what happened in the shower when Nocturne pulled her consciousness back to Umbra. She wants you to kill for her. But not Annette anymore. I was trying to explain why killing Ivankov's men was okay, but I think all I did was sign myself up for her service. Merlin's tits, said Elle as she set the wineglass between them. What are you going to do? That's why I'm here. I don't know, said Claire with a sigh. I think my options are kill for Nocturne or get dragged back to Umbra. I don't see another path. Elle leaned back in her chair as she stared across the city. The street noise rose up, honks and engines revving, the chattering of afternoon drunks headed to the Canal District. A trinket vendor was yelling at a bike messenger that had bumped into his cart. It's a big city, said Elle with eyebrow raised. You're not suggesting, are you? Elle pursed her lips. The Terrors aren't the only gang out there. You know crime in this city sucks, especially with the head patron missing and the heads of the halls all at each other's throats, and that's not to mention the weird shit that happens from time to time because some idiot mage can't keep his spells in his pants. I don't know if I can. You already did. That was in self-defense, said Claire. What you're suggesting, I don't know if I can do that. Then you should make peace with returning to Umbra. What would you do? Elle's chin dropped. I know I wouldn't want to lose my friend. Even if that means, you know. I know, said Elle, bunching up her lips. Claire put a hand to her forehead. I wouldn't even know where to begin. Elle raised an eyebrow. Start with the crime section of any newspaper. Or just hang around in the western wards. You can also try talking to the homeless. They're a great source of information. A smile grew across her face. You also have a friend who works in the newspaper business. I'm sure I could pass some tips your way. You're serious? You'd help me? Yeah. I would. I've already thrown all semblance of impartiality away when it comes to you. Why stop now? Claire chuckled. Why? Elle said nothing and held up her glass. They drank at the same time and fell into a comfortable silence. After a time Elle asked, when are you? Next week after everyone's out of the hall. Canterbury is letting me stay until I can find my feet. He said he knows some people who will take me as an assistant, but I don't know if I can do that. To be around people using magic while I can't. Why can't you? Because he's kicking me out, ending his patronage, I already told you that. Elle gave her a look. But Claire, you have a new patron. Chapter 54. 2 weeks after the trial, the paparazzi outside of Metallum Nocturne had given up under the assumption that everyone had gone home for the summer. That was true for everyone but Claire, and a few professors who hadn't left on their vacations. She kept up her preparations for the night metal ring, which would be her final project in the hall. It was a bittersweet ending to 5 years of hard work and learning. The urges from Nocturne had yet to hit, which she was thankful for. She had enough to worry about without that murderous goddess demanding to taste new flesh. Claire was in the foundry setting out the gear for the following day. She had pulled the heavy metal table near the safety fence, and set out all her reagents and tools in order of use during the long day. She expected it to take 15 hours and had already started prehydrating. Even the best casting can't be made without some spillage, said Professor Wolf, entering the foundry from the office side. Hey Professor, said Claire, looking up from her schedule with a smile. I thought you were headed to Alaska. I leave tomorrow morning bright and early, but I wanted to say goodbye. We missed you at the ceremony. Oh yeah. I guess that happened, didn't it? Professor Wolf clasped his hands in front. He should have made an exception. After everything that happened, it was unfair of him to kick you out. No, Professor. He was right to do so. I broke the rules and technically I never finished my 5th-year project. To have the most brilliant student of the last 50 years not graduate seems criminal. He looked over her table. Is that the... He was staring at the lump of night metal. She nodded. How did you get more? It was a gift in return for services rendered. The professor tilted his head. I understand. Better left unsaid. What will you do after? Canterbury got me a job. There's a little trinket foundry right on the edge of the 11th ward. Another block and it'd be outside the city. They do some really innovating and interesting work. I'm excited to join them. Innovative and interesting. That sounds like code for pays like shit. Claire chuckled. It pays enough and I enjoy the work. But you won't be able to, you know. He waggled his fingers. Claire raised an eyebrow. There are workarounds. The professor nodded sagely. I should have guessed. A resourceful young woman who can acquire night metal twice and survive civil cases and attempted assassinations shouldn't be stopped by a little thing like lacking a patron. He checked his watch. I should go. I have to pack for a month away. Stay in touch. Claire gave the old professor a long hug. Thank you, Professor Wolf. After he left, Claire finished setting up. Then she went to the gym and worked out for 3 hours until she was drenched with sweat. She had no idea if she needed to maintain her muscles or the night metal would provide that for her, but she enjoyed the exercise. It was strange wandering around Metallum Nocturne with almost no one left in the hall. After the workout, Claire showered, changed, and headed out to a nearby sandwich place to meet Dawn, who'd completed her first few days of work. It's criminal that you won't be working in a foundry, said Claire as she sat down with her tray across from Dawn. Her friend was wearing a brown pantsuit with her hair pulled back with a colorful headband. With the freckles scattered across her nose and cheeks like a galaxy, she looked like autumn incarnate. Dawn held a chip before her mouth. DeGastine Industries made the best offer. It sounds like I'll be working with their packaging group. Some of their more exotic products need enhanced protections. The good news is that I get to stay in the city, and the pay means I can afford a decent apartment. I've been checking around the 9th. There's a flat with an extra room I think I might pick, but it'd be better with a roommate. Are you sure? Asked Claire, setting down her wrap. I don't want you to get mixed up in anything I have to do for Nocturne. You didn't kill your greatest enemy when you had the opportunity. I don't think you'll kill your best friend. Besides, you can't afford shit on your salary. Salary? I get paid salary. Dawn recoiled. Hourly? Sort of. Job rate plus a floor of hourly. Not great, but I don't have to worry about benefits, said Claire, laughing. But if you're okay with my side jobs, I'd love to share a flat with you. Side jobs, said Dawn, rolling her eyes. Try not to bring any work home with you. Noted, said Claire, saluting. Have you had any thoughts? Not yet. Maybe Nocturne's giving me a little break based on everything that happened. Speaking of, did you see the latest polls? I've tried not to look, given how often my face was in the paper. Fair, but get this. Annette is back down to single digits, and there are calls for her to drop out of the race. The primary is next week. She's toast. Dodged 1 bullet. By my recollection, you dodged exactly 0 bullets, said Dawn, throwing a chip in her mouth. Are the paps still outside the hall? Thankfully, no. I'm hoping by the end of the summer, the world has forgotten about me, and I can return to blissful anonymity. Yeah, given your new profession, that's going to be important. Have you, picked anyone out yet? Claire shook her head. I'll burn that bridge when I get to it. For now, I'm worried about the poor. Oh yeah. Tomorrow, right? I'd almost forgot. Tomorrow, said Claire with a heavy sigh. I'm nervous. You shouldn't be. You're a badass, Claire. If anyone can do this, it's you, especially since you're practically explosion-proof now. Claire threw a chip at her. You're not helping. Dawn reached over and stole a chip from her plate. Then let's talk about something more important than night metal and murderous demigods from Shadow Realms. What's that? Dawn leaned over conspiratorially. What kind of vibe are we going for in the flat? Chapter 55. The induction crucible was crackling by 7 in the morning, sparks leaping into the air above the liquid metal like fireflies at dusk. Beneath the layers of protection, both physical and magical, Claire approached the bath with a preheated slag rake in her fist to remove the impurities before she added the night metal to the iron base. She carefully scooped them off, making sure not to take good metal with her by letting the rake hang over the bath until the pure liquid had run off. After checking with a heat gun, Claire returned to the melter controls to increase the temperature by another 300 degrees to prepare for the addition of the night metal. Drenched in sweat beneath her protective gear, Claire felt at peace as she worked the metal, checking and adjusting, removing more slag, caring for the liquid that would become something new and interesting when she was done. Two somethings, in fact. The lost wax mold sat at the back of the area, waiting until the liquid metal was ready for the pour. Originally, she'd only been intending to make the ring, but the amount of material Nocturne had given her was enough for an additional item. Not too large, but she wasn't looking for something big and flashy, like the original hammer. Time lost meaning during that day, only surfacing when she paused to grab a drink of water, or stuff a food bar in her face before returning to the crucible. The neck-ear filaments went in first, turning iridescent almost instantly before sinking beneath the surface. Claire added 2 spells to the bath to maintain the effects of the reagent, until she could make the pour in 8 hours. Then she changed the temperature again, down 118 degrees, before stirring in counterclockwise rotation using a ceramic ladle that wouldn't melt under the obscene heats. Standing above the crucible meant she was getting hit with nearly 3,000 degrees of radiant heat. She kept her sanity by remembering how she'd acquired the filaments by saving Grayson from the veil. She hoped he was doing better given his grief. She knew what it was like to believe you'd lost everyone you ever loved. Things got better, even when it seemed they never would. The Phaler dust went into the bath second. The once living glass settled on the top, surface tension holding it aloft while the heat broke down the structure. The Phaler dust melted into shiny metallic pools, then spread out and dissipated into the bath. She had to apply no further enchantments for another hour, until she was readying for the final ingredient. The preserved ghost eye stalks would signal the start of the trickiest section of the day. Their entry into the liquid metal would be simple with a short spell to keep them from burning too quickly, but then she had a long part where she had to manipulate the metal as it cooled, ensuring the phase changes were correct. Claire worked the crucible tirelessly for the next 3 hours, casting spells and adjusting the temperature 5 separate times as she maneuvered the liquid into a ready state. The key to achieving the night metal's best characteristics was getting it to a certain state in liquid form, and then pouring it before it lost that peak condition. She would get one and only one chance to accomplish her goals for the project. When the appointed moment came, she paused to rehydrate for a minute and prepare herself for the challenging pour. She needed to ladle enough metal for both castings. While the ring was small, the rising system to ensure no flaws remained required additional metal which would fill in the tiny gaps using gravity as it cooled. The ladle held 30 pounds of liquid-modified night metal at the end of a long pole. She scooped it up carefully, backfeeding to ensure no slag, and walked the ladle over to the 2 molds, one slightly larger than the other. 3 months ago, when she first attempted to use night metal, the pour was the part she was most worried about because it required physical strength, but that was no longer the case. She hefted the ladle easily, which gave her a better control over the pour. Claire set the notch of the ladle against the gate, letting the liquid metal run through the gap in a laminar flow. The metal looked like dark chocolate in liquid form. She counted in her head, predicting the moment the mold would be full and easing away before it overflowed. She moved the ladle to the second, larger mold without spilling a drop. The second pour was as easy as the first, but this time she let the extra drain out on the top, forming a disc above the gate. When she was finished, her arms shook briefly, a quiver of relief that she quickly got a hold of. While the molds were poured, she wasn't finished working, as she had to drain the crucible and then bring it down to room temperature. The crucible was on a hinge. She hooked the edge to a chain hanging from the ceiling, and using a wench motor tilted it until it drained into a slag bin. There was little remaining good metal. She added a spell to the interior to keep the crucible from cracking while it air-cooled. The next 2 hours, she cleaned up the foundry. The crucible was still warm but no longer glowing. She wasn't due to work on the castings until the following morning, so she left them in their molds. Won't hurt if they stay there a bit longer. With almost no one else in Metallum Nocturne, Claire made herself 3 cheeseburgers and a tray of fries in the kitchen, devouring them in short order. The shower was a gift. She stayed under the spray for an hour until a bone-deep exhaustion took hold. The next morning, Claire woke refreshed and not at all tired as she expected. She returned to the foundry to find her molds intact. After removing the case bolts, she broke away the black sand, revealing the objects inside. The smaller one was clearly a ring at the end of a narrow funnel. She used a pair of pliers to snap the runner away from the ring, and studied it in her palm, before slipping it into her pocket for later processing. The second mold was larger, revealing a narrow blade with room for a short hilt. The dagger would be medium length. Claire knocked away the runners and used a grinder to shave down the excess. Claire finished the ring first. The majority of the magic had been imbued into the metal, but after she cleaned and polished the circular item, she added additional spells which would be captured by the metal matrix, ensuring the ring would give her the properties she desired. The dagger took much longer. Claire moved to the forge, where she had to heat the metal back to a faint glow before hammering it for hours, repeating the heating on a regular basis. The selection of reagents had been specific to her desires for the final ring, but adding the blade had changed her calculations. Claire used the forging time to layer more enchantments into the metal, giving it different properties than the ring. Finishing both items took 3 more long days in which she worked tirelessly, sleeping like the dead each night and waking in the morning with renewed sense of purpose. As she neared the finish line, she allowed herself to contemplate the results of her efforts. While the original night metal project would have given her a hammer of at least masterwork quality, and if she were lucky, maybe a minor artifact, the 2 she'd finished this week were certainly more than that. 5 days after the initial pour, Claire examined the results of her labor. The color of the ring was both silvery and black, like seeing the moon's reflection at night. As she lifted the object, checking it against the light, it shifted between those colors. Slipping it over her right ring finger brought a sense of dislocation. Vertigo. Claire wavered on her feet before grabbing the edge of the table. For a moment, she thought the ring was flawed, but then as her senses extended outward, she realized that it was only her body getting used to the additional information flooding in through the ring. It was like having a personal radar system. Claire closed her eyes and walked around the processing room without bumping into a single table or machine. She returned to the table to examine the short blade. It ended up longer than she initially intended, because the metal folded beautifully, allowing her to make it even thinner. The hilt was nothing special. A soft wrapping which would make it easier to hold. In time she would replace it with something more appropriate for the weapon, but she lacked the means for those additions. Claire was not an expert in wielding blades, but holding it felt comfortable, like an extension of her arm. She made a few tentative swipes, seeing her arm blur into motion and grinning at the result. In the brief battle with the terrors, he'd survived only because she could see in the dark. She needed more advantages if she was going to hunt people like them. Skill would come in time, but she assumed she wouldn't be given much more of a reprieve. With the 2 night metal items complete, Claire spent the next day cleaning up the equipment and packing her room. She left with an overstuffed backpack and carrying a huge duffel bag. The empty halls rang with her footsteps. Claire hesitated before pushing through the double doors. A chapter of her life was coming to an end. Outside Metallum Nocturne, the statue of Stephen Adolphus hit differently than it had in the past. Not only had she met him in the realm of shadows, but she was soon to be no longer a member of his hall. But she didn't regret a single moment. Not even the accident, despite it not being her fault. As she walked away, the first patron's words rang in her head like a hammer against steel. May the seeds of your mistakes bear fruit tomorrow. This has been Forging a Legacy by Thomas K. Carpenter.